Oh, right. Oh, I did it. I did the thing that Yasi said I always do, and I did it. That's just what happens. I can't help it. It's just how I do things. Welcome, everyone, to Breaking the Habit 2025. We are back. We have an amazing show lined up for everyone. And remember, we're all here for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, raising funds to spread awareness and help with treatment in this leading cause of death. You can find out more at afsp.org. There's plenty of rewards and stuff this year that you guys can check out. There's Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow, a painting, and then DMC figures. We got some Pokemon cards because like Pokemon cards are like a big deal like lately, so you can potentially win some Pokemon stuff. A whole bunch of things in there, and then we've got plenty of polls and donation incentives that can affect runs that are happening later on in the event. The schedule is pinned, so you can check that out on Twitch or YouTube. So everyone check that out. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, let's get this whole thing going. I'm gonna pass it off for our first run. I'm very excited for this run because if anyone's ever seen this game, it's like really quirky and cool, and it's a Hello Kitty roller skating game that's like also like an action platformer kind of thing. It's awesome. So I'm gonna pass it over to our amazing runner Linkameister, and let's enjoy some Hello Kitty Roller Rescue.
All right, yeah, I'm Linkameister. This is Hello Kitty Roller Rescue. We're gonna play as Bad Bad Maru. So we're not gonna play as Hello Kitty. We're gonna play as the character that does not have roller skates on, unfortunately. He does have a frying pan he uses to attack. So there's some differences. Bosses have more health. Bad Bad Maru does more damage with his normal attack. There's some text boxes are different. There are like some talk, but most of the cutscenes don't happen. The ending cutscene is different, and I think that's most of it for now. I'm gonna give a countdown from 3, and then I'm gonna start to run. So we're gonna go on 3, 2, 1, go. So we start with a cutscene, we skip, and then we have a loading screen instantly. We have no gameplay yet. Like instant loading screen. We have a little bit of gameplay, and then we have another loading screen after we choose the stage. There's 16 stages. It's gonna be 2 stages, 2 normal stages, and then a boss, and then 2 stages and another boss, until we get to stage 15, and that's gonna be a boss, and then stage 16 is gonna be the final boss. It's gonna be different compared to all the other bosses. You'll see when we get there. Oh yeah, we have to save Sanrio from the evil block army. They're gonna kidnap our friends, which some of the friends I'm not gonna save at all because you know it's not necessary. You can ignore some of them. Only gonna save the ones that are necessary to go further into the stage. Yeah, we're gonna mostly just ignore the enemies. Just gonna go. We're gonna beat up a dead tree. That's our first like quote unquote enemy. Need to. Oh yeah, the guy with the whistle just fell down on his face. Can I knock it? Stuck on things. Yeah, there's the mother of Hello Kitty. They just phase through boxes. Completely normal. Oh, I did not want to jump. I pressed jump there because of Hello Kitty actually has a text box there. Oh yeah, the mother is way too happy to be in a cage. Oh yeah, Bad Bad Maru's face is like, do I have to do this? Do I have to say scenario? It looks so. I don't know the exact word for it. He's like, yeah, whatever. My dad is just painting there. We don't have to save him. He's just in the house painting. Not doing much. Food fear. They're gonna try to steal the food stands. You just need to kill a specific enemy to stop it. Oh yeah, main movement is a forward roll. Gonna be the main movement. Bad Bad Maru is faster than Hello Kitty with the like. Well, with Hello Kitty, it's like a dash move. where Babette's Rue is just rolling forward. Oh, it's gonna say whoosh the whole time. Oh, I was just barely not close enough. How did I hit that guy there? I was already done with my attack motion. Interesting. Oh yeah, sometimes I just get stuck on these ledges, like these little ledges when attacking. It's super easy to get stuck on them. Oh, I got cake out of the box. Okay. Yeah, we don't have wall chicken like Castlevania. We got cake box. We got a cake in a box. I did not know there was cake in that box at all. Today I learned. Alright, there are coins scattered throughout the stages. You can collect them to buy like the cutscenes and in other information about characters and stuff like that. It's not necessary though. So we got tank attack. Most of the time I just fill this fight somehow. Even though it's not a hard boss at all. So a Y button will prompt when we get close to the bomb. If I actually press the button and then move away right away, it's not going to accept the Y input. Okay, that was actually not that bad at all. Not perfect, but pretty good. Oh yeah, with the Hello Kitty, you can actually unlock clothing and 2 other weapons. With Babette's Rue, we don't have that because, well, he's not wearing any clothing, so... Which is a shame. There should have been like an option for maybe some clothing. But It is what it is. Oh yeah, we need to save Mimi. Sister of Hello Kitty. Who's in the who's stuck in the copyright. Okay, he ran away. That's bad RNG. I do not want him to run away. During moments like these, enemies actually can still move. Like, for example, they can attack now, and when I'm back to the character, if they're just attacking right at that moment, they can actually hit me, and there's nothing I can do. Oh, he was just chilling. He wasn't doing anything. We saved her. Now we need to go to the Ferris wheel, if I'm correct. If that's the correct word. We need to save someone. I have no idea what the name is. I know he throws pudding as an attack. Oh yeah, this stage we're gonna collect a key and then open the door and then do that 5 times in a row. So lots of keys and opening doors. Nice, cool. Okay, I got it twice. That rarely happens. Okay, getting up the stairs is difficult. Oh, he ran the wrong way. Just getting bad RNG. And then, of course, that one just stays there. Yeah, we're gonna get a key again, and then we're gonna get another key. There we go. Oh yeah, there's 2 different victory dances they can do. Same with Hello Kitty, also 2 victory dances. Both have like the T-pose as an like end of the dance.
Linka, do we have time for 2 donations potentially?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so one, just want to say, everyone who's seeing on the stream right now, the donation ticker just isn't working. So hopefully we'll get that fixed. I don't know what's going on with Tiltify, but it's okay. Eventually that'll be seen. But we have 2 donations that have come in. One for $100 from Lethal. So thank you, Lethal. Everyone who is currently participating in the event today will be seeing quite a bit of him. And then the other one is from RJ that says, for $100, that says, good luck to all the runners and everyone involved. Let's make it a great weekend. So thank you, RJ and Lethal.
Okay, nice. Got a double barrel, so I need to clean up a mess here. For some reason, with the previous area with the barrels, I somehow forgot the way I'm supposed to do it. Like which barrels I was supposed to destroy. Somehow forgot that. Had a little brain fart. Also, there was a character in the beginning. He was in a cage, and we're not going to save him at all. We're going to see him in the ending cutscene anyway, but yeah, he's going to save himself somehow. And I got really lucky with the chef. He actually got into the bombs and got damaged by the bombs. He can actually die like instantly by it. Actually, still got lucky. He still got damaged by it. So that was actually a really flawless fight. So now we have a boss. We have a train boss. This one has a setup to get the fastest kill. Oh yeah, so there's below the apples, which is my health, there's a bar. A level 1 bar, you can do a spinning attack. And level 2 is a attack that does like an explosion, like an area of effects. It does 4 bad through, it does 4 damage. He attacks with a giant frying pan. I want to kill these 2 right here. I need the stars, and I did not really get that good of stars, unfortunate. So the stars that are getting dropped by the enemies, it's pure RNG how much they drop. So there are moments I just want to get good RNG, but you know, maybe it's not gonna happen. Okay, almost a full bar. That's actually pretty decent. There we go, he's dead. Oh yeah. The thing that's getting shot out of the cannon is a pineapple. I don't know why, but it's a pineapple. Also, fun thing, the loading screens are different when you put the date of the console on the day. Like, I don't know if it's a specific day or the month when Hello Kitty was actually made or like was born. You get like a happy birthday screen. I think it's November when that happens. Yeah, that's good. It's good enough enemies. Like in the previous boss, you want to get as much stars as possible, so you don't have to kill as many enemies here. So you can just ignore most of them. Oh, yeah, there's a monkey here. In the cage, in the freezer. He's useless. He's probably going to be hella useless. So the monkey throws bananas, and what does the banana do? It doesn't make an enemy slip. No, it makes the enemy go slow. Please don't spawn in here. Don't you dare. No, don't you dare. Stop. Stop. No. Okay, I got lucky there. If you spawned earlier, the enemy would go slow. But yeah, that enemy, when it gets slow, it also takes longer for it to get to the point. It's actually vulnerable for my attacks. So I do not want the monkey to throw a banana at it. Luckily, it was already at the point that it was able to get hit. So I just got really lucky there. A freeze factor. It's basically the one with the keys and the doors. But instead of like doors, we have levers. We have 6 levers we need to pull. Let's see if I can get this first one. Oh, come on. Oh, no, never mind. Not going to try it anymore. But, cool. With Hello Kitty, you can actually make the jump because Hello Kitty actually jumps just a little bit higher. Like, Not sure if it's really possible. Babette's Rue, he should be able to make it, but... Just makes a bunch of platforms appear, and then the one lever I tried to get to, that's the last lever. Oh my god. Stop getting in my way. Sometimes these enemies can actually be inside the box for no reason. Ah, camera. Oh, what the hell was I stuck on? I was stuck on nothing on the wall there. Cool. Yeah, this game is a little bit janky at times. Just moments where you're like, why am I getting stuck? Just for no reason. Oh, this one does not have a cutscene, so it just does the dance. Wait, there's a character in the stage you can talk to? I have no idea who the character is, but it's somewhere in the corner, and I have no idea what that character actually says. Oh yeah, coming up is another boss. There's a setup again for this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand right here. He's going to shoot a missile. I'm going to hit that missile, and he's going to shoot another one, and I'm going to go into the middle part. Right here. Hit it. I'm going to go forward. I'm going to use my level 2 special. The giant frying pan. And then I'm going to jump onto a spring. Well, not right away, because the hatch needs to be opened. Oh, I just missed getting on the spring. Nice. I am happy that I actually missed that jump on the spring, because he would have not been opened. He should be open now. There you go. Cool. So for the versions of this game, there's the GameCube version, which I'm playing right now. It's the most readily available one. There's a PlayStation 2 version, which most of the time, if there's a PlayStation 2 and a GameCube version, the PlayStation 2 is the worst version. I'm not sure if it's... I'm pretty sure it's not for every game that is on like multiple consoles, but most of the time it is. There's a PC version, which only released in PAL regions. So yeah, don't think anyone really has done that one to work. I think someone has got it to work, but it's not really viable or something, or I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a character here getting thrown. It's a hamster. We're not gonna save him. We're gonna ignore it. And there's an Xbox version. There's a PAL Xbox version, which unfortunately does not have the 60 Hz option. But there is also a Chinese Xbox version, which is expensive. It's rare and expensive. I've seen it on eBay before for at least $100. Yeah, that's not worth it. Just to get that a little bit faster loading screens. I think the only difference is the loading screens. So if you have that version, nice. If you have that version, you already have like better loading. Yeah, it's $100. At least $100 on eBay when it comes up. So, and it's not called Hello Kitty Roar Rescue. It's actually called Hello Kitty Mission Rescue. There is also a original Xbox themed Hello Kitty Xbox. There's also one that's themed after Hello Kitty, of Hello Kitty Mission Rescue. I'm not sure if it was a bundle or, but yeah, that's also a thing. Also, it's also a rare Xbox. It's also pretty rare. And if it gets on eBay, it sells for a bunch. So yeah, if you want the best version, you need the Chinese Xbox version. But yeah, the loading times are just a bit faster. Okay, he's not attacking. Okay, he's not attacking the dude. Okay, there's runabout. He can actually be useful if he actually attacks the giant block, which he didn't. So that's unfortunate. The only useful partner, quote unquote useful, if she wants to, in the game. Oh yeah, every time I select a stage, I can choose a partner. Well, I'm not gonna do it because they're useless. There are also power-ups in the stages you can collect that power up something. Oh yeah, I need to check if I have a level 2 special or not. Oh, I did. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is Arena of Danger. Oh, there's the power right there. The water gun, jerry can, gas can. Oh, you gotta get a close-up of Babette's right here. There we go. So here's the insta-kill ball. If the ball hits me, I am flat and dead. I have died to the ball a couple times. By getting stuck on the wall and getting stuck behind the balloon guys. Yeah, I could almost die because of getting stuck on the wall. It's great. Yeah, there's Grandma. She's happy for some odd reason. Okay, let's go. Got this jump first try. Oh, he did a little dance right there. Like an Egyptian dance. Oh yeah, this one does not have like a dance. It just ends. And that's only with Babette's Maru. There's supposed to be a cutscene with, but that's only with Hello Kitty. There we go. So now we get to the worst boss in the game. There's a quote-unquote setup, but it just all depends on RNG. Like literally, it all depends on RNG. So yeah, this is like a run killer. You just need to get a good RNG. And if you don't get that, then yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, he's doing the wrong attack anyway. I missed, but he's doing the wrong attack. I wanted to throw at the wall. Damn. Come on. Grab the ball. This is what I mean with the whole pressing the Y button thing. Just not want to grab the ball. And I hit myself. Cool. I literally hit myself. Oh, he stopped early. Good. No. Throw it. I am... I hate that so much when I am definitely looking towards the wall, but it still throws the ball straight to the boss, and it just, yeah, it doesn't do anything. I could say it was an okay fight. Now we get to the worst stage. We're gonna do, well, if I was playing as Hello Kitty, I would say it's gonna be Metal Gear Kitty. Yeah, it's kind of like Metal Gear. We have to sneak around and hopefully not get detected. If I get detected, it's gonna spawn more enemies. I need to kill all the enemies in that particular area to open the door. And sometimes they love to instantly turn around. Can I stop getting stuck? This is the easiest one though. Dude, stop getting stuck on the fence. I pressed it. Okay. I thought I didn't press it for a second there. Again, here it's also with the Y press. If you press and then move away like too fast, it's not gonna accept your input. Okay, here's a little gator. Don't know who it is. Ah, no, okay. I was trying to jump away and it just didn't work. I'm getting steamrolled right there. This one is okay. This is like a small one. If I get seen in the big one, there's gonna be like 8 or 9 enemies that I have to kill. Okay. Not good RNG. I didn't accept my input. Ooh. Okay, one more. So if you want to go for a PB, you definitely want a YOLO in this stage. Just, oh my god, stop getting stuck on. There's nothing that I can get stuck on there. Stop. But yeah, if you want to go for a good time, you definitely want a YOLO. Ooh, that was actually a perfect fight. That was actually perfect. He didn't even hit me. Again, yeah, YOLO is the... You just need to hope for good enemy RNG for like the spots they're standing at and where they walk to. It's just pure RNG. My PB, actually, I got mad in that stage because I got seen. I paused the game for like, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds. And I still managed to get a world record at that time. It's already broken. But yeah, that's my PB. So last stage we actually have to go through. I hope you guys love seeing doors close, because we're going to see that a lot. We're going to breakdance. That's his, that's Babette's Ruse level 1. Breakdancing. Yeah, he has to do that. Again, I'm going to do it. I do not want to get a level 2 special at all. I want to have a level 1 special for the big guys. It absolutely destroys them. Yeah, we have to see every door close every single time. Oh, you want to get through these lasers? It shoots a electric ball. With Hello Kitty, you actually get turned into a kitty cube. Unfortunately, it does not do that to Babette's Rue, which is it's a huge missed opportunity to turn Babette's Rue into a cube too. They should have done that, but they didn't. Huge disappointment. Oh yeah, Hello Kitty. There's this door right here. You need to get 3 keys, and the one that's behind that door is Hello Kitty. Yeah, we're not gonna save Hello Kitty at all. We're not gonna save her. She's gonna save herself somehow. She's gonna be in the final cutscene. So, if you play as Hello Kitty, Babette's Rue is the one that's behind the 3 doors. Yeah, we're not gonna save her. It's not necessary. Gonna save her somehow, herself somehow. So now we get a boss, and then we get the final boss. So this is gonna be the last boss that actually has like a health bar. Really easy boss. 2 phases. First phase is just destroy those generators. The second phase is gonna be, yeah, it's pretty easy. So it's gonna stand in front of the generators, and then the thing in the middle is gonna shoot a energy ball at it, and it destroys it. That's it for like the first phase. So there's the boss. I'm gonna try to get 3 hits per cycle. It's actually easier to get 3 hits per cycle with Babette's Rue, since he is faster with the rolling. So with Hello Kitty, you can also do it, but it's much tighter to actually manage to do it. If the small guy actually gets into that force field, the boss is gonna heal itself. It rarely happens. I don't think it ever happened during any of my runs before. Well, that's a perfect fight. There we go. So now we get the final boss. The final boss is always the exact same length. It's just an auto scroller. There's nothing I can do to make it faster. But it also cannot be short. It cannot be shorter or longer. He's already destroying buildings during this. But the weird thing is, the in-game time that shows after the fight is not always the same. You can get like 5 minutes flat. You can get like 5 minutes. I think I've got 5 minutes 27 seconds or something else. It's not random every time, but there's a for me specifically, it is never 5 minutes flat, even though the fight is 5 minutes flat. It is like 5:27 or 5:47. There's something with a 7 in it. And I have no idea why. Just something weird. Oh yeah, this fight, this boss music, I've heard it so many times. It's pretty boring. I'm gonna just go in circles real fast. You could just go over the bridge and use the pineapple cannon and watermelon machine gun just to keep him at bay. Nice. I always go for the bombs. Oh, wait, here's a power-up. It says power-up. It doesn't show what is getting power-up, but something is getting powered up. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do a little magic trick. I'm gonna make Batman's Maru disappear. Ta-da! Well, not like that. With Hello Kitty, it's easier to get the camera like on the other side, but for some reason they actually forgot to remove something here. It only happens with this one. This one is like this one right here is perfectly fine. So now we're gonna go to the other side. Oh yeah, the power-ups are random every time. This time I got 2 pudding. Oh yeah, this boss can also turn with Hello Kitty. This boss can also turn her into a kitty cube. And again, unfortunately, it is not possible with Bad Bats Maru. Again, huge missed opportunity. It's not gonna take too much long till we get to the end of the run. Oh yeah, if you actually stand on this slope, you actually slide down slowly. I don't know why Babette's Roost slides down. He doesn't have roller skates on. With Hello Kitty, I can understand it, but with Babette's Roost, I have no idea why. Really easy boss, but also really boring. At least you know when you defeat the previous boss and you're ahead of time, you'll like know right away that you're gonna PB anyway. But if you're behind, you're definitely gonna know that you're not gonna PB. So Oh yeah, if you shoot the cannon twice or 3 times in a row, it starts smoking. But if you keep hitting the boss, it's not going to start smoking. Here's the watermelon machine gun. This one has infinite ammo, so you can just keep shooting. So I said earlier during the run, Babette's Ruse good ending cutscene is different compared to the good ending cutscene from Hello Kitty. But Hello Kitty does have a different bad ending cutscene too. I'm not sure about Babette's Ruse because I've never lost this fight, so who knows. Oh yeah, time is coming up really soon. And time. Okay, there's Hello Kitty. She somehow saved herself. Just like all the other characters. Babette's Ruse now a kaiju.
When did Hello Kitty turn into Power Rangers?
But yeah, that's Hello Kitty Rescue 90% Babette's Ruse. See, it says 5 minutes and 41 seconds. It's not supposed to be that at all. But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed this run, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, Linka. That was an awesome run. I really do love this game. It's very, very cool. I saw it years ago at a GDQ, and I was like, this game looks so good, and I went and picked it up, and I love it. So it's really cool to have this on the marathon and to open it up. So thank you everybody for watching so far. It's been awesome. We do have, I just want to get one donation in before we take a break, if this will load for me. But if not, we'll take a break, and then I will read that donation afterwards when we get back. But we are going to take a little bit of a break and set up for the next run with, I think it's RJ coming up with, is it Helix or Helix? I'm going to say Helix because it's what Helix 2. So everybody just hang out for a little while, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Thank you all, and see you shortly. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm saying. I'll see it. Just whatever. I'll see you in a bit.
Real quick, before we get into this next song, and I come down there and sing with all my friends, I just want to make sure before we leave and go back home that we pay our respect and share some of our love and our prayers for the families of the victims of the tragedy at the Manchester Arena. My heart has never been broken so much than the day that I found out that that tragedy happened. And since that day, I've been wearing these little earrings with the bees in them. I know that's a symbol of the strength and hope of the city of Manchester. And I'm gonna keep these in. I'm gonna keep these in until all this nonsense stops and we can start loving each other. We can stop hurting each other because we believe in something different than the person standing next to us. The one thing that can't be defeated is love, right? You can conquer hate by ignoring it. You can destroy it by loving the person next to you. So I want everybody here tonight to look at the person standing next to you and just tell them that you love them and you are happy that they're here with you tonight, having a good time, listening to music, celebrating life. We don't care what you look like. We don't care where you come from. We don't care what you believe in. We love every single one of you out there. And nothing will ever change that. With that said, let's sing some songs together.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Do you want a hug? Yeah.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Oh look, the donation ticker is still is still down. Welcome back to Breaking the Habit. We had an awesome run just before of Hello Kitty Roller Rescue, and we're going to go to our next run with RJ here. We're going to do Helix 2. There was a donation that I did want to read off before we went to break. We got a $20 donation, and it's funny that this was brought up. It was for one of our polls that are going up for later on for Devil May Cry, one of the Devil May Cries. It was for Shirtless Dante from Rubba Dub Dub I'm a Duck for $20 that says, Shirtless Dante, let's go, take it off. So thank you guys for that. There is a bunch of polls and donation incentives and things like that that are that you can check out there in the Tiltify link. There's also plenty of rewards like the amazing Switch 2 bundle donated by the very generous. They've been supportive for us since the very beginning. Video Game Training Post over in Pensacola. I got a little blurb that I can read about them really quick. So Video Game Trading Post is a locally owned and operated game store located in Pensacola, Florida. Go check out the newly expanded store where you'll be able to find everything from retro video games to new releases, anime figurines, plushies, and everything in between. Along with a vast selection of TCG, including a plethora of graded and ungraded Pokemon singles, packs, and more. Check them out at Instagram at VGTP Florida and Blue Sky at VGTP.bluesky.social. So they've always been super supportive. They have donated generously a Switch 2 bundle. It comes with Mario Kart World and a copy of Pokemon Legends ZA. You can win that by two ways. You can either donate $100 in one shot and select it, or if you donate $100 over the course of the event, you will also be entered in to potentially win that Switch 2 bundle. There's plenty of other prizes you can check out down there. So thank you all for watching. I'm gonna pass it over to RJ, and we're gonna get this Helix 2 run on the road. Take it away, Helix.
Thank you so much. As mentioned, I'm RJ, and I'm going to be running Helix 2 for you today.
I said take it away, Helix.
Oh, well, that's really the show here. Don't worry about it. I am secondary to this experience. Helix 2 is a 2020 indie RPG. It's a turn-based RPG with some light platforming elephants. I keep doing that. I've done this every day I've streamed the game. Instead of elements, I keep saying elephants. Either way, maybe makes sense, maybe it doesn't. But we don't want to waste too much more time here. We'll just get into it and start yapping about the game. I can give a 3 count, a 3, 2, 1, go for the timer. 3, 2, 1, go. Anyway, start off right with a cutscene. A lot of things are going to happen rather quickly, so just bear with me as I blurt it all out. We're going to do a very mandatory costume change, trust me, and then we always stop to pet the dog for good luck. Bless this run, young man. Thank you so much. Anyway, off onto the actual run now. Like I said, totally good strats to save time. Sometimes you got to lose time to save time, you know what I'm saying? It's like to spend money to make money. But with dog. Yeah, totally, that is a dog. Don't ask too many questions. Don't think too hard about it. Anyway, we're running to our first town here. Our main character, Wayne, is going to look for some friends to help him stop this cult from resurrecting the big bad from the first Helix named Gibby. But we need some help to do that. So we're actually going to get our first friend here. His name is Pongorma, and he's going to give us the ability to air dash because he's a really great friend. And I'm going to pause the game for some reason. Anyway, we got him. Now we'll be air dashing all over the place, which is this thing where we kind of dash out front. Oop, wanted to land in the water there. Basically, for the first like 5-ish minutes, we're just going to be going places to do things because reasons. But anyway, so now we're headed to the second place. Oh, no. Okay, good. Falling into the water isn't a big deal, but it just wastes a little bit of time. So it sends us back. Depending on where you are, it'll send you to various respawn locations. That one will take us back to Wayne's house. Anyway, so in town there, we would have found out that the leader of the town, Blelrol, he is kidnapped We found that out via Pongorma here, and we're going to try and save him. And we're going to save him by finding more water to fall into, because that'll actually teleport us to where we need to go a little faster. We're going to grab the meat here and talk to another friend, Deduzmol, our second party member. And now we're going to try and do a skip. I'm going to pay attention for just a second here, because this was probably a bad idea, actually. I'm going to do some things here. We're going to try and manipulate it. Well, this will be a little slower, but this guy is a problem. Come on down, buddy. Okay, he no longer cares. Where are you going? Stop it. All right. No! Oh, God. All right, that's okay. So we'll get to show off the death animation here. I was saving it for later, but every time you die in this game, there is no run button. You have to just do this and your face melts off. Don't you just hate it? But anyway, we're going to try that again, but unfortunately we're going to have to go back to Wayne's house to get there. It is what it is. We're trying to do a big a skip there, and unfortunately that enemy just kind of wanders. A lot of the enemies in this game move in a predictable like cycle pattern. That is one of the very few enemies that do not. So he could be basically in the way at all times, and of course, if it can be in the way, it will be in the way. So we're going back to our friend Deduzmol's canoe. It wouldn't be a run of Hylix without this guy just being totally in the way. All right, we're gonna do a little different here. I'm gonna make a save, and then I'm gonna load that save. That'll manipulate the guy into being into a different place. And then we're gonna go here. So that's what it was supposed to look like. We'll ignore everything else that happened so far. That was the leader of the town we were looking for. His name is Blelroll. We'll go talk to him in a second. But first, we've been doing a lot. It's time to clean up in the sink and grab a refreshing juice beverage from the basement. All important things. Clean is a status in the game, and it basically allows you to not be able to get statuses put onto you for a turn. It'll be pretty relevant when we actually get into fights, which I promise is coming soon. But anyway, now that we rescued our leader of this town, we need to make a quick detour before we go see him. Look at these nice little residents bopping all over the place. We're gonna jump in this hole, get the slow fall, that's okay. And go talk to this very diligent worker down here. We're gonna give him the juice we got in the basement. He's gonna give us a key to his house. Pretty good trade, I think. Juice for a house. But what's actually really important about being able to go into this house, it gives us our first skill of the game, our first gesture as they're referred to, and you'll see why they might be called gestures once we get into combat. This move's called Soul Crisper, and what it does is it allows us to put like a burning status, burning damage over time move onto all of the enemies we use it on. And it is very important to help us get through a lot of the fights. But now we're going to talk to this guy, but first I need to set up a cutscene skip. We're going to save, we're going to open that menu, and then we're going to click back on the menu behind it. We're going to load that save. Now we're going to open a menu. We're going to open a bunch of other menus at the same time. We're basically just storing all this. And now we can talk to him. We'll click to this, go through the dialogue. We need to make a save at a specific spot, which is right here. All right, now we're going to actually open the menu. And since we had that stored, it allows us to open the menu mid-cutscene and load the save to right after. It saves us about like 50 seconds. So the cutscenes of this game are obviously very entertaining and interesting, as is the rest of the game, but watching them isn't very fast. We're going to make another save real quick and another load. This is to manipulate our spawn point. This mini crystal that we have repeatedly used so far is a very important item for the run for us. It allows us to reset our spawn point to 2 different places, wherever it is in the level we're currently in, and Wayne's house all the way back at the beginning in case you get stuck places in the game. But we use it to our advantage in the run. And now we've actually used that mini crystal to help us jump and skip into an area that we shouldn't be able to get into until basically the end of the game to get a lot of money and a few very powerful items. And then we're gonna jump out here, grab another item, and launch ourselves out into the abyss. We're actually trying to get to a shop that's over here. And we're gonna buy 2 of these items. Please buy. There we go. Grab this chest, and we're gonna do a quick menu for equipment. Anytime I'm doing a menu for equipment in here, it happens rather quick, and it's kind of just jostling random words around, basically. So all you need to know about the equipment menus is that I'm jostling them around so that the speeds are at the numbers I want to go before the bosses we're gonna fight, and that the damage is as much as I can put out that I think I can. But one thing that we got from talking to the leader of the town, he actually gave us his keys to his airship, which will allow us to go to other places. And we're gonna go look for our final friend at a farm. Just headed up. We do have a few minutes of chill before we get into the fight. If there's anything you'd like to say.
Sure thing. We do have a donation for $15 from Brutally that says, link that worm's mollusk, RJ. Also something Oregon Fort. Oregon Fort.
Yeah, it's like the Oregon Trail, but Oregon Fort.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Brutally. And then, just a few things. Remember why we're all here for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Just a little thing about them. Established in 1987, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is a voluntary health organization that gives those affected by suicide a nationwide community empowered by research, education, and advocacy to take action against this leading cause of death. AFSP is dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide, including those who have experienced the loss. To find out more, or to learn more about AFSP, visit afsp.org.
So we're very deep into the very first combat here. Actually, it's over already. It's just like that. If you didn't notice, we're basically just taking all of the skills, the damage over time skills, the Soul Crisper, and one that Wayne starts with, and applying them. That fight is interesting in the sense that the enemy all the way to the right, the red furry guy, he puts everybody to sleep when you get hit. And one of the ways to mitigate time loss in this game, or to save time, I guess is a better way of putting it, is to make sure things don't get turns. So if we can put all of the enemies to sleep, they don't get any animations, they don't take any turns, help speed the fight up quite a bit. And just like that, we have our 4th party member too. Her name is Samsnosa. And now we have the whole gang. The squad's all here. And now we can actually go try and stop this cult from resurrecting the big bad. But first we have to make a detour at this generator to turn off a shield that's protecting the island they're on. This facility is interesting in the fact that the paths do not start showing up until you're running on them. Fortunately, the paths are the same every single time, so we just have to remember when they're, or where they will be when they show up, but we don't need to know exactly where we're going. Or we don't need to know where, or be able to see them, I guess, to get through this. Just take some practice. This isn't exactly the most stellar showing running through. It's very easy to get caught on like diagonal corners and things like this in this game. It only has like an 8-point turning, what am I trying to say, movement options with the joystick here. But just like that, we're already through the maze and we're about to fight our next boss here. But before I do that, I need to make another storage. There'll be a cutscene after this that we want to skip, so I need to be careful. I need to hold this storage menu through the entire fight. If I don't, or if I mash too much, I will actually open it up and we'll have to watch the cutscene, which isn't the end of the world, just a little slower. But I'm gonna do my best to not overmash here. But this is the worm boss, as I call it, or the Fonthentropine, as it's actually called. It's a mouthful. It starts its turns off the exact same way. It is also the most sus boss in the entire run. There is a strong chance that we could die here. There's just no way around the thing we want to do unless we want to waste a lot of time being preventative. So we're just going to hope it works out for us. If not, I do have a backup save. But why this boss is so scary is it's about to put us to sleep. And we're hoping it wakes us up without just killing everybody or continually putting us to sleep. So let's see what it does. This is the turn that matters. Okay, so if it hits somebody else, we'll be fine. All right, we should be in there. Nice. We needed that after the fight we got into. So what we're gonna do is re-up our Soul Crisp or our damage over time effects. They do run out after a while. And we should be in there. It'll die on the next. Oh, there I did it again. So we'll have to watch the cutscene. I do this every time. I get to the end and I just like, hey, I'll just start mashing like a mad person. And then I forget to skip the cutscene, but that's all right. The most important thing is that we got through that fight without having to do it more than once. This cutscene skip is pretty interesting though, because you have to do it without being able to see the menu. So unfortunately I can't show that off, but it's no big deal. It's the shortest cutscene that we skip. So it doesn't add too much time to have to watch. There's one later that we need to be more careful about. Here we go. It's been a long day so far. We're going to go clean up again. And be off on our way. Hygiene is important. If anything, if this run tells us anything, that being cleanly is key to success. No. Whoops. So one thing you'll notice maybe about the ground here is that since these are scanned, all of the terrain and stuff. Oh wait, I don't have to do that. Just muscle memorying it. The terrain that we're walking on in all of the levels are hand molded, hand sculpted clay models that are scanned into Unity here. And that comes with the unevenness of just hand molded clay. So sometimes when you're running, you'll kind of like launch off the ground a little bit and you won't be able to get the jump you want, which is what happened to me there. And I kind of rolled off into the water instead of dashing to the ship. Whoops. Let me off, let me off, let me off. There we go. So the thing about the airship, you can't just land it anywhere. You have to land it on these landing pads. And those are the only spots. Okay, I had to tweak there a little bit so we could tweak the movement. We cannot land wherever we want. We could only land on those specific places. And we're into our next dungeon area. This is called Foglast. Has a whole bunch of traveling back and forth, following these wires around and whatnot. We're not going to do any of that. There's actually a nice little sequence break for this area where we could just skip the whole thing and go to the end. It involves mini crystal jumping, as is most of the tech in this game. Saving, loading the save that manipulates our spawn point, allows us. We're going to land flat. You have to land flat. That's important. So when you use the mini crystal, it'll think we're still in the air, but it'll also think we're on the ground temporarily and allows us to jump in midair so we can get extra distance to kind of skip that whole bridge. I'm going to go down here. There is a button down here that we do need to press. We're going to go press that after we grab another piece of equipment to increase our power. Push the button and do a quick menu. So we get this. We're going to apply these items called muscle appliques. I almost used them on the wrong person. What it does is it just adds a little bit extra attack, 1 attack per muscle applique. And then we're going to use the mini crystal again to get us back outside because it's faster than leaving the normal way. And just like that, we're already going to be at our next boss here. Let's give him a slap. This is Odazir and Karsuro, our only double-person battle. And you'll notice a mechanic. You'll notice something right away and how this fight works. Karsuro has some armor, and when he gets hit, he becomes unwrapped and turns into Spaghetti Man. And that's the only time we could do damage to him is when he's Spaghetti Guy. Fortunately for us, When Karsuro is unwrapped here, he does the same 2 attacks. And Odazir here has to spend his turn rewrapping him until Karsuro is dead. So we're going to kind of use this to our advantage. I'm going to kind of YOLO a safe strat that I was workshopping and see how it works out for us. So we're going to spend a little bit of time hitting Karsuro down. Karsuro, they're both very dangerous enemies, honestly. And now from here on out, we're just going to hope that Karsuro doesn't target the same person for multiple turns. We're going to start putting some damage over time effects on Odazir here to kind of whittle him down while we're working on Karsuro. Who's he attacking? Well, he attacked Pongorma. So Pongorma is dead again. No, not really the end of the world, hopefully. We'll definitely just take our time, make sure that we can get through this fight. We're going to focus on Karsuro, try to get him down here. He should die from this Soul Crisper that we're going to add up with the Disillusion damage over time damage. I didn't actually talk about Disillusion yet. Kisses. Well, this guy likes us so much, he's giving us kisses. This actually isn't too bad. It only does about 30 damage to everybody. Okay, let's re-up some stuff here. Odazir still has quite a bit of health, which is a little scary. But we should be able to see this through. I hope. We're gonna heal when we need to. Wayne's gonna die here, which is fine. I'm actually going to heal Samsnosa back up to full health, so hopefully we could get through this. He does, like I said, he does have a lot of health still. It should be difficult for him to kill us. Like okay, this is fine. And he's dead. Nice. Not the fastest fight ever, but we're through. All right, and then immediately after this, we need to go right into another fight, which is pretty scary. But we need to do some menu storage again. All right, so we're trying to hold this through the fight. What's important about this fight is that the boss doesn't use a move called Redivis as soon as the fight starts, or for his first move, where he throws a stick of dynamite at us. If he does, it's really bad. Really, really bad. So hopefully we don't see it. But unfortunately, this means we're too late. This is Gibby, and he was resurrected before we could stop them. All right, be careful not to lose the menu. We're going to start off with just a round of snaps and see what he does. Again, we don't want to see the dynamite. Of course. Yeah, of course. He uses Redivisit every time, every marathon. I don't even know why I bother. So this move is extremely extra, at least. It's kind of fun to watch. It's like, okay, game, we get it. We're going to die. Well. Anyway, I'm just kidding. We don't actually get to win that fight. We get to just leave. That's supposed to happen. Sorry. Sorry to scare anybody, potentially. I like to have a little fun with it. So we're off on our way. We're going to go back and get our ship and go to the next area, which means we have a little bit of time if there's anything we'd like to talk about.
Sure thing. We do have a $15 donation that came in from Rafi. Says, just showing some love and supporting such a great cause. Keep it up and looking forward for the games that will be played. Thank you, Rafi. You'll be hearing Rafi later on as one of our hosts. And then as far as goes, looking forward to other games that will be played, there's some polls and some donation incentives that you can check out when you're doing donations, like we had before with Devil May Cry, the costume. alternate costume in Devil May Cry 4. There's also in the Haunting Grounds run later today, there's a Make the Golem Dance, and I think everyone wants to see the Make the Golem Dance. And then, of course, there's as well the Save the Dog in Resident Evil 4, which will be closing the marathon on Sunday with Yasi. So check those out. And then there's a bunch of polls for a secret ending in Manifold Garden, what we do with Leon in Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, Mario's outfit in Mario Odyssey, and Desert Eagle's run of BS Legend of Zelda. You can play as either a boy or a girl. So with your donations, you can choose what happens in a bunch of these games later on and affect those runs. And then, of course, obviously the prizes that you've seen on screen, you can donate to those, the Sonic the Hedgehog plush, the Pokemon cards, the Chester Bennington painting, and of course the Nintendo Switch 2 bundle. So yeah, back to you, RJ.
So you probably noticed that I ran into an enemy and died again. I did that on purpose this time, I promise. We actually want to go to the afterlife. This game is interesting. It doesn't have a game over screen. Every time you die, you come to the afterlife here. You can do a couple of things. In the afterlife, you can get clean, you could find some items, and then you could also increase your HP by using the meat of all of the enemies we've defeated so far. I am not joking. So I do that it's not typical of a normal any percent route, but it does make this fight incredibly safe to do it. Normally, I hope I only have to show off the death animation one time in that specific instance. That wasn't the case today, but... So yeah, so we took a little detour just to make this final boss. I want to say free without cursing myself, but it should be free. Yeah, we did. So and so used to just doing these things. We have done a couple of sequence breaks. This is a Hylam Xylem, the last dungeon of the game. It has a bunch of... It's pretty big. It has a lot of areas you could go to, keys to get, places to open. But we can use the mini crystal to manipulate our spawn points. We could jump over ledges and whatnot. And now I'm just going to try and make sure we don't run into anything. All right, we should be all right. I can't tell you how many enemies have ruined, how that last guy has ruined so many runs. All right, just take a quick peek at our stuff here. It looks good. Use our trampoline to get here to the boss. Nice. We got the spins. If you talk to him while you're air dashing, everybody just keeps spinning. It's just kind of funny. I like it. And we're about to go into our last boss with the final boss, Gibby here. We're gonna start by using this item called the Dubious Berry. We picked it up a long time ago. We didn't actually get to talk about it. But what it does is heals 40 damage, but it also puts poison status. We don't really care about the healing. We want to put the poison on Gibby, because we want the damage over time. Because if you haven't noticed yet, Gibby has a lot of health. So all of the extra damage we can get is crucial. So we'll put our 3 damage of effects on, our poison, our disillusion, our burning. We didn't talk about dissolute. I think I tried to and then got interrupted by something goofy happening. Disillusion is a skill that comes on Wayne naturally. It's a damage over time skill, but it also reduces the enemy's attack by 20%, which is incredibly relevant for the way I do this fight in the safety strats. So Gibby has basically a two cycle attack pattern that he's going to do. He's going to do that teardown attack, and then on the second turn, he's going to do this move coming up that we'll see very shortly called Killer Trees. Killer Trees is good for us, if you could imagine, because as you see, every time we hit Gibby, he spawns a minion. But when he uses Killer Trees, he will do a percentile damage to us and kill all of his spawns. So that helps us get this set up. We can make this happen every other time, as long as the person who gets hit by his teardown has 97 health. They will have exactly enough health. They will have exactly enough health to survive the Killer Trees turn. Killer Trees does do percentile damage, but it will kill under a certain health value. So we make sure that Pangorma, our only guy low enough to even care about that, is safe. But we're just going to go through this for 2 more times, essentially. This song's also a banger.
It is really good.
Yeah, this game is made by 2 people. Mason Lindroth, who's the like lead developer, and Chuck Solomon, who did most of, if not all of the music. I think they kind of work on the music together, but Chuck is kind of the lead on it. And it's good. So we're okay. Everybody gets kind of hurt, but we're fine. We're gonna re-up our statuses. Yeah, something weird's happening with this fight. Not that it's not weird as in like it's too scary for us right now, but something weird is happening with the way this works. It's not working the way it normally did. There's probably more to explain right now than necessary, but basically we're just re-upping our damage over times. We're gonna heal with the Dusmol, and every other turn we heal with the Dusmol. And we've been getting these items from the fights we've been doing called Cloud Germs. They're a full heal and a 50% will, which is like the mana of this game's refresh. So it's super strong item for us. And then we'll see what we're at. I think we're gonna be okay. It kind of only matters for like the very last turn. You get the meat computer poke of death. And then we'll see what health value he's at. He's gonna have a decent amount of health still, I think. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. He's low enough. So he's gonna use Killer Trees one more time, but we're able to finish him off here without him spawning any more minions. But we're gonna have to use an item that I love. It's called Pool Wine. We got from the fight when we got Samsnosa. It applies a status called Mania. These 2 are gonna defend, which gives the person who gets the Mania status an attack buff, but as soon as they attack, they fall asleep afterwards. But we just make it so that Pangorma's lightning attack is going to do more than enough to end Gibby here. And just like that, the final boss is down. We've got like about a minute before we end here. All it is kind of like a formality of running to the end. But we destroy his castle. All of the meat flies all over the place. We've saved the day. The squad has done it again. And now all that's left is to go push a button and celebrate. What's fun about the Hylix games is when you get to the end here, there's actually, even in the first and this game, there's a little stage that you can play instruments on and like play all this stuff. It's very fun. I'm not going to sit here and dwell too much on it because we're like just going to come in here right at like a little, right around the nick of time, I guess. So let's just get to the end. Time is coming up in about 5 seconds when I jump on this button up here, and time.
Heck yeah.
Not too bad, other than the guy trolling me right at the beginning. If that didn't happen, this would have been a stellar marathon run. But, you know, we got to make it interesting. Just like this cutscene. This cutscene is just random nonsense happening. It's pretty fun to watch.
I love it. I love the art style of this game so much. I love the claymation.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Like I said, claymation scan models, stop motion animation, and pixel art, and some one little tidbit that's interesting about the combat, or all of the hands you see, is actually like the developer's hand. Like he puts his arm through a cardboard, green screen color cardboard, and does all the hand animations himself.
That's awesome.
So it's actually, there's so much cool stuff about this game. You just learn more and more about it.
Well, thank you, RJ, for this awesome run and this really cool game and introducing it to a bunch of people. I love the quirkiness and the look and everything. It's really neat.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. If anybody's interested in learning the run or just talking about the game in general, we have our speedrun Discord that you can find on the speedrun.com page. It's a small community, but we're very passionate about the game and love talking about it. So if you're interested, come find me anywhere on my socials or Twitch channel. It's just at RJ Smang, which is on the screen, I believe.
Yes.
So anywhere that you can find me, come talk about it. I love talking about this game. I can't get enough of it.
Awesome. Well, we're going to let this play out a little bit, but then we're going to take a short break as we set up for the next run. We've got Victory Heat Rally coming up with Viper, and we'll take a little bit of break, and everyone just, hang out, go get a snack. You got to hop to the bathroom, whatever you got to do. And we'll be back shortly with some more amazing runs. So sit right there. See you in a sec.
It's been a month and a week since I have taken my hiatus. It's been hard. I don't know where to begin.
It's hard for me to see exactly where the hell I went wrong. I never thought I'd see the day we wouldn't get along. You think I smoke too much? I think your friends all suck. Can't figure out the reason why your parents fight so much. But I've given up on love. But I'm happy here. I'm happy here. So leave my sweater on the porch. Bag under the stairs. Don't go back to our old place. It's probably locked up anyway. I bet it still looks the same as when I ran away that day. Doesn't matter anyway. 'Cause I'm yes, I'm happy here. I'm happy here. I'm happy
The purpose of the conversation is not to fix your friend or to offer advice, but to make sure that they know that you're there to support them.
Make sure that you're listening. You're open to what you're hearing. You're giving your friend lots of time to share what they need to share.
So rather than thinking about solving something in one conversation, think about it as an opening to a door of support.
And if they want to talk more, that you're there to listen. You can share that there are mental health resources available. If you've had your own experience with a mental health professional, you might share with them how it helped you. Sometimes after these conversations, people may feel vulnerable or they may feel like they've shared too much.
So I would end the conversation by saying, thank you for sharing that with me. I hope that we talk about this again, and I'm here for you.
Whatever you think talking.
The second you think that something is up, that's the moment to begin the conversation.
These conversations can be difficult or awkward, but they don't need to be.
What you want to do is express concern, express care, express that you're there for them. I'm worried about you. I've noticed some changes in you.
I've noticed you haven't been around much. You seem more frustrated than usual. You don't seem like yourself. I care about you. This is a way to reach out that lets your friend know that you're there and you're willing to listen.
Social media can be a really powerful tool for connecting because that's where people already are.
Message them and say, hey, I noticed this thing you posted and I want to check in.
Not every conversation has to be heavy. Just sending a simple text message saying, hey, how was your night? What's going on with you? How's your family?
It's okay if you don't have the exact right words. What's really important is that you reach out and that it shows your friend that you care.
Whatever you think talking.
Welcome back, everybody, to Breaking the Habit 2025. I am your host, LP Soldier 0303. I don't think I ever said that at the beginning, but I guess it doesn't matter because whatever. But we are back with Breaking the Habit, the weekend charity marathon supporting the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. You can hit !donate in the chat to check out where to donate, and then to donate to some amazing prizes and some awesome polls and incentives that you can check out. Quickly, when it comes to the polls for DMC 3, in the commanding lead right now is shirtless or coatless Dante, because I think everybody just wants Dante to be shirtless, and I get it. That is up at $20. And then for Mario Odyssey, you can either have Mario in boxers or in his typical Mario gear. And right now, boxers Mario is in the lead. So if you guys want to sway that in a different way, by all means, your donations could go for that. And remember, guys, if you can't donate, hanging out with us is amazing, and sharing the link to other people, to on your socials, wherever, we really greatly appreciate that. So with that being said, I'm gonna hand it over to Viper here, and we're gonna get some Victory Heat Rally going. It's all yours, Viper. Take it away.
No problem. Thank you very much. So yes, hello. I'm Viper, or Viper Racing, whichever one you want to go with. This is Victory Heat Rally, a racing game that was released in October 2024, so it's only a year old. I think it was only a year old after a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, this is the Group Alpha, all races category that we're doing. So there are 3 different groups that you do in the entire game. So we're going to get started here. I'm just going to pick my game here. There we go. So first things first, let's get to the championship. Now this category is done from a new game. Just to quite quickly show you just one major thing beforehand, that there are 12 characters. You can see we've got Chrissy, Clyde, Lana, Tommy, Kenzie, Renzo, Hawk, Minji, Pepe, Anais, Ace, and Lucy. Now Lucy's the one that we're going to be using. So we've got her all set up already. So timing is going to start when I hit A on this race. So if we're ready on time, I'll give you a countdown from 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, so first things first. What is Victory Heat Rally? Well, racing game involves drifting. Why the different characters? Well, different characters usually mean different statistics. Every character has its own unique statistics. Some are easier to drift than others. Some are easier to keep boost. Some have additional power levels, things like that as well. So the first thing to kind of just mention straight off the bat is that we're going to be doing every race at least twice. The only reason I say that is because how the game is structured is that you do each race the first time over, and then you do a Grand Prix at the end of the set, and the Grand Prix that is at the end of the set will be them 4 races that you've just done. Now, for more variety, I would probably recommend the Old Grand Prix. But yeah, so you start off with, normally if you play the game from the very start, you'll start off with the beginning 3 characters. Now, it is worth noting that everyone has their own unique, as I said before, like everyone has their own unique statistic. But the main thing above all else is that in terms of the game itself, you have, like, speedrunners tend to use different characters for different tracks, and yeah, it's quite nice. So this is our like little map that we do. So we're going to do each of these races once over. Now I will just mention something that I do personally believe that the races that you do when you do them like as a single race rather than as a Grand Prix, that you're able to actually like beat the AI much easier. So for some reason, I don't know why they are much easier. They just seem to be. It's weird. So there is another thing too. So when you catch a bat marker, you'll see that we encounter bat markers pretty quick. Now, the main thing to point out, you catch a bat marker very early on, as you can see here. That's no problem, because if you do hit one by complete accident, and I'll try to hit one if I can, there you go. What happens is, that happens. So they get sent flying and the car blows up. And also you don't lose too much speed as well, so it keeps this a bit more hectic. You do lose some speed, as you might imagine, but not as much. I do think it does outpower games like, you know, Mario Kart, stuff like that, in that regard. So you can see there, them AI will respawn on the track. You are no different. You are able to do the same as the AI. So if you get, if you fly off the track, then what will happen is the car will literally go bang, and it'll put you right back on again. So that is the second race. On to the third one. I will admit, the art style plus the music is fantastic. If you get a chance to listen to just the music is fantastic. So I will just quickly mention something real quick. So one of the main things to, well, in terms of to mention about the development side of things, so we had a bit of a bad con there, but it's fine, we'll get through. It's all good. So this game was made by Sky Devil Palm in association with Playtonic. So Playtonic Games being the creators of Little Gator Game, amongst other games as well. I mainly know them from Little Gator Game, but obviously if you know them, their other games, then there you go. But yeah, they helped to push this game out, but Sky Devil Palm was the main publisher behind the game. So the any percent for this game involves doing every single race, plus all the Grand Prix. Now, when I say every single race, I mean every single mainline race. Now, that sounds like a bit of a bizarre thing to say, but in this category, you'll see races that are called Joker races. Now, Joker races are essentially just the side races. They have something different. So, for the most part, what we're going to see in this run, in the main races, is obviously just, well, circuit racing. However, in the Joker races, you have things like hitting a certain amount of cones, overtaking a certain amount of cars, drifting through gates, passing through things. It's really good fun. Yeah, it doesn't take too long, to be honest, to do them. It is very, very fun, and would highly recommend it. If you ever get a chance to pick this up, then please do so. So, in terms of these extra races, by the way, you'll see that we are now going to go to our first one here, which is called the Cone Zone. So, the Cone Zone involves hitting a certain number of cones. Now, as we're not in really a massive rush here, what we're going to do is only aim for the bronze here. So, Obviously, I'll try and get a higher one if I need to, but for the most part, don't have to worry so much. I mean, like, oh, okay, I missed a couple of coins there. It's fine. But we might be able to get silver, I think. Yeah, we got silver. There we go. There we are. We got silver. So you may notice as well, so it says gold. It'll either show us gold, silver, or bronze, depending on if you're first, second, or third. Obviously, on these, it's a lot easier to know which medal you've got because it's only gold, silver, or bronze. However, in a Grand Prix, the races all light up with gold in purple, so it's a kind of different way of signifying things, which is quite good. So, as well as circuit racing, we have rallies. Now, obviously, it's in the title. It's called Victory Heat Rally for a reason. For those that don't know what a rally is, it's usually a point-to-point race against other competitors. Now, I will just kind of mention straight off the bat that for rallies in actual rally games, it's usually just you against the clock, and that you go up against the AI, but you don't see the AI. In this game, they decide to put the AI on track with you. Now, here's the thing. In the rallies, in the single race format, like you can see here, we have a time that we need to beat so that we can actually get, you know, a gold medal. However, in Grand Prix mode, that time thing disappears entirely, and it basically turns into a position counter. So one of the main things as well that you can do with this, with all the cars on this game, is you can change the suspension. You can change the suspension. You can change the tires, the paint job, and something else. I can't remember off the top of my head, to be honest. There is one other thing you can do. So first, here's the first Grand Prix. So you can see here now that these are divided into heats. So obviously we're going back through this from the start. We're going to do the same 4 races over and over. Now there is one extra race that we are going to be doing in this, and this is part of the category, don't worry. So what's going to happen is Tommy, who is our rival, is going to have a duel race against us. So duel races work a bit differently. You may remember in most racing games you duel against somebody else, and it's usually a case of it's a one-on-one, whoever wins, wins. Duels in this game take on a much different format. Now when I say they take on a different format entirely, basically you both have a life bar. This probably sounds very familiar to another series in particular. You both have a life bar, and you have to outdrag the other. The health bar goes down, and eventually, when whoever's health bar goes down first, the other person is the winner. So, for example, if I take Tommy's bar down, his bar will go down, and I will be the winner. And for those, the reason why I say for those wondering, like, oh, if this sounds familiar, that's because that kind of is familiar. So for those that aren't familiar with the game Tokyo Extreme Racer, that is also how some of the races work. I don't know if it's how the entire game works. I've not played it enough myself to know, but I do believe that in some of the Tokyo Extreme Racer series, that I think it's Team Genki or something. I can't remember the actual name of it, but basically they have a similar sort of system. I presume this game took a lot of inspiration from that. The vehicles in this game aren't based off anything in particular, but they do look like they are based off certain vehicles. One of them in particular looks like it's based off a muscle car. Another one looks like it's based off a Nissan Skyline, an R34 to be exact. You'll know what I mean if you see it. But yeah, so why the different characters? Well, the characters do have their strengths and weaknesses. And for ILs, this is the one thing I was kind of mentioning before I started doing this run. But basically, what you're able to do, bit of a bad start there, but we can make it through, it's fine, is that what you're able to do against the AI is you're able to, well, not against the AI, sorry, I'm getting my words mixed up. What I meant to say was ILs, this is it. So, ILs don't have the AI, that's where I was going with that. Obviously in races you have the AI and you have to dodge and weave them, and it's a bit of a pain. But if you were to do a time attack, you'll obviously be able to do the entire race without, well, do the races without worrying about anything. If that makes sense. So there's no obstacles, you don't have to worry, and it is literally just all on the player, which is really good. And some of the times, I will be honest, if you get a chance, have a look at the ILs for this game. They're nuts. They are genuinely crazy. Like people finding like a 10th here or 2/10 there is crazy. But like their drifting techniques are very advanced. I've not seen many of these runners do a full game run yet. However, that doesn't mean we won't get one in the near future. That's the main thing to kind of take away from all this. So I'm going to try and get past these guys as quick as I can. There we go. But yeah, like I said, it is very much a fun game, and I would highly recommend it if you get a chance to pick this up. I picked this up, and I was also saying this before the event, but like one of the things for me was that my first memory of this game wasn't a great one. So I played this at a gaming event in Manchester called Format, and me and another speedrunner, Christian Royal he's called. He basically, I think he's Man in Blue, I think is his name now, but yeah, he played this with me, and we did like a 2-player split screen, which you can do if you get a chance to do it. And what ends up happening is we played that, and he absolutely whooped my backside at it, let's just say that. And I was like immediately thinking, well, I can't play this game at all, I'm no good at this, I genuinely can't beat this game. And then the demo came out on Steam Next Fest a couple months down the line, and I was like, ooh, this is going to be good. So I was like, you know what, no, I'll give it more of a fair chance, I'll play it a bit more. And then the next thing was that I played the demo, I finished the demo and was like, right, okay, so all I need to do is just, you know, go for it and just see what I can make of it. Anyway, I ended up playing the game and absolutely loved it. I got used to playing it very, very quickly, and yeah, very much enjoyed it. So you can see here that the Coastline Cruise track, which we are doing right now, is very much a case of it is now set at night. The AI is much faster, so catching them will be a bit of a pain. Now, I will be honest as well, is that when you're doing this with the opening characters, my advice would be to, I mean, the easiest and probably one of the best characters in the game isn't even Lucy. Like, Lucy for me is one of the best because in terms of like her handling and everything, her acceleration is absolutely monstrous. She's not the fastest by any stretch, but like she is really good, as I accidentally hit the AI there. But yeah, she was really, really good. But like for me, the main thing was that you can, you know, like I said, if you so desired, you could easily use any of the characters. But like for me, one of the big characters, which is like I said, she's unlocked right from the start, is that you unlock. So you have Chrissy. As you can see there, we win a trophy. Very nice. And now what we'll do is we'll take on Tommy. Focus. So there you go. We're going to go after Tommy now. He's actually the easiest duel to do. But yeah, it's really, really good fun. And Chris is probably one of your best bets to use. If you were to start playing this game from the very get-go, would recommend picking Chrissy. Yeah, pick Chrissy, put her on soft suspension, and grip tires, and honestly, she will not let you down. She's really good. There you go.
Do we have time for a few donations?
We do, yeah.
Oh, heck yeah. So we have $20 from Vivian P that just says great cause. Thank you, Vivian. And then we have $15 from Big Jenna Talia. That says, thank you for everything. Thank you for letting me be part of this event. Also, Banana Boy. Thank you, Jenna. Jenna, you guys will see a video of later. We recorded a video for the prizes that you guys can all win. And I will be showing that a little bit later, probably after this run. and you'll be seeing Jenna in there, and she's the best. So thank you, Jenna, and thank you, Vivian.
Thank you very much. So you can see here that we're now on our next race here. So the funny thing is, every track has the same song every time you play it. And me personally, like I said, I do really enjoy the soundtrack, so I've not a problem with hearing this like a couple of times during the run. The one thing I will mention though is that you can do whatever you like in this game. I do think that there are a few things missing. For example, I think the ability to paint your own car and do your own paint jobs and stuff like that is really good. Surprisingly, there is no online play, so you won't be able to raise your friends, which again I think is a big opportunity that was missed there. Same with like additional characters as well. Either DLC or otherwise, I think would be really cool. But I think given the game and what it is, that let me just be frank about this, is that I think this game is fantastic. I really do. For an indie game as well, it is absolutely amazing. And I think it did a very good job of being the indie game that it was. I do think, yeah, there could be a few improvements and a few things, that could be done to it. But honestly, I can't really think of anything to fault it. I think the only thing I would mainly probably say is that the Grand Prix that are at the end of the, the Grand Prix that are at the end of each, section is more of a case of it should be either completely randomized or also I pushed that purple person very far to the front. I didn't think I'd do that. I do think a bit more randomness and stuff like that would probably have made this game a bit better in my personal view. So rather than be doing the 4 races that you've done, because I don't mind doing the first 4 races, but I think it's that case of right, okay, then 4 races you've now got to do them back to back. It's a bit I don't know. Me personally, I probably would have had it a bit more random. Wouldn't have introduced I probably would have randomized the tracks from the first 8. So basically, it randomizes all the tracks that you've unlocked up until that point. So I think the first one would have been the 4 tracks, but rather than play them continuously back to back, you play them in a random order. And then the Grand Prix for this one would be the first 8 tracks that you get, again, all randomized. And then the same with, as you go through, the next 12 or the next 16, you get the idea. I will be honest as well, there are some interesting designs for the tracks. So you've got a farm one now. You've got a genuine a genuine one where you obviously want to be doing certain stuff on them. So obviously we're more in the country for this one, so it's not too bad. Also, this Joker. Okay, so this Joker involves flying past posts, as you can see here. So again, as I mentioned, we don't actually need to get any more than what we have. So if I wanted to, I can get 8 and call that a day. Or I can aim to get all, I think there's 22 on this. As you can see here, there we go, that's bronze done. So now we've got to go and get silver if we want. Like I said, don't have to. The thing is with this race thing is that if we're doing 100%, this will make complete sense as to why we're doing it. But we're not, so we don't have to worry. But going for gold proves a good idea, doesn't it? You can see here, we've got 22 to go. There you go. Yeah, 22 poles, I thought so. There you go. Okay, so here's the fun bit. We've done that Joker first because of where it is. And guess what we're now going to do? We are now going to go back and do that normally, because that is actually the next race. So coincidentally, you're doing the same race twice in a row. It's a bit bad, but again, it's just how the events have gone. But yeah, I've been doing runs of this game for, like I said, since the game released. I think after a couple of weeks, I was like, oh, okay, I'll give it the best shot. Like I said, the guy who's got the record, I can't remember what it's called, but like, I think the record's like a 2:25 something. My PB is like a 2:27, sub 2:30 anyway. That much I know. But yeah, you can do the same with like all Grand Prix as well. All Grand Prix is another one. So there's two categories that you could, two like main categories. These ones are a bit different. So obviously the 100% is, so I've done a run like every category, and I can just mention, like, for me, doing the individual groups is a great idea because these are short and fun, especially the beginner one, especially this plot that we're doing. So one of the things that we have got is we have got a split, because the split goes down into, so you do this one where you're doing all races for this group, but then another one is just to do the main races without doing the Joker stuff. So on certain occasions you won't have to do anything. So anyway, we're up with Drift Stadium for this one. So immediately get up to speed. But oh, our host has anything you'd like to say, feel free, go right ahead. I'm just keep on drifting.
Sure thing. No donations to come through right now, but that's okay. Remember that just hanging out with us is just as good, and also sharing the links. You can share the link to the Tiltify or the stream. We always greatly appreciate that. We do have some bid wars, some polls going on. You can check those out. Stuff that's going on today, like the alternate costume for Devil May Cry 4. And you can make the Golem dance in Haunting Grounds. Then there's some other stuff that's going to be happening tomorrow as well. We've got some Mario Odyssey, some Operation Raccoon City, a bunch of polls that you can check those out. Speaking of Devil May Cry, one of the prizes that we have up for grabs, with a $10 donation, you can enter in to win that, is these really cool retro, I don't remember what year it was. I think it was probably the year that DMC 1 came out, but of these figurines of Dante and Trish. We've got 3 Devil May Cry games coming up this marathon. We have DMC 3, DMC 4, and DMC 1, so make sure you check those out, and there's a few polls for that. And then, let's see, we've got another prize that's pretty cool. Pokemon cards are a big deal right now. I don't know if anyone has ever noticed or seen that, but generously donated by Magic Cart Collectibles. It is a Pokemon TCG Silver Tempest ETB, or Elite Trainer box, and then also a graded PSA 10 Japanese from Terastal Festival Glaceon EX. It is one of the special art rares that you can get from that set. And that was, like I say, graciously donated by Magikarp Collectibles. You can try to win that with a minimum $15 donation. And then remember, there's the Switch 2 prize pack. Comes with a copy of Pokemon Legends ZA and Mario Kart World, and of course a Switch 2, donated by Video Game Trading Post in Pensacola. There's 2 ways you can do that one. If you donate $100 over the course of the entire event, you get entered in, or you can just donate $100 in one shot and get in. You could also, if you're doing polls and targets and things like that, you can do them together. You don't have to do them all for one, so you can meet the goals with either or. But yeah, that's all I've got for me. I'm gonna send it back over to Viper and enjoy some more Victory Heat Rally.
Well, thank you very much. So just whilst I was doing that last race, you may notice that we did a little race called Gymkhana, which was involving drifting. Now that one involves how much time you've got left at the end. So there are these races where it is about a case of there are certain bits that are trying to slow you down a little bit, and they end up making you like lose time as well as slow you down. So that was one of the things that you saw me at the end there. So it was like we have these red X's above them, which basically means that if I try to do anything with them, it'll make it go, not so sure. But yeah, you end up losing time a little bit. Like I said, for me personally, I do believe that in terms of drifting, everything like that, there is just you just hold the button and the car will just drift. Now there are, like I said, each character has their own unique style. But the other thing is as well, is that for me, I've always found that like Chrissy and Lucy, I mean, Lucy with a bit of practice, but Chrissy's like really easy to learn. And straight off the bat, all the other characters take a bit more practicing. That's not to say that the other characters can't be fast either. I think that every character has the opportunity to be fast. I do think if you want to get some of the really good times, that it ends up being a case of, you know, you end up wanting to do your own thing and do all sorts, really. But anyway, that is the first of 4 races for this one. So we're on to Bandit Blitz now. Then we have Regal Road and Drift Stadium. So all I need to do now is hopefully try and get past him. The thing is, as well, is that there is this particular one here, which I think it's here. I'm trying to see where it is. Maybe here? I can't remember which one it is. That race, for some reason, is a lot easier on this Grand Prix than it is in the actual, like, doing a solo race. I don't know why. Genuinely don't know why. But one of the things you can do as well is you can drift off-road as well. Not off-road, in the air. So if you hold the drift mechanic down, you're literally able to drift and fill up your bar. So it's like, if I probably can't pull it off, to be honest. But if you see me like gaining drift whilst I'm off-road or in the air, you'll see what I mean. But yeah, I do really like how the game's been put together, genuinely speaking. And like I said, definitely give this a try for yourself if you get a chance to do so. For me personally, I do think that the game is definitely worth the money that you pay for it. I definitely think that, I think at the time when I bought this, it was just short of like, I think it was about £15 or just under £15, and for the game you get, I've had more fun out of this than some AAA games over like the last few years, and that's not just me a case of going like, oh, completely soft and going for indie games. I just want to kind of make one thing very clear. I wasn't very keen on indie games if I go back about, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago maybe, I wasn't keen on the whole like indie scene, indie market. I thought most games were rubbish, they weren't very good, and you could tell. Obviously indie games have been around for a long time, but like I always thought the indie game scene wasn't that good. And then I think during COVID maybe, I just started to look at these games as, you know what, I'm getting bored of AAA stuff. And I was like, you know, I should really try and look at other games, and end up playing games like Art of Rally. Which, if you haven't played that, by Fun Selector, I think it is, who the guy who created it. He's gone on to make a couple of different games as well. And honestly, he's very, very good. It is a very good rally game. It's very much a sort of top-down almost rally game, but yeah, it's very enjoyable. And this is another one of them games. This is another one of them indie games that got swept under the rug, to be honest. I do think it's definitely worth supporting indie developers. Not just a case of, oh, because I found that there's 2 games that I liked, but just in general, it's made me appreciate the indie scene a lot more over the last couple of years. And, you know, if I ever get a chance to work with indie developers or like playtest any of the games or anything like that, I think, you know, I'm very thankful for that. But also, you know, like, so they've been putting their heart and soul into it. And that's not to say, like, the big guns haven't done it either. You know, the big developers and the AAA developers don't do that. But I do think that there's only so far you can push certain games, whereas the indie scene seems very much a case of, do you remember them classics? Like, do you know, it's one of them where you just think of, do you remember such and such a thing from, like, the 90s? And they go, yeah. They go, we should make a game like that. And then they do. And it's amazing. It really is amazing. It's like, yeah, remember that one game I used to like? What was that one game called that I used to like? And then you'd be like, indie developers like, yes, we know what you mean. Or it's just like a funky idea where it's like, oh man, I really wish there was this I really wished it was that a game about synthwave racing or something like that, and it's like, well, there is. It's great. It is really, really good. Like I said, don't get me wrong, there are some AAA games out there that are quite good, but for me, if I talk about AAA games that are good, racing game-wise at least, I'd probably be going back at least 10 years, if not further than that. Like, some of my favourite games are still from like the Xbox 360 days. AAA games at least. I just don't remember liking as many AAA racing games when we got to like the Xbox One and PS4 era, personally speaking. Also, given how expensive gaming is as well, like one of the things as well is that to support an indie developer, I'll be honest, it barely costs anything. And that's not me saying that as just like, I don't mean that to come across as like a rich snob kind of way. What I mean is, you know, these developers aren't charging like stupid money for their games. There are a few bad apples out there, but what I mean is it's like, you know, there isn't, you know, the games aren't being charged at like 60 quid or 80 quid like they are these days. It's like they want 15 to 20 pounds, some want 30 because they think they put more effort in, which is also a valid statement. You know, I'd much rather put the money down for that, knowing that somebody has been putting their heart, soul, and effort into it. Also, we now have our second duel against Kenzie. So you can see there she has the Iruka-R. It's like an R34 Skyline knockoff sort of looking car. But we won't see her for too long, hopefully. But yeah, you can see what I mean about these bars as well. Now, the thing is as well, this particular race, you may have noticed something about these dual races, and that is the fact that the game does not give you a map. Well, why should it? So this is literally a case of relying on it and hoping for the best. That's what that's about. So it does make these duels a bit more interesting. Also, with that said, not only is that Kenzie defeated, that is also the Thunder Tour finished, which is 2/3 of the way down. So now we're on to the Sidewinder Tour. We're going to go to Crimson Heat. You see now that we're immediately going into red track.
3, 2, 1.
I'm going to go ahead and bring my host back in here, just in case. If you want to talk about anything, the floor is definitely yours.
Sure thing. I know I mentioned the polls a little bit earlier, but we do have one that is coming to an end just before this run finishes. It is for Devil May Cry 3 with Fence coming up shortly. The poll is for the costume for Dante. We have 5 options. It is either default, so just your standard fare Dante. There's coatless Devil May Cry 3 Dante, and that one's in the lead. There's DMC 1 Dante, DMC 1 coatless, so if you want that retro Dante without a coat, there's your option. And then there's legendary Dark Knight Sparta as an option as well. That poll will be closing in a little bit as we get closer to the Devil May Cry 3 run. So if everyone's cool with coatless Dante, great, make sure it happens. But if somebody wants to throw a little chaos in there, why don't we, you know, keep Dante with a coat on and try and see if we can get coatless more. Who knows? So that poll, like I said, will be closing shortly. So check that one out, and there's a few other ones too that you can check out, as well as the prizes. And remember, we are here for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. All your donations go directly to them via Tiltify, so you can hit !donate in chat, and that'll take you to the donate link. There's also links around the Twitch and YouTube channel as well, and you can check that out. That being said, more of this incredibly beautiful racing game with Victor Heat Rally with Viper.
Well, thank you very much. So I will be honest, this one is where the mind bending comes in. This is the race that the mind bend just happens with everybody. Because this is where, in my opinion, the speed definitely shows itself. Now, I'll be honest, I am going as quick as I can. You can make the car go much faster than this, but believe me, I've gone way too fast on this circuit before. And I know for a fact that it's like just crazy speeds, to be honest. But yeah, you can see here we've got these massive jumps. It's like a roller coaster track almost. Like, these are some big jumps. Really big jumps. See there, I'm getting pretty close to the wall, that's fine. We're not doing too bad actually so far. One thing's interestingly coming, well, one thing is coming to light that I am actually, despite how bad my driving was at the start, it does seem like I'm coming good in certain races at the moment, which is very interesting. Also, that is the end of Hyperbend. However, we do have a Joker, so here we go. Coastline Cruise. So, this Joker involves something called a boost race. So, how this one works is, you may remember we've seen this race twice already. This is the third time we're doing it now. So what we have to do is we have to charge our boost. You see when the white lines are on the screen? The white lines basically mean that we are boosting. That's what it means. And what we have to be doing is we have to be boosting when we get to these gates. If we're not boosting, we pass through the gate and it doesn't let us have it. So, like, one of the hardest races in the game is on, I think it's Temple Track. But the problem is, it's so narrow. So this is obviously not that narrow. It's quite wide, so it allows me to drift and everything like that. And it makes things so much easier. However, if you so desire, you don't have to do that. You can... There you go. You can easily just do that. But, like I said, this is much more wider, so it's not too bad. It's nice and easy. So, that is that one. We're going to move on to Moonshine Mile, which is a rally. Funnily enough, Moonshine Mile is a race that you encounter at the very end of the game as well. So, there is a final Joker on this Moonshine one. And the main reason I say that there's a Joker on it, and I'm mentioning this, is because of the fact that you may remember, like in Crash Bandicoot games, you have them levels towards the end of the game, like bonus levels, and you've got to avoid UFOs at night. Well, that's basically what this game tries to do, except with a twist. So basically what it is that you go through the Joker, and what you're able to do is you're able to, like, basically, if you get caught in one of their fields, their vision fields, like what's it called, like a tractor beam, because they all have tractor beams. If you get caught in their tractor beam, what happens is your car blows up and you lose time trying to, you know, get past them. But it gets worse because then after a bit they stop moving, and as in they stop just spawning statically. They start to move a little bit more, and it's like, oh boy, what happens next? You know, what will happen next? It gets pretty chaotic, and eventually you're trying to go from left to right. Throw in the fact that you're trying to get to the end with a certain amount of time on the on there, it's pretty chaotic. Also, I have missed a race, but this is fine. I can go back and get that one. Oh well. So I did actually miss one of my Jokers, so I'm going to be doing 2 Jokers back to back here, which will be interesting. So what I need to be doing is, basically my splits cover every race in this block, but I've unfortunately skipped a race, so I need to go back and do it, but it's fine anyhow. We'll be fine. Most of the races are easy. I mean, there is a drift one where you do need to get a certain amount of drift points, which we'll get. And obviously we need to do the Grand Prix for the Sidewinder Tour, And then once we've done that, we then fight off against Renzo, and time will be once I beat him. But we've got about 10 or 15 minutes before that happens yet, so plenty of time yet. But yeah, so some of the characters are a bit more difficult to beat than others on certain races. Now, again, I won't spoil too much, but I will say if you have a harder time at the end of the game, then don't be surprised, because I think everybody does. If you want a bit more variety, I'll just come out and say that. If you want some more variety when it comes to the game, rather than going through like 4 stages, then doing the Grand Prix, then the 4 stages, basically what the 90% is. Go ahead and just do the individual groups. Because like I said, they're shorter and faster. But also, if you do all Grand Prix, the all Grand Prix category is about 1 hour and 20. It's a bit longer, but it allows you to do all of the races just once. And the only finale is a case of, well, yeah, the only finale is that one, pretty much. Okay, so what I need to do here is I need to go there. There we go.
3, 2, 1.
So what I need to do in this one is you actually need to pass 10 cars. However, I also want to blow cars up as well, because if I blow cars up, you see there, it's shortening how much time I've got. Now, I still want to get a few cars, so I'm going to do that. So I can do that, do 9, 10, there we go, right, and now we just start blowing cars up. Because like I said, I'm after, like, with the amount of time that I've got, I'm after trying to shrink the amount of time that's on that timer. And by hitting the cars, I'm able to make this event faster. There we go. Like I said, I don't need to get gold in this. I only need to get bronze. So, there you go. And like I said, we've got one more Joker to go. So this is a drift one. And I am going to try and aim for gold if I can. So you can see here that we've got, we have cones there, and if I hit the cone, it cancels out my drift score, so whatever I'm doing cancels them out. So you can see there we've got a fair bit of between us there. So I'm at 2400, I've got 1 lap to go. There we go. So I'm at 4,310, I need 5,000. Pretty close. There we go. There we go. Nice. So with that, that is all of the races done, except we now have the Sidewinder Grand Prix, as I've mentioned, so we've got to do that, and then we have Renzo to be, and then we're done. So I will just mention as well, so Victory Heat Rally, there isn't really a plot for the game, but it's shot in the sense of like a TV show, and the host is called Sally McRaleigh, by the way, in case you were curious as to who the girl on the left was. So she doesn't actually drive in the game, but yeah, you see her like a fair few times, and you have a crew chief who is your tutorial. Now, you can obviously skip him when he shows up if you so desire, but yeah, that's something I've not mentioned up until now, and I think that's kind of crucial. Yeah, if we've got anything to talk about for the charity, next one we're raising money for, then definitely got a lot more time than you think, so go ahead if you wish.
Sure thing. Thanks, Viper. So no donations in, but that's always fine. Again, we do have the poll coming up. You can see it on screen right there. for a DMC3 for a spend speedruns run of Devil May Cry 3. So you can change the costume there of what you guys want to see Dante wearing. I have a feeling Codeless is going to win, and that's just gonna be how it is. But we do have some cool prizes up for grabs. Like I said earlier, the Pokemon card bundle, there is the 14-inch Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow, and he's holding his beloved onion ring. So you could potentially win that. There's also the Chester Bennington painting, one-of-a-kind painting of Chester Bennington by fine artist and tattoo artist Beck Beware. She created this piece specifically for this event and comes with a certificate of authenticity. You can find more of her work at beckbeware.com or follow her Instagram and TikTok as well at beck.beware. That you could potentially win with a minimum $10 donation, because no matter what, like, the spirit of Breaking the Habit will always be in honor of Chester, so he's very close to a lot of us who started this event and everything, and it'll always have a piece of him involved in this event, but it obviously has grown so much more than that, so we wanted to have a really cool piece still to honor Chester. And then there's also the Devil May Cry figures that you can win. They were released in May of 2003. Now I have that information. So those are really cool vintage Devil May Cry figures of Trish and Dante. And yeah, I think that covers it now. Try to get your donations in if you want Dante to be in a different outfit. If you're cool with Codeless, then let's just keep it Codeless. But that poll will be ending when Victory Heat Rally ends, because then we're setting up for DMC3. So look forward to that, and take it away, Viper.
No problem, thank you very much. Funnily enough, so Spence Speedruns, who's doing his Dante run next, he's also from Manchester. He's not far from me. I don't mean like he lives like down the road, but like we live in the same city. We're probably about 10 miles away from one another, but yeah. We've met up a couple of times, that's quite nice to know. I haven't seen him for a bit, to be fair, but nice to know he's still doing well. But yeah, there are plenty of races in here. There is a couple of things as well, but again, just a few minor things. But if you're into stuff like Initial D, or Density D, I suppose, that's a bit of a spoof, but you know, Initial D style game, then funnily enough, there is a stage or two dedicated to that sort of, I'm not going to call it environment, but that sort of theme is what I mean. The music even sounds like it's probably going to be that it could probably have come from like an Initial D style game. They really did try and like appease everything with this game, which is really, really good. So yeah, definitely worth giving a try, as I mentioned. Just going to give a few final shouts because I know I haven't got too long left during this run. So just want to give a massive shout out to my community for being as awesome as they are and being very supportive. I know this year's been a bit of a difficult year for me, in more ways than one, and that they've stuck with me and everything like that. And despite the fact I don't stream as much, they've been amazing to stick with me. The Victory Heat Rally Discord, of course, for being a great bunch of people, and you can find their Discord on SRC if you wish to do so. And then last but not least, obviously my family, more specifically my partner. She is sat next door, she can't hear me. But yeah, Broken Hyperlink, she's always stuck by me through thick and thin over the last year, 2 years. So yeah, it's been absolutely amazing, and yeah, been awesome. I love her. She's great. But either way, moving on a little bit though, we've got, like I said, this final race for the Grand Prix, and then we've got to deal with Renzo. So again, nothing too scary to worry about. There's no races that I don't think I can't win here. I just need to make sure I go a bit quicker in this race. That would help. So obviously I can complete things a bit faster. I will be honest though, if you're on tech and you're doing time, time will be coming up a lot sooner than you think. I do think the estimate I put was a bit too high, but I think I could probably lower the estimate next time. So for record, my PB is a 51.49. I got a 52.05 or something in practice yesterday. So yeah, we'll see how the ending to this one goes. I don't think it'll be a PB, but you never know. I mean, it doesn't look like it, to be honest. It might be like an early 52, to be honest. I don't know. We'll see how things go. I have had a few bad races, so I have slowed myself down a little bit. But hey, there's nothing I can really do about that. The game just does that, and yeah, it's just all about optimizing your movement, I think, and getting past the AI and not destroying them. So yeah, it's near the end here. So I'll quickly get through the end. It's rid of the Grand Prix. Done and dusted. So I've just got Renzo to deal with. So all I need to do now is go after Renzo. And there we go. So time is going to be when I win. So yeah, just keep your eye on the timer for when that red bar disappears. Also, funnily enough, this is the race that, in case it didn't look familiar, it does now, it probably will. The one that I was destroying the cars on before, that's this one. And time. I'm delighted to say, as well, that was a PB.
Oh, heck yeah!
51.45. Well, it makes it a record, actually. But yeah,
No, it doesn't.
51.45. 4 seconds I beat my PB by exactly 4 seconds.
Heck yeah, congratulations!
So, woo! There is more to this game. As I said, there are 12 different characters that you can unlock. You've seen one of the main ones, Lucy, but there are 11 other characters that you can play from. The main 3 that you can choose at the start are Chrissy, Clyde, and Lana. Feel free to pick whichever you wish to do so. Personally, I would pick Chrissy. She's the easiest to get into, and you know, play the game through. She can be quick when she wants to be. Obviously, the characters do get quicker as you go through. You see here we've got more speed and everything like that. So yeah, would highly recommend trying out all these different cars and seeing who you like the best. But that's going to be it from me. I'm going to quickly put this back into the game. So you can see here there are other groups as well. There's Group X, Group Z, and then Rally Mania, which are their own GPs. We do have an arcade Grand Prix, so you can do like an arcade style Grand Prix thing, which is really cool. You have your versus one there, where you can challenge your friends in a head-to-head, which is really fun. Also, you got Time Attack as well. But yeah, that is it for Victory Heat Rally. I'm going to let the game talk. There you go. I'm going to let the game show itself off in all its glory. But yeah, if you wish to give this game a try, feel free to pick it up. If it's ever on a sale, definitely pick it up. In terms of like price-wise, it's fairly cheap as well, so definitely give it a try. Like I said, for the categories, if you want more variety, definitely go for the All Grand Prix category. You have to beat the game first, unfortunately, but the All Grand Prix category is pretty good. If you want to do the individual groups, definitely try this one. I've done all races, so I've showed you everything for the group, but you can just do like all the main races in the Grand Prix, which is a much shorter category. I think it's around half the distance, maybe like 30-40 minutes. So you can save yourself some time if you want to do that one. And yeah, if you want to be an absolute mad lad, go for the any percent category, which is about 2.5 hours, maybe 2 and a bit more than that. Or if you want to be like the completionist person, you can try 100%. 100% does involve unlocking every single paint job for every character, and that involves winning 16 races over the character. And bear in mind, in the entire game, if you were just to do the actual races, it's like I think you'd be lucky to get 3 characters paint jobs unlocked, let alone 12. So there's a lot of, you know, grinding to do if you did 100%. I should know it took me 5 hours. Or 4 hours or whatever it was. It was bonkers, to be honest. But yeah, I'm going to wrap that up here. If you want to find me on Twitch, I'm over at Viper Races. I do stream every now and again. At the moment, it's a bit tricky because circumstances and everything. But also a case of I do racing games like this one, but I also do shoot 'em ups and things like that. You can find me usually at a lot of online events. If not online, then in-person events. And yeah, that's all I've got to say. And just want to say, oh yeah, obviously, of course, the final thing, of course, thank you for Breaking the Habit event marathon team for allowing this run to be in and for allowing myself back. Really appreciate it. So thanks very much, and back to the host.
Thank you, Viper. That was awesome. Thank you for all the information about the game. The game looks awesome. So yeah, definitely everyone check that out. Everyone sit tight. We're going to take another break. And when we get back, we're going to get into one of the 3 Devil May Cry runs we have over this weekend. It's going to be awesome. We're starting out with Devil May Cry 2 with, Devil May Cry 3 with spend speed runs, and then afterwards we'll have DMC 4, and then we will have DMC 1 at some point tomorrow as well. So sit tight, hang out, play some videos, play some music as we get set up with some Devil May Cry. Thank you all so much. Thank you to Viper, and we'll see you guys in just a short moment.
All right, everyone, welcome. We are here at the Breaking the Habit 2025 Charity Marathon benefiting the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I am here at the Video Game Trading Post located in Pensacola, Florida. We sell video games here, cards and posts. We tried to get Jeff Keighley involved. Unfortunately, he never answered my calls. So I am joined by my lovely coworkers. This is Mario, this is Chris, and I am Jenna. I'm going to go over a little bit of how to enter the raffle and the donations. And then we'll go over and look at the prizes and see what we have on offer. Most of the prizes, all of the prizes, is a minimum $10 donation. You can enter as many times as you want for whichever prize category you'd like. And for the final kind of grand prize, it's a $100 donation. It can be either in once or over the course of the event. It can be during any block, it doesn't matter. And then as we go over the prizes, we'll kind of cover that again to make sure it makes enough sense. But we're gonna go ahead and start checking out some of the prizes. We have some handy team members here that would love to pass the prizes over. Okay, all right.
Where's my hand? There we go.
There we go. All right. Chris and I are going to present one of our first ones. This is the Devil May Cry collectible figure set. You got the devil, and he's crying, and his girlfriend, and this guy. They're pretty cool. They're pretty based because Devil May Cry is pretty cool. These ones will be minimum $10 donation, and like I said, you can enter as many times as you like. I think they're old. They're like retro. But that's cool because we're a retro game store in Pensacola, Florida. Anyways, pass those back, please. Next prize. There we go. All right, Mario, present your prize. Here you got.
It's the Blue Hedgehog.
That is what that is.
It is the Sonic Squishmallow holding his glorious donut.
Yes. We all love donuts. Again, minimum $10 donation to get that beautiful Sonic. He was sent away, but it's okay. No, I'm kidding. All right. We got Sonic. We got Devil May Cry. Let him cry. Next. This is from our good friends over at Magic Card Shop. They have generously donated these 2 items. As a prize, we have our Solar Tempest trainer box. And then this guy, very nice, we have our Glaceon EX Special Art Rare. And it's a grade 10. It's beautiful. It's graded. Now, I would like to extend an offer. If anyone wins this one, and they're not really into Pokemon cards, I would be happy to take it and film myself eating it on camera for everyone. So keep it in mind, and I'm dead serious. Again, $10 minimum donation, enter as many times as you'd like. All right, what's our next one? I want to present that one. All right, this one is my favorite. This one was a painting custom done by our good friend Beck Beware. It is a beautiful portrait of Chester. She did a phenomenal job, and she did it just for this event, and we're really thankful for everything she's done to help out. I'm sorry, this one's my favorite. But if you want to enter this one, just again, $10 minimum prize, and you can enter as many times as you want to try and win it. But yes, we've got that one. And then I think we have our grand finale. And we'll have Chris.
A Nintendo Switch 2. So as long as you donate $100 or through the course event up to $100, you'll be entered to win a Nintendo Switch 2 with Mario Kart World come with it and Pokemon Legends Z through 8. And just check us out at Video Game Trading Post and come on up and donate. We'll be here always.
Forever.
We'll
never leave. We'll never leave. Yes, these ones were provided by us here at the Video Game Trading Post. Well, not the employees, but you know, the people who own the store. What else is there to go over? I'm going to run over the prizes one more time, and just every single one, you can enter to win them as many times as you like. It's a minimum $10 donation. And like Chris said with this one, it's up to $100 can be donated throughout the course of the stream. The stream, like a stream. All right. One more. Thank you.
Don't forget the pickle.
Well, okay, yes, there is a pickle. It's a long story. But, alrighty, y'all. Thank you for bearing with us. I know I giggled and laughed a lot. I'm not used to being on camera, but I was really excited to present this for everyone today. I'm really excited for everyone to be here and to donate. And this cause is really meaningful for a lot of people. And putting it on and being able to raise money for it is just really important. So donate whatever you can. Minimum $10 for the prizes, but if you just want to donate whatever you can, that would be lovely. And definitely check us out.
I was diagnosed bipolar depressive about 12 years ago. Essentially, if your mood goes from 0 to 10, 10 being super manic and 0 being super depressed, I was kind of just doing this, which is not healthy. So I'm on a number of medications, which I highly recommend. It kind of makes me more balanced, and it's great. It's a struggle often. It's making sure I get enough sleep. It's making sure that I eat right. It's making sure that I work out and all of these things that I need to do to take care of myself normally. But all of these things really impact my mental health. And being depressed is just not a place that I want to be. It's not anything I wish for anybody. When I was 12 years old, my dad committed suicide. He was bipolar, much like I am. It's a hereditary disease. He didn't take medication seriously, and he went off of it. And unfortunately, he lost his battle. And I think part of that really kind of made it clear to me that how important it is to take care of yourself. Because if you don't, the worst thing can happen. I've done a lot of cool things in my life that my dad never got to see. And I would have really loved that. Get help. If you need help, get help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. Life is hard, and all of us go through struggles. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to ask for help.
I grew up in a household where being told that boys and men aren't supposed to cry and seeking some type of outside help meant that you're crazy. I've had some trauma in my life, being shot, losing my brother, losing my mother about a year ago, and losing my grandparents. So me, I seek outside help because me personally, if I keep things bundled in, I'm gonna explode. And I'm a 6'2", 270-pound man, and I do cry. And I have 2 males that I'm raising, and I do let them know that it is okay to cry. Yeah, it's just for me. I need that person, someone outside to give me guidance, to let me know that it is okay, that I'm worth something, and if I can speak on my personal experiences to even help one person, this big muscular guy that's an athlete, he cries, well, it's okay for me to cry. So for anyone watching this, it does get better. I can testify to that. Just keep pushing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the stream. My name is DJ Clark21. You can call me David if you want. DJ, whatever. It's all good. This is the Breaking the Habit charity stream marathon. We are well into the day already. We're doing great. We've got a good amount raised so far, but this segment is my only segment today. It makes me sad, but we're going to raise a lot of money here in this segment, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. We're going to be playing Devil May Cry 3. And I believe we have an incentive in there as well, or there's a poll for it. So we'll get all of these guys explained to you. But joining me, running the game today is Spence Speedruns. And I'll let him introduce his commentary team.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Spence Speedruns. I'm here with the homies Ish.
Hello.
Is that it? That all you got?
Yeah, there. Hey guys, I'm Ish. I go by Speedy-ish on Twitch.
Andre as well, you good?
Oh, yep, hello. My name is Andre. I also run Devil May Cry 3, 4, and Reboot, along with these fine gentlemen here.
My name's Spence Speedruns, as I was introduced before. I run 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Not so much 5 these days. And a bunch of other games as well. For those who don't know, this is Devil May Cry 3. Which is technically the first Devil May Cry game chronologically. It goes 3, 1, 4, 2, 5. Don't ask, because even the developers don't know either. The category we are running today is called Cake. Cake stands for collect all, kill everything. but you can call this the 100% run. So we'll be collecting every single blue orb fragment, completing every single secret mission, every single combat adjudicator, and finishing the game, hopefully in less than 2 hours. Now, we said that there was a costume incentive previously. If someone can let me know what the results of that was, please.
It looks
I think we were
like
looking
was
at it, boy.
shirtless.
Yeah.
Shirtless default?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we are going to be playing on normal difficulty. We're going to be using the Royal Guard style for a lot of this. Ish and Andre, you are my eyes and ears for a lot of this commentary. If you've played this game before, you know how hard this can be. Thankfully,
Glad you're
HD
back.
Collection is a lot more balanced than the original game was. So we're going to do a countdown. Ish, Andre, you guys ready?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, cool. As soon as I hit normal mode, we'll be going. Well, I'll do a 3, 2, 1, and then we're going to hit it. Okay, so in 3, 2, 1, Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry. Good luck, Dan. Mr. Spence.
Thank you.
All right. The Royal Guard would be the primary style for this run. He's going to open up. And he gets the first release. He's just going to camp over here. Line up in this next wave. And he misses with a silver release. He's going to do a classic 1-2-1-3 combo using Royal Guard because for the most part, there's a huge recovery frame for these swings, so we use Royal Guard to cancel that, which gives us a lot more DPS, and yeah. There's plenty of uses for Royal Guard, not just damage output, and but also to cancel out a lot of long recovery animations. Also, this guy's misbehaving. And now we're on to our last wave. Oh, and he gets it. Oh.
Yeah, so as Ish was saying,
Nice
the Royal
block.
Guard style, every single animation in this game can be cancelled with a block. Unfortunately, we've got the A rank there. We wanted the S.
Yeah.
That's just going to make us a little bit slower in mission 3, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, like a lot of Devil May Cry games, you want to get no damage because it'll give you'll get more reward with orbs, which is the primary currency for this game. You buy items, you buy moves, which will how depending on how good they are, yeah, you'll deal a lot of DPS. Also, yeah, that guy does not want to cooperate.
Another thing is the style rank
Oh.
you'll see right below the orbs. Spence is going to want that to be at the highest, which is SSS, to get the most orb output from each one of these enemies.
You get the most drops from those red guys. They're called lusts. They're pretty finicky. Oh, nice. Block the explosion from the wrath. Okay, this is definitely S rank. Don't make a liar out of me now. Nice. All right, so for the most part, his money route safe. Although that'll depend how well mission 3 goes. So this here is a boss fight. Although this one's a mini boss, but lore wise, this is a boss fight. All these vanguards, they are mean. They're intimidating, but they're not that hard. And that is mission 2. Mission 2 is just a crowd control haven. Even at the highest level, they have a whole lot of trouble saving time there. So yeah, that was a good one. And here we got our first move, Stinger, which if he gotten the first 2 damages, we would have been sailing smoothly. And that's Stinger 1. We don't get a lot of distance from that, but it'd still help with clearing out these enemies. And we pick up our shotgun, and then the shotgun will showcase another use for Royal Guard. Nice, blocking out these slots. Just gonna line them up, wait for that
We're gonna
what
see
he was
shotgun
trying to do is,
canceling here. It's where you
What he was
shoot
trying-
and press the Royal Guard at the same time to cancel the animation, so the shotgun can shoot at least 90% faster than what it is just shooting the shotgun normally.
You don't want to do it fast. You want to do it at a certain rhythm, so you get a consistent timing, and you'll deal definite amounts of damage. See, there we go. Yeah, when you're for a non-speedrun, you think, yeah, is Royal Guard really fast? But yeah, the amount of utilities you could do with Royal Guard is just gnarly.
Yeah, I didn't
Here we're gonna-
realize the capability of Royal Guard until I started speedrunning the game. I was a Swordmaster main for so long.
So, we all were either Swordmaster or Trickster, which is fine. They're good abilities, especially when you max them out.
Here we have our first secret mission, which is just a combat room where you want to eliminate all the enemies as fast as you can before that timer goes down.
Yeah.
And Spence will be collecting what is known as blue orb fragments, which is the health bar in this game. So you need 4 orbs to get 1, or 4 fragments to get 1 orb, which will increase your health bar by 1 bar.
But yeah, to be clear, for this category, we don't really gotta buy anything, right?
That's right, yeah. We don't.
So
The only thing we get is sticker.
Yeah, collecting all doesn't necessarily mean we gotta buy everything. Also here, he's gonna go into the first educator, which red means it's rebellion. You gotta hit this a certain amount of times. He's gotta raise it on a certain style rank to break it. And there we go. He bought Stinger 2. So yeah, when you miss the first, any of the missions you missed the S rank, and you buy the Stinger there. Also here we are
Stinger's
on
gonna be
our first boss fight.
This is Cerberus. Cerberus has 3 heads, and he's an ice enemy. You just get rid of the ice so you can start wailing on the boss.
He's everyone's first and last playthrough. Because apparently we are running on a special edition, which means the copy of the game is derived from the Japanese version of the vanilla of the game. Because in the North American version of the vanilla version, apparently it's so here's the thing: easy mode is pretty much normal mode. Normal mode is hard mode. Hard mode, God, don't get me started on Dante was.
Yeah, so when DMC2 came out, the major complaint was that it was way too easy. So when they did DMC3, like the guys say, they basically swapped all the difficulties around. Normal was hard, easy was normal, etc. And because it starts you on normal mode, you're technically starting on hard mode. So.
Yeah. If only somebody told us that. we gotta thank that guy that said it was too easy. And also, they got a little cool free ride there. So here, these are enigmas. Your friendly neighborhood enigmas. They're as annoying as heck.
Enigmas are annoying, but we will see in a later mission a cool skip that will be done with it.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. No. We will see it. He's gonna get a first try.
And for this round,
You guys mind if I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, you got a second there.
Read some information real quickly, and then I'll get it back to you right away. We do have a lot of prizes we're giving away during this weekend, including 2 Devil May Cry figures, Dante and Trish. These are vintage figures from Devil May Cry 1, released in May of 2003. Just a $10 donation gets you entered in for that prize, and well worth $10. Come on now. A one-of-a-kind painting of Chester Bennington by fine artist and tattoo artist Beck Beware. She created the piece specifically for this event and comes with a certificates of authenticity. I can speak. You can find more of her work at beckbeware.com. and her Instagram and TikTok at beck.beware. $10 for that as well.
Ooh.
Some Pokemon card bundles. A bundle of Pokemon TCG Silver Tempest Elite Trainer Box and a graded PSA 10 Japanese Glaceon. Is that how you say that? I'm not up on my Pokemon glossary. Glaceon EX Special Art Rare from Terrestrial Festival. This was provided by the great team at Magikarp Collectibles. Another $15 donation to get to that. Everybody's favorite Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow. A 14-inch Squishmallow of Sonic holding his beloved ring. $10 gets you in for that. And the big one, the granddaddy, Switch 2 bundle, including a Switch 2 console, digital copy of Mario Kart World, and a physical copy of Pokemon Legends Z to A for the Switch 2, of course. This was provided by the lovely and incredible staff and owners of Video Game Trading Post in Pensacola, Florida. $100 donation or $100 donated over the course of the entire event gets you entered in for that as well. We've got bid wars and polls going on, and just exclamation donate in the Twitch chat if you want to figure out how to donate very easily. You can get yourself in for some of those or just to give to a great cause, and I'll give it right back to you guys.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
This next boss is called Gigapede. He's pretty much just gonna fly around the whole time and be as annoying as possible for Spencer here. We are hoping for the quick kill right here, which he's gonna release on his head and his buttock of Gigapede to give you a lot of damage.
So you see him go around that circle, right? He basically lined up his tail and his head with what you call a silver release. So is it that little green orb at the upper left-hand corner? Basically, whenever you successfully parry a hit, that thing lines up. It means you filled up your rage meter. So whenever you have your rage meter filled, you can deal a damage with a silver release and deal a humongous amount of damage with a gold release, like probably 10 more times. Also, another thing we didn't get to talk about is we got a new weapon from our friendly neighborhood Cerberus, which is nunchucks. And so you see Spence do a lot of swinging and then switch between Rebellion and Cerberus. It's called switch canceling. You just you cancel out the end of a swing by switching to another weapon and such, and you do it the same for Cerberus. Those were the blood goals. Shoot him and then swing. Also, here's Chester. Fun fact: this was optional. I believe it was optional back in vanilla version, and for the special edition, for the very reason, this fight has to be mandatory. But for the rest of the game, it has to be you can skip those. Yeah. But since this is cake, we gotta do everything. I don't think you mentioned it, Spence. You did.
Oh,
okay.
what cake actually entails? So yeah, it's the 100% run. So there's 3 Jester fights. The first one is mandatory, and then the second 2 are optional. But because we're doing literally 100%, we have to do all 3 Jester fights, including all of the boss rush on mission 18 as well.
Oh yeah, we'll get into the boss rush later, but for now, let's breeze through here.
Just not fall off like I did in practice either, eh?
Oh, we've all done that. Good lord.
Can never get that jump, man. That jump haunts me to this day.
Yeah, me too. So basically, you could for some reason you could steer Dante for a short period of time when falling. For example, he jumped off of the ledge. He could move him a bit in midair, then he'll land on one of those ledges again, like a level below him. But that's, you got to be at a specific angle to do that. And the fact that it is you do get a short period to move him around. Okay, we got the keep forgetting the key names. So much like DMC1, because DMC1, I don't know if you know, is a Resident Evil game. So you go into a mysterious place, you get it, you run to a locked door, You gotta find the key. But the door getting that key is locked, so you gotta get another key to get another key. A good old Resident Evil key. Things like that. But as the series goes on now, we do kind of steer away from the Resident Evil mania and whatnot. Yeah. This is from the mind of Mr. Kamiya, who made Bayonetta and Resident Evil 2 in '98. So I believe this is called the Silver Steel, Soul Steel. So earlier we walked on a walkway over there and it fell. Now we have that key in possession. We are able to float midair to cross this pathway. And he just broke his second agitator with Cerberus. And on to secret mission 2.
This mission is where you... Yeah, I got it. This is where we are going to fight 4 Enigmas. But the issue is if you get hit, you would have to restart this secret mission, which is really annoying for a new player in this. But since this is a speed run, we know the exact strat, just to run at them and wail on them, which makes it look like a joke.
You still got to be careful of that. And got to do a specific angle.
Yeah, the 2 Enigmas at the back are the only ones that will actually fire at you. The other 2 kind of just chill. So by staggering into both of them, you'll interrupt their attack pattern, and the game kind of goes, I don't know what to do now. I'm coded to hit you straight away. So you can basically stop yourself from ever getting hit at all from them.
And here we just level up our Royal Guard. So now Mr. Spence, instead of he can do releases off the ground called air release. He can do silver releases midair. He can do gold release midair. Also, here we have a lovely RE4 elevator. So basically, he has to eliminate a groups of 4 guys, a groups of pride, before the next group comes down. Otherwise, it'll all come crashing down. Also, you got to be careful not to fall down. Also, we have here is Agni Rudra. So basically, we're just gonna wail on them with shotgun cancel. So the strategy is they're gonna come at us, and we're gonna parry them with a bit of a whiff of silver release or bronze release. And they're that sensitive. They're easy allergic, and then we just wail on them. And that's it.
The easiest way for this fight is you want to keep them in the same menu. So while you're attacking one, you got to make the other one attack you so you can release them so they keep on getting into their down state. So they don't run away from you, because that's what they like to do a lot.
Okay. I think they're done.
That was a little scary at the end.
No, don't do that to me.
There you go.
There we go. Easy fight. And that is mission 5.
With that mission completed, I got a couple donations for you if you want.
Yeah, mission 6. There's not a whole lot going on, so perfect.
All right, we got a $20 donation from Anonymous. So thank you, Anonymous. We've got a $15 donation from our tattoo artist, Beck Beware. We are super proud of everything you are doing for this awesome cause. Keep being incredible. Love, Beck, Zoe, and Joey. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the donation of the painting, the drawing. And then finally, an anonymous tip of $130.
Ooh.
Big time. Thank you.
Mamma mia.
Thank you for donating to a wonderful cause. And thank you, everybody, for every donation you put forward is just one step closer to something, just more awareness, more help. And pun was intended there. Yeah, thank you so much for every donation you guys give, and please continue as the weekend rolls on. Back to you guys.
All right. So this mission is it's more of a puzzle than anything else. There's no mandatory fights. There's no bosses. It's literally the first one we go through is like a little spike arena, which you would have seen that a minute ago, and then I don't really know how the solution to the other room came about. We just kind of know, and that's it. Apparently, it's to do with some book or some transcript or something somewhere. But honestly, I couldn't tell you where. We just know it's 4, 3, 2, and then 1. I think if I'm not on the top of my head, I know it by direction rather than anything else.
Yeah, I don't remember the numbers. I just know where to go. And here we have, at the end of 6, we're going to start mission 7, which we're going to be introduced to Dante's twin brother, Virgil, which will be the boss for this mission.
So this is Timmy Negru. Basically, it's a tower / tunnel which connects the human world to the demon world. So basically, Virgil, with the help of a man called Arkham was it? Keep forgetting. I didn't really care much for that man. So they want to open up the world that Sparta once closed, and Dante's gotta get on top to stop him. The good old Betty twin brother. And this is SM3, right? Basically, you gotta stay up in the air. Oh,
let's try. Never happens.
Beautiful.
Whoa!
This secret mission is usually a long one if you don't get it right away, because it's all RNG most of the time if the enemies want to jump up or just stay on the ground and be annoying.
Yeah, there is a way of doing that. Waifu, Shark Waifu, top tier DMC speedrunner, found that if you kill all but one of them, you can kind of lead him so he just he walks around in a circle, and you can consistently jump off his back, and that's how you can keep in the air. I'm crap, so we went to try and find an easier way of doing this. The easiest way I've ever found is to use the Swordmaster style, because you've got a lot of mid-air combos from that. And you can use that to stay up in the air. But we also found that by shooting your guns as well in midair, you can carry on, kind of stay up there. And this is the worst blue orb fragment ever. I'm going to concentrate for a second. There we go.
You can do it together. Yeah, if only you have enough devil trigger for that. There we go. Worst blue orb in the game.
And now we're going to be introduced to something called jump cancelling. So, gentlemen.
Right. Take this history, you got it.
You got it. Got it.
Jump canceling is any animation in this game could be canceled when you jump on an enemy. Agni and Rudra has the highest DPS for jump canceling. When you just jump and press the Y attack, it does a double air slash. And Spence is going to combo that into jump canceling to get the highest DPS to get rid of.
Beautiful.
I kind of forgot the enemies or what they're called.
Greeds. These are greeds.
The greeds will, as you can see, they will spawn other enemies, weaker ones. And if you don't kill them fast enough, it just gets the fight gets it longer and longer. But luckily,
so for this room,
Ben's got it perfectly.
Yeah, you got it perfect. For that room, it only spawns prides, which is the lower tier of enemies. Don't get me started on the next room. You're about to find out. Here's another rebellion agitator. So the key with earning style points is like you gotta deal a certain amount of damage. You gotta do it with a variety of moves, and also you cannot get hit at any time. And so that's pretty much the key for breaking these agitators. It gets difficult as you go on.
Yeah, you need to get like triple S with weapons like Nevin and Beowulf, and because we don't buy extra moves, or we don't use things like Swordmaster, we're very limited in the combos we can use to get that style ranking up. So you will see a lot of the same combos, unfortunately. No combo mads around here.
Yeah, style players would have pulverized that.
Real quick, guys, just want to mention we have one nearing expiration for a bid war. The alternate costume for the Devil May Cry 4. We got just under 17 minutes left for that one. Need a little bit of help there to get that alternate costume activated. So we got about 16 minutes to reach $100 goal for that as well. We got a bunch more for tomorrow. Make the Golem Dance in Haunting Grounds. Got over a day for that one, and then the secret ending in Manifold Garden. We got 9 hours for, so plenty of time. But we do have that Devil May Cry 4 one expiring soon, so get your donations in to count for that alternate costume. Thanks, guys.
I don't remember.
No worries. Ish, what's
More
your
like-
favorite costume out the entire series?
Oh, for Devil May Cry 3, of course, it's a DMC1 costume, but without the coat.
Yeah. The old beta DMC one.
Oh yeah, is that what it was?
That's like the original costume before they changed it. Back when it was still, if you didn't know, Resident Evil 4.
When he was
Did we mention
when
that
he was
Devil
still
May Cry
Leon?
1 was going to be Resident Evil 4?
No! Wait a minute, I did bring that up. Yeah, for a bit, because we were talking about finding a Resident Evil item to unlock a Resident Evil door that gets you to a Resident Evil item, blah, blah, blah. So, like I said earlier, we first encountered this Vanguard back in Mission 2 as a boss fight, but in reality, it's just a mini boss. Because, as per the lore, Dante just progressively gets stronger and stronger as he gets atop of that tower high. And also, the more weapons he gains, he gets stronger as well. And now, lovely. So that's a little bit of a meme there where so he's canceling the recovery animation for the Stinger with Royal Guard. So he ended up interacting with that divinity statue there. Also, here we are, Virgil. So looks like he's gonna keep Virgil stun lock for like 13 hits, and then wail on him with some shotgun cancel just to manipulate a hit out of him. There we go. When he gets him down to a certain amount of health, he's gonna do a royal release. You want to keep him here because he could, around this phase, he can just run away, lose you a lot of time. Beautiful. That's mission 7.
Here after in the mission, the cutscene of the transition to mission 8, we unlock something called Devil Trigger. Devil Trigger will make your pretty much increase your DPS by twice and make your health regen. So Spence is gonna buy purple orbs so he can increase his Devil Trigger length for future missions and for pretty much the entire run, just so he can increase your damage output.
And he's gonna run faster. Little did you know, he did lose that fight, and he got impaled, and he woke up to his Devil Trigger. Oh, why do we have Trickster again?
For
fill me on the
secret
cake.
mission.
Oh, for the secret mission. Okay, you do need that. Oh, you do. That's right.
You don't need it, but it's a lot easier.
All right. So yeah, like I said, Virgil did get away.
Oh my god.
In case you're wondering why we're inside here, so yeah, Virgil did get away. Dante tries to chase him down. Instead, he gets swallowed by a big beast called Leviathan. It's a whale / demon / flying thing. He got swallowed, so we gotta play with his organs to get us out. My least favorite platform right here. We gotta break these good old bulbs thingy to open that little gate there. Looks a bit sus. Good old switch canceling to get more extra orbs so he can afford more moves later in the run. More holy waters and such.
Okay, we got it there. Here we have Secret Mission 4, which on Mission 5, we climbed the elevator to get the Agni and Rudra, but we're doing this to get a blue orb fragment. But this time, the enemies have Devil Trigger activated, and it's a lot harder to push them off the platform. So what Spence is going to do, he equipped the Trickster style so he can wall run up the wall or with little pillars here to despawn the enemies to make it a lot easier.
I love the strategy so much. I think it's so good.
Oh, I love me some
Bye.
RE4 elevators.
And if we get lucky, yes, we love the little wall run. Because he jumps off at the end of a wall run, you can actually hit the blue orb fragment there. and pick it up before the elevator actually gets there. We'll
The
take
good
that.
old DMC2 wall run.
I'm just going to switch back to Royal Guard because no one likes Trickster. What do we need Trickster for? Apart from that secret mission I've just done.
It's slow. Yeah, hurts my eye. See you cancel figure with Trickster.
Honestly, do you guys want to explain elemental differences with the default costume as well?
Oh, Andresh. I never knew there were such elemental differences. Or are you talking about the Devil Trigger?
Devil Trigger, yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, the Devil Trigger. Oh.
To be honest, Ish, you got that. I have no idea about that. I just heard about it right now.
As far as elemental, not really, but I do know each weapon has its own Devil Trigger model, which is insane. I know. Yeah.
But I think I understand.
It's kind of like
each enemy has their own elemental weakness, like what we're gonna see on mission 9. The enemies there, the spiders, that's what I call them, are weak to fire, which is why we use Agony Rudra to do the most amount of damage with them.
Yeah, either you could switch cancel them or good old jump cancel, but they have a wonky hitbox, so it won't be fun. Also, as to what we're doing here in the retina room, your guess is as good as ours. So we just get rid of them and hope we get to the key as fast as we could. Oh, here's another Cerberus Agitator. Give us more health, more power. No, get more health. It looks kind of banged up right now from all those hits. Oh, he didn't get up. Not yet.
Another thing to note as well with the Devil Trigger, the elemental side of things, is that each Devil Arm has its own unique ability. For example, if you have Cerberus equipped in your Devil Trigger, you run 1.2 times faster. If you've got Rebellion on, you can hold the lock-on button and jump, and you can fly.
Oh,
well, you can kind of float. It's not really flying, and there's other
float.
little nuances to that as well.
And not for long too.
We got a big donation in. If you guys are up for it,
we're ready.
Go ahead.
We got a $150 donation from Kuno. Hi, I'm Kuno. I dream of cheese. I run Dog and Girl Castle game. Hi, Spencer. You're cool. Hope you have a good run. Fortnite 6-7 Rizzler. Bye. Well, thank you, Kuno. That was amazing. Thank you so much for that donation.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful textbook Banhart.
Almost. Here we're fighting the organs of the Leviathan. The left one relies on red orbs, and the blue one relies on Devil Trigger. So what Spencer's going to do is take one of them down to open up the core, which is the main, like pretty much the heart of the Leviathan, which after defeated, the creature dies.
Oh yeah, another thing we didn't talk about is one unique feature about this Devil Trigger in this particular game is called Devil Trigger Explosion. So if you hold on to the input, whether I think it's left bumper, if you hold it long enough and you see those yellow orbs thingy to the left, to the right side, to the right of the first three, if those glow red means and you let them go, Dante would go into Devil Trigger and it'll do an explosion which will cause amount of damage. I don't know. I never bothered to ask whether the more stocks you do, the more damage you do, or rather it's either you get more AoE out of it. I don't know if it's the same AoE, you just deal more damage. Am I right? Is it just more damage or just more AoE?
It's both.
It's both, okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, good.
The DMC4 costume was met, so we're going to use the alternate costume.
Good lord, somebody snuck that in. All right, guess I'm gonna have to make good with the estimate.
With Kuno's donation, we hit that one.
Well, thank
So
you.
again, thank
Kuno.
you, Kuno, and I hope I said all of those young person slang things correctly.
Young person.
I didn't have a clue. I'm not gonna lie.
The 6'7" thing I
didn't
didn't
get it either.
understand whatsoever.
All right. Well, yeah, with that being said, since the donation's been met, I gotta get ready. Andresh, I'm gonna leave it to you, buddy. Dan, good luck. Also, are you going for the
Gonna try.
Oh, he almost had it. Okay. Anyway, yeah, guys, enjoy the run. I will see y'all for DMC4. You guys have this.
So what we
excuse
see here is Spencer's gonna try to do a gold release. A gold release on a slope in a normal speed run, it just sends you far away. So pretty much you will zip across the map, which on mission 4, if we were not to be cake, you would have seen what's known as a giga zip, which pretty much just skits the Gigapede boss fight, which we fought on 4. But we didn't get it here, so we won't see it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's really precise, and those Enigma enemies that we spoke about before will hit you when you really don't want them to hit you. When you do want them to hit you, they don't hit you. So we can't really. It's definitely just up to RNG.
Yes, pretty much, because you have to be on the right slope and everything. It's all mathematics, but we're not that smart to learn all that.
Someone put physics in my action game.
So we're just here collecting, like any Resident Evil game, we're collecting an item and we're using that item to go to this place. So that's pretty much what mission 9 is.
Yeah.
Literally any mission. What we're gonna see here is a gold release. Spencer's gonna try to gold release on the door hand that comes out, so we can hit all 3 of the enemies to instantly eliminate all of them. But even with it, you're still gonna farm a rage on your royal guard to do the max amount of damage, which even if you don't get it, it's still gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of this run is utilizing your devil trigger and your guard meter. And if you don't have either, it can get really. There is a lot of backups that we can do if we don't get the right amount of meters, but it is a lot more satisfying to actually get the one you need.
Yeah. What you saw Spence do, he's building his meters on the saw. You could build meter for pretty much enemies or any environmental. Anything can pretty much be blocked besides the acid in mission 8, which just speeds up time because the more meter you have, the more damage you do, which saves time. And here we have mission secret mission number 5, which is we are back at mission 3 at the bar, and we are just going to be destroying every single thing in here like a drunk man.
That's another secret mission I can do without, to be honest.
It was a little close, but yeah, you got it.
And the biggest enemy in this game is the camera. As you'll see, there's a lot
of fixed angles in this, which when you're trying to go fast, it doesn't really help you. Here we are on our next boss fight, Nevin. She is a electric bat person that just likes to run away with you, but the bats she protects her. So the fastest way to get rid of it is to jump cancel her until all the bats are away, and then she falls down, and you pretty much just wail on her and repeat.
Stay still, please. Okay, that was a nice 2-cycle, actually.
You're gonna pretty much every enemy. You're just gonna be getting switch canceled, which Spence is gonna switch cancel from Rebellion to Agni and Rudra just to get the max amount of damage. And here we unlock the new weapon Nevin, which is an electric guitar, which Dante can jam out with it.
Love a little bit of free ride going through here.
Here are we going to get to our next combat adjudicator with Nevin, but Nevin isn't the fastest weapon with it, so Spencer's going to do a lot of specific moves just so he can unlock this rock out move to do the max amount of damage and increase the style meter a lot, which is the ideal move for the combat adjudicators with Nevin.
Now we're going to the favorite secret mission, so I'm going to be quiet for a bit because this takes a lot of concentration.
Yeah.
I didn't buy air hike. Okay.
We believe in you. We believe. This secret mission is one of the hardest ones in the game. But what the original route is, you have to use Nevin to fly around, but we cannot. Well, we can afford it, but we're not going to. So we're just gonna fly around with Rebellion.
Yeah, I need to go buy air hike. Yeah, when I went to the statue to change my weapon, I should have bought the air hike move for Rebellion so I can double jump, and that makes it a breeze. So unfortunately, that's a lot of time lost there.
Yeah.
I also now need to rebuild Devil Trigger because I can only fly whilst in Devil Trigger. So you're going to be seeing this start screen a few times whilst I get some white orbs, unfortunately.
In cake runs, this run is usually the run killer that ends a lot of people's runs just off bad luck or bad flying. But hopefully we get it here.
Nope.
Right there.
The hitbox on getting these red orbs is a pain. So like you can map out where you're going to be flying to and from. But like, see that one there, I should have picked it up, but I was probably like a pixel away from actually getting it. So it didn't register that I was close enough to actually pick up the orb.
The rest of this mission is pretty bland, so if we have any donations you would like to read, you can go ahead.
Let me see. There are no donations, I don't think, but I'll double check real quick. But if you want to find out how to donate, !donate in the Twitch chat. We'll give you the link you need to our Tiltify website to donate very, very easily. Lots of incentives, lots of prizes to donate towards, and all kinds of great things like that. Coming up after this great Devil May Cry 3 run, we're doing Devil May Cry 4 with Ish. And then we have the alternate costume going for that, as that did meet its goal. So that is coming up, and my computer doesn't want to reload Tiltify, but one more second. No new donations as of yet, but we will get many more hopefully before the end of this run.
Okay.
And we're doing good so far. Good run so far. Thank you, everyone.
So here we're gonna see our. I don't know if we are gonna see it. Do we use a holy water here, Spence?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we are gonna be seeing our first item used, which is known as a holy water. A holy water is a item that just does a lot of damage to pretty much every enemy in the room, and it's a great way to clear up long fights like one of these.
I used it a little bit too early there. And to put in perspective how much of a time Secret Mission 6 is, my split said I went from nearly 2 minutes ahead to I'm on par with my PB at the moment. Do you want to explain the bit more about the lore, Andre, while we're going through it?
Yes. While we are going through Temini Gru, Dante is trying to reach the lower level of it, since Virgil is in the control room now. In the cutscenes, Virgil actually betrays Arkham and is known as he's supposedly dead, but which he's not. And in the lore, Dante also meets Lady throughout the Temini Gru, and Arkham pretty much manipulates Lady into thinking Virgil is the bad person in it, and in the end, well, we'll see it later up, but that's pretty much what the story is right here.
So what we're doing at the moment, a little bit more of a puzzle. You get these two blocks here. We've got to push until they start, as the game puts it, crying blood. So we're just going to push them. You can't push them any other way. They're on a straight path. So by Royal Guard cancelling as we go through, we can kind of just maximize the amount of hits we do on that. And our favorite boss from Mission 2 is back.
We are also introduced to a new enemy. I believe it's called the Lust. These are enemies that go invisible when you're looking at them, but you have to turn around quickly and attack them to make them visible again. They're not really the strongest enemies, but if they grab you, they will start draining your Devil Trigger meter, which is not ideal.
Down here, and we're going to grab another holy water. Oh, we picked one up before. This is the second one. Grab a little red orb cache and apparently fly backwards. I thought I was facing the other way, but all right. And another Agni and Rudra Adjudicator. So, like before, we're going to keep doing the same mountain of combos. Until that star ranking gets up to a double S for this one. There we go. Grab the fragment, and then we're off on the little, I don't know what you want to call this, cart thing?
Yeah, the cart. The cart ride isn't a normal thing. It's just like any other wave. You're just going to be fighting waves of enemies until you reach the end of the cart. But Spence is going to use DTE explosions to minimize the time he has to spend fighting these enemies. And he will also be building his rage meter for Royal Guard for the boss that is coming up, which I'll explain when we get there.
can jump in real quick if you like. No
Yeah, yeah,
donations
please.
yet. Yeah, no donations yet, but I did just want to say a big thank you to the Video Game Trading Post. They gave us a lot of our giveaway prizes, and you can find them locally owned and operated in Pensacola, Florida. You check out their newly expanded store where you'll be able to find everything from retro video games to new releases, anime figurines, plushies, and everything in between, along with a vast selection of trading card games, including a plethora of graded and ungraded Pokemon card singles, packs, and more. Check them out on Instagram at VGTP Florida and Blue Sky at vgtp.bsky.social. Thank you to them as always for donating those amazing rewards and prizes and whatnot. And just really quickly, the reason we're here is for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It's a great cause. We're trying to raise money for people to get the help they need, to understand what's going on in their brains, and all kinds of great reasons that this foundation exists. So we want to help them as much as possible, because I have a feeling that every one of us in one way or another has been affected by suicide. So we want to do everything we can to help friends and people out there that don't know that help is there for them. So all right. Actually, if I still have some time, we did get a donation while I was yapping away.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, Tiltify is being a real nuisance today. So, refresh. There we go. Okay. I should say also the 2 polls out there are for Mario's outfit and Mario Odyssey. Boxers is winning. And to play as a boy or girl in BS Zelda, or BS Zelda, excuse me. Boy is winning over boy and girl. So, but yes, our latest donation was an anonymous donation. No comment, just here's $150. Thank you, you wonderful, wonderful person. You, another big donation. So thank you so much. And thank you for everyone that's donated so far, big or small. Every little bit is amazing, and you're amazing people for being able to give as much as you can. So thank you so much, and I'll be back when there's more. Thanks, guys.
All right, back to the run. The fight just experienced, his name is Beowulf. His weakness is his eye. So as you saw, Spence was trying to jump cancel his eye with Agni and Rudra and hit it. And in his thing, he does a big AoE attack, which Spence did Royal Guard, but not at the right angle to pretty much instantly eliminate the boss. But the main purpose of the fight is just to hit him in his eye to do the most amount of damage. And here on the tram at the beginning of it, he was trying to group up the 2 weaker enemies so he could do a skip to skip one of the waves, so he can manipulate the fight. So he eliminates all the enemies on one tram, and then it goes instantly to the 3rd one instead of skipping the 2nd one, which he did not get.
Yeah, it's a very tricky skip that I have no idea how it works. I've seen it done a bunch of times. I kind of get it, but it's really finicky. This mission as well, you can see we're in Devil Trigger kind of constantly. We've got an item at the moment that, for giving us infinite Devil Trigger, will sap our health very slowly. Luckily, on Cape, we have a lot more health than normal. So this one's not as much of a race against time as it would be in a normal any percent run. In a normal any percent run, you only have 6 bars of health. Right now, we've got 9 or 10. It gives a lot more leeway on being able to not take your time, because obviously we want to go fast, but we have a lot more space to move around in if we need to. And this mission here,
yeah,
go ahead.
I got it. This secret mission, you originally are not supposed to have this ability in like a normal run, but since it's Cake, you reroute around it. What you want to do is attack the enemy so you can free ride on it to get it to the blue orb fragment. But since this is all manipulated and routed out perfectly, we have this infinite DT just to make that secret mission a lot more easier. After this room, we will be having our second Jester fight, which Jester will be getting a new friend, hopefully. He gets a big ball this time around later in the fight, which is neat. It's pretty much the same fight as the first one, but instead of switch canceling with Cerberus and Rebellion, we're going to be jump canceling with Agni and Rudra, just because the jump attack with Agni and Rudra is just a higher DPS compared to switch canceling. But it is a lot harder to do.
Such a finicky fight.
But at least we got it about the train.
The way some people do jump cancelling, it looks a lot more clean, I want to say. The way I do it is very messy, and that's just because that's the only way I know how to do it.
Here we'll be getting to our next boss, Garyon, which is a horse, pretty much. He's just gonna run at you, pretty much, and he has the time stop ability, which he can freeze time and move himself in it, which is pretty neat. Here we're gonna see a cool gold release, and it is hit perfectly.
We basically just don't let Garyon play the game.
Yeah. Usually in this fight, he would just run around in a circle, and you would have to stagger him by hitting him in his head or releasing him, which would lose a lot of time. But with this strat, you pretty much just make the fight look like a joke. And here on mission 13, we are going to be entering our second fight with Virgil. And we are going to be introducing a new enemy called the chess pieces. Just like a normal chessboard, you have your pawns, your rooks, your knights, your horses, bishops, I think they're called. And we are going to be fighting, I believe these are the pawns and... so you might help me? I kind of don't remember which
Pawns and bishops, these ones are, yeah. There we go, I'm just getting another red orb cache on there, and then we're going into the next secret mission down the stairs. This big, conspicuous red light that's just chilling.
This light is not a secret mission. You're just going to be pretty much just destroy the enemies, as the secret mission says. It's not an easy one, I say, but it's just a room clear.
It's mainly because the enemies that it has you fight are just really annoying. And have super armor sometimes, so you can't really stagger most of them. Unless you hit the weaknesses, like with the flames. As mentioned before, this one's just kind of taunting me.
These spiders are really annoying, since if you keep on summoning them, they will just dash you at the same time, which gets really annoying. And here we have two rafts we have to fight, which hopefully they won't keep on grouping up together.
I got attacked by a baby spider right at the end there.
The spiders can also spawn if you kill them in a certain way. They will either dissolve or split in half, which each spider can create baby spiders, which just jump on you, and after a while, if you don't deal with them, they will just pretty much just do a tiny bit of damage.
Damage is
And just-
minimal, but it will always stun you as well. You'll always get knocked back for some reason.
I feel like spiders are always giving me mental damage as well. Not just
Oh
physical.
yeah.
Once I see one, it has to die.
And here we're just making our way to our last Nevin combat adjudicator and Virgil 2, which is the hardest fight in my opinion out of the 3 Virgil fights. Since Nevin doesn't have a lot of combos, we switched to Swordmaster just so it makes our life a lot easier.
There we are.
Nevin is a really cool weapon in the style play community, but we're not going to see it much in here.
Yeah, you can get really good utilization out of Nevin if you know how, but to go fast, we don't really need it.
And here we have Virgil too. He has a new weapon with us, Beowulf. As the boss on 11, we did not kill. So Virgil actually defeated it for us. And now he has his double arm. Sadly, Spence did not get the cycle he wanted for Virgil. So he did not skip his DP phase. And after a certain point, Virgil will switch back to Yamato, and then he will start fighting in between using both double arms.
That is a really hard fight. There's a big phase skip. Unfortunately, I released my Devil Trigger too early, so I took him below the health threshold early to give him. We meant to basically take him to the low threshold in the midst of a combo, so he's stun locked, and then do enough damage on top of that to then take him into the next phase.
Here we're going to see after we have defeated Virgil, Arkham actually comes back and he shows that he is the jester and manipulated Virgil and Lady into doing his dirty work for him pretty much. So now he is at the top of the tower trying to claim the power of Sparta while us 3 are trying to make our way up to him. And we unlock.
Go back down. I forgot to equip Spiral.
No.
Despite me looking directly at my notes.
Here we actually get the Devil Arm Beowulf though, which is pretty much just a boxing one. It has the most damage output in the game, so we're gonna be seeing a lot of jump canceling with it. And it is a lot easier to do considered Agni and Redress.
Yeah, Beowulf's going to be our main damage dealer now going forwards. Agni and Ruja will still come into play for a couple of bosses, especially on the boss rush after. But for the majority of the game now, we're going to be with Rebellion and Beowulf. And this is my second favorite secret mission, said no one ever. you want to talk about the secret mission, Andre?
Yeah. This secret mission is where we were pretty much just trying to eliminate all the enemies on the gondolas that are above you. You're gonna be shooting Spiral, which is the most damaging firearm. And with any other one, you just want to pretty much do it as fast as you can. And with Spiral and Royal Guard, you're going to be switch canceling just so you can, or not switch canceling, guard canceling, just so you get the most damage output. One small miss up here, and pretty much the secret mission is done. And there we go. It's perfectly done.
Another thing with Spiral is that it's a big gun. It's an anti-tank rifle, and for those connoisseurs of the anime variety, you might have seen Hellsing. You know, an anti-tank rifle does not play around. But basically now, yeah, we're going backwards again through the tower because we got knocked off by Arkham. We now have to go back outside and go up the side of it.
We got a second for a donation?
Yes.
Yep.
This mission is pretty brand, so go ahead.
All right, it'll be a quick one here. We got $100 from Oscar. Thank you so much, Oscar. Another big time donation. Everybody's getting in for that Switch 2 bundle, I think. But thank you so much for the donations, everyone that's getting them in. Again, it's for a great cause, and we got a great run going. And so help support the cause and help support these guys playing Devil May Cry 3. And we got many more coming, hopefully. So hit exclamation donate in the chat to see where you got to do to donate, and we'll be here all day and tomorrow. So let's go, guys. Thanks again.
Here we're in pretty much the Hell Halls. It's just we're just gonna be fighting a lot of the chess pieces pretty much throughout this thing. It's mainly like a puzzle, but after you defeat a room, a new door will open. But we go we go right, left, then pretty much the exit. And just with using jump cancels with Beowulf and DT explosions the whole time, just to make this area a quick breathe. We actually get introduced to a new enemy here, right here, the horse. He's just he pretty much just swings his horn and jumps up and down on Dante. Which with right timing could be parried with Royal Guard. But we'll see what he does here.
And this is the jump cancel that we mentioned earlier. It's a lot easier to do with Beowulf than it is Agni Muja. So you can get a lot more big combos on there just by basically Mario stomping on the red.
Oh, did you already pick up the purple? I meant the blue orb there, or no?
Yeah, I got it at the end of the maze.
Oh, okay. No, the other one. And that room.
The one in the alcove?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that back on mission 9.
Okay. Maybe I'm just zoned out.
So yeah, we found another portal there, so we basically gone back to the strip club that was at the beginning of the game. And now we're gonna go. There's a big, awesome, cool anime style cutscene where Dante rides up the side of the tower on a motorcycle, but of course we're going fast, so we skip that. And this is the next kind of like puzzle mission. So we actually now have to turn the tower around to find some key items to get a lift to go further up the tower. And I'm not explaining this very well because I'm also trying to play the game.
I
Because
got
it's
it.
very precise.
So what Spence is fighting right now is what known as the Fallen. These are one of the most annoying enemies in the game because they can, one, just go through the wall, and two, they like to run away from you. Throughout this part of the Temenri Gru, we are going to be unlocking the dials, which is a wheel you're just going to spin into different areas. The code we are going to be using is, isn't it just 2222?
Yeah.
Okay. And this pretty much gives you the fastest spins, so we can minimize each room without going back to each one. Each entry point has a different code to lead you to a different door, but since we're using the code, it just saves a lot of time.
Yeah, on a casual playthrough, or even just an any % run, you would do 2-1-2-2. And that will get you to exactly where you need to go. But we have an extra blue orb fragment that we need to get, so 2-2-2-2 is the way to go. There is a respawn warp in this game, in this mission. But because on Cake we have so much more HP, it's a little bit trickier to get. Depending on how much damage I take throughout the mission, we'll see if we go for it. If not, it's not a massive deal. It probably only saves maybe like 30-40 seconds. So if we don't get it, it's not like a run killer or anything like that. So we'll see when we get further to the end of the mission if we're going to do a respawn warp or not. Because at the start of the game, there's two options. You've got yellow orb and gold orb. Depending on which one you pick, details what happens when you run out of HP. If you pick yellow orb, I think, I could be wrong, if you have a yellow orb, you respawn there and then, or it restarts the room that you're in, or gold orb, I think it respawns you there and then. But obviously we don't have either gold or yellow orbs, so when we press the continue button, when we get there, if and when we get there, it's going to restart us at the start of the area that we're in. But for some reason on this mission, I don't know if it does it on any other mission, because we picked up the key item before this happens, we retain those key items. So we have all three pieces that gets the lift up and running. Not quite sure how and why that works. It just kind of does. We won't, but we don't know. Anything to go fast. So we're back here again. We're going to hit it twice more. That's going to spin the tower even more to go to the next hallway, which you'll recognize from a couple of missions ago. It's faster to use Beowulf to do the dive kick than just normal fallen animation. But also, if we kind of like, we can take damage for that respawn warp that I was referring to earlier. We're gonna set the tower up again, go through here, grab the next piece of the key.
There's pretty much no required fight in the mission but the first one. But in a casual playthrough, you'd probably, attack all these enemies, which would add a lot of time.
Okay, that might have been too much. Okay, these are very annoying, so I'm gonna be quiet for a minute, let you crack on, whilst I concentrate hitting this wheel. No, never mind. But we tried to settle for that respawn warp, but it didn't work. So I still have to hit that switch twice. But then I'm going to still have to get the key item after anyway. So I say it's not a massive deal. It's just unfortunate. And it's a lot easier to set up that respawn walk with those big spinning blades from earlier. As you can see, I don't take that much damage in this room. This would be the room where we would do that. But it's going to take a lot longer to do that now than it would be if we was already set up and we was already maybe like on 1 bar HP or something like that. And thankfully that air hack that we bought before is coming in hella handy for some of these platforming sections. Yeah, apparently no, I didn't need to hit that switch twice. Bear with me a second. If there's any donations, now's a good time whilst I try and get us back on track.
No donations, but just remember, everybody, we do have those incentives and goals out there right now. Current targets for Make the Golem Dance for Haunted Grounds is still out there. We got a whole day left for that, though. And then the Secret Ending in Manifold Garden is for tonight. So we got about 8.5 hours left to donate for that. Play as a boy is crushing Play as a girl for BS Zelda. And then Mario's outfits is boxers are winning right now over typical Mario. Boxers, Mario and boxers. We all love it. And we also have our rewards. The Switch 2 bundle. Donate $100 and you can enter in to win this raffle. The Devil May Cry 2-figure bundle with Dante and Trish. $10 gets you entered for that raffle. The Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow. $10 gets you entered in to win everyone's favorite hedgehog, blue hedgehog. The Chester Bennington painting created by the fine Beck Beware, the tattoo and artist. Fine artist and tattoo artist. Wow, I can't talk. I'm sorry. But that is done specifically for us and our event here, so we're very happy to have that. Very happy to be giving that away to some very lucky donator. And then the Pokemon trading card bundle for $15 gets you entered to win a sealed Silver Tempest Elite Trainer Box and a PSA 10 Glaceon X SAR from Terrestrial Festival, graciously donated by Magikarp Collectibles. I hope I said all of that correctly. I'll double check donations real fast. We're still sitting pretty, so get those donations and exclamation donate in the chat and Twitch. And yeah, thanks for everybody hanging out in the chat. Hope you're all having fun. I know a couple people are having a good time. See people getting off work to hang out and watch us play Devil May Cry among various other games. Excuse me, now I have the hiccups and I'm gonna shut up. You guys take it away.
So here is just another collectathon. Here's another collectathon, pretty much, where we're getting the sun and moon shards to progress through this mission. In the last room, we saw the 2 balls that Spence collided to open the thing, and here we're gonna see not only Secret Mission 10, but we're gonna do the same thing from 7. This Secret Mission, it's pretty much randomized out of 8, I think, possible rooms, where Spence is gonna look at. It's pretty much a strategy of he's gonna line up the little nodes so they connect to the other platform there to complete the Secret Mission.
Yeah, this is probably my least favorite out of all of the secret missions. Ooh. Who put puzzles in my action game? There we go. Okay. Who the hell put puzzles in my character action game? I want a word. Why do I have to think?
And with the Secret Mission done, we are also introduced to another addition to the chess piece, the Rooks. the rooks are gonna pretty much just open up and shoot a laser out of their 4 sides, which we're just gonna jump cancel them to do the most amount of damage.
Oh, unfortunate. One thing we didn't mention is that with the free ride mechanic you see there, where we jump on the enemy's back, that enemy takes damage if it hits another enemy, and that will impact the free ride time that you have from it. So if it hits, say, like 3-4 enemies, you're gonna lose quite a bit of time on the free ride. So that's also gonna make you lose time because you'll jump off it faster. But we're going into our next boss fight shortly.
You're also gonna be picking up a weapon here. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but you're not gonna see it in this run, sadly.
Sag.
This fight, we are actually gonna be fighting Lady, which she has a moment with Dante, how she thinks she can handle Arkham, and Dante gives her a reality check, pretty much. And this fight can be really bad if it's not strategized correctly, but we're gonna see the correct route right here.
That's unfortunate.
Oh no, she ran away.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'll take that.
Perfect, never mind. That was really lucky.
First try.
What would have happened here if Spence didn't get so lucky is Lady would pretty much jump on top of these bookshelves and just pretty much hide for like a minute until her health got below 30%, which loses a lot of time. But the ideal thing is to hit her, run away, and then hit her again, release, and that would be the fight. But luckily we got this version, which it was scuffed. It did not lose that much time.
Now for my favorite adjudicator.
This adjudicator is the hardest one in the game without Swordmaster.
Yeah, you trying to get a triple S when you can do 3 combos is not the one.
And now we're gonna do parkour in the action game. Everyone's favorite mechanic. We are gonna have to make a detour though to through this room to pick up a blue orb fragment.
I'm gonna get another red orb cache here as well, just cause. Or not. I'm pretty sure there's one up here, right?
Yeah,
there is. Okay. I thought I was going mental. If you enjoy this room as well, we'll be seeing it again a little later. But it's kind of different and more of a pain. Never mind. I'm going to shut up now because I can't parkour whilst talking.
parkour in pretty much any Devil May Cry game isn't the best, but it's a nice twist of just running around collecting stuff. And here we're gonna see our last Jester fight, Jester 3. Yeah, jump cancels aren't the most friendly for this fight.
Yeah. Especially the way I do it, because I do not do jump cancel anywhere near as clean as it can be.
Here, Jester is going to introduce. Actually, never mind. I thought he was going to bring the ball out.
Yeah, it's after the other ball phase. Yeah.
Hopefully, we don't see it, but Jester will bring a ball out as a little annoyance, which pretty much slows down the fight dramatically.
Okay, that's not too bad. I could have gone a lot worse. The ball in that Jester fight has its own kind of hitbox and HP bar, but if you attack the ball more than Jester, Jester will disappear and the ball will explode and then respawn. So it just makes that fight a lot more finicky and a bit longer, because you'll have to wait for him to come back. You'll have to shoot him again to get him into his vulnerable state. Things like that. It just realistically, you just want to be focusing just hitting Jester and only Jester.
In the next room, we'll be actually after this secret mission here, which is a pretty annoying one. That room we just went through, the spike room, we are going to be going to there again, but this time the spikes are twice as fast.
Yeah, the spikes actually are on the level they would be if we was on Dante Must Die. And we're getting really bad RNG. I want to kind of keep my Royal Guard meter for the upcoming fight. But what you could do if you had Royal Guard equipped at this point is, whilst you're stingering on the ground to get past it, you can release the spikes and that will get you going a bit faster as well. Because when you released something, you kind of like fly through it. That's the animation that's being played. I can't talk and explain whilst I'm doing this as well.
These enemies are called the Fallen. They're pretty much enemies that will just go into the ground and shoot up. They usually just throw ranged attacks at you with their scythe. But the easiest way to deal with them is get them up in the air, and you can just jump cancel on them, which Spence is doing.
Just for safety, I'm getting this red orb cache here. Normally you wouldn't if you're going for a fast run, but I've had a lot of runs die because I wasn't able to buy one last item at the end. So we're playing it very safe so we don't get this the same kind of issues as I've had previously. And we're going into our fight with Doppelganger.
Doppelganger is pretty much a clone of Dante, but he doesn't have all of his moves. He's vulnerable to light, which we're going to see here. So Spence is going to wait for him to come into the light, activate the light, and then jump canceling him. There we go. A little scary. The jump gets.
Yeah. My jump cancels are really rusty, I won't lie. But we're on the final stretch now, final stretch. I'm going to be quiet and concentrate, but I'll let you kind of explain Mission 18 if that's all right.
Mission 18, we start off with, this will be the longest mission in the whole game. It doesn't take the longest, but for Cake, it's going to be the longest one. We start off first with the chess room, so it's actually the whole chessboard now, so it's Dante versus the entire chessboard. But luckily, we're going to use a holy water to save a lot of time after we defeat the first pawn. And like in a go normal game of chess, all you got to do is take out the king and you win.
The bane of my life is a secret mission. I'm going to be quiet.
This is the last secret mission we're going to see in the run, and it's the room you saw in 17, the parkour room, just a lot more harder. Usually we would have Trickster here, but we do not since we need the Royal Guard for the chest room, so...
Can you just stay on, please?
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're right. Kept wanting to fall off. Okay. I pressed that too early. Okay, I'm gonna have to concentrate. No, never mind. I'm gonna have to go build Devil Trigger. This is the worst secret mission in the entire game.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why Mission 18 is the longest mission. Okay, let's try this again. Like I said before, who put parkour in my action game? Does it move? Come on. Apologies about this, guys. This is really, really bad. We might have to give up on it, to be honest, because otherwise we're going to be here a while. I'm going to give it one more shot. Okay, I will stop you from hearing the taunt, the same taunt for 20 times as well. We're going to give it one more try, and hopefully we can get it this time. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna be able to do that secret mission, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, it is what it is. We're gonna be there forever, otherwise, and I can't put the marathon back too much, so we're gonna have to skip over that, I'm afraid. But you can start talking about the boss rush, Andre.
All right, the boss rush, usually in a normal run, all you do is connect three. You pretty much want to get anything connected, like three in a row, four in a row. But in this, we're going to be going in a specific order. We're going to be starting off with Doppelganger. Originally there was no route for it and everyone was creating it, but now we came up with a set route. I don't remember because I don't run Cake, but to maximize DT and Royal Guard usage, so you save the most time.
Yeah, I'm really sorry I couldn't get that secret mission, guys. It's a really good secret mission when it goes right, but when it goes wrong, it goes completely wrong.
Here we got level 3 on Royal Guard. The ability for Royal Guard level 3 is you can activate a little vortex that deflects all damage coming to you. But that's not it. We're not going to be using that, so we just get an extra meter on our Royal Guard meters. Here we're back to Agni and Rudra. We're just going to be doing the same thing as we did on 5, but we have PT now, so a lot quicker.
Oh no, oh no. Okay, that was close.
What would have happened there is Spence would have to been in a 10-second cutscene that he couldn't skip, and the two swords would merge together into one and make the fight a lot harder. That's why we kill him pretty much at the same time to prevent that from happening.
If the game could stop dropping inputs, that'd be great.
This fight is one of the hardest ones, as I talked about on 12. Of how he just runs around and wastes a lot of time. Very on. We got a nice release there, which saves a lot of time.
I'm really disappointed I didn't get to show off the last secret mission.
And now we go to the 7 hells, right? I'm trying to remember this.
I might have got it wrong.
No.
We're going Nevin. We're improvising. Secret Mission 12 is throwing me off, I'm not gonna lie.
And Nevin here is pretty much just the same thing as we saw on Mission 9, just with even faster 2 cycles since we have more rage to our Royal Guard. Hopefully we get this 2 cycle. Ah, it's right there.
I'm gonna do Beowulf next, just because I've got
you
full
got the meter.
Royal Guard and everything. I say we're doing it live. We're doing it live.
The strat pretty much revolves around if you have Royal Guard or you don't. If you didn't have Royal Guard on Garyon, you would go to 7 Hells, so you can build it for Nevin, which I believe was next after that.
And what are you doing? Please, please. Okay.
There we go.
Now we'll go 7.
Once you connect 4 or 3 in a row, the exit actually opens. But since we need the blue orb fragment for this mission by completing every single fight, we're gonna have to do that. The 7 Hells, we didn't see this before, but it's pretty much a room of every single enemy we fought pretty much before, of the default kind of, not the special one. So we're gonna see the first 2 we saw on the first 3 missions, and we're gonna have Wrath in between.
Okay, now we're going to go to Gigapede.
I think it's Gigapede, Cerberus, and then Leviathan.
Yeah. Yeah, I've completely done this like ass backwards.
Good thing. Luckily, in this fight, Gigapede is weak to fire, so Agni and Rudra is a great help for that. And since we now have Devil Trigger and full Royal Guard meter, this fight is going to be a joke. And perfect.
Two bosses left. And then we're on to the final 2 missions.
You guys are doing great. Just wanted to chime in real quick if I have a moment, just to say
Yeah, you got time.
thanks to all the runners that are taking place in this event this weekend. We can't do this without you. So thank you so much for lending your skills and your talents to this wonderful event, including both of you guys here. We appreciate it. Having a good time so far. We're just underway in this 2-day event, so buckle up and have some fun. Get your snacks out, get some drinks ready. and help donate to just an amazing cause and a great event. And thanks to all the event runners who are behind the scenes making it happen. So thank you for putting this together. Thanks for everybody in the chat, and thanks for all the donators so far and those that will donate throughout the weekend. We really appreciate everything you guys do and for being a part of this wonderful weekend.
Okay, there we go. And the what would have been the final blue hole fragment, but unfortunately, Secret Mission 12 had other ideas.
Now we are in the home stretch of the game, the last 2 missions. We are going to be entering mission 19, which is pretty much just 3 waves of enemies with 2 puzzle rooms, and then we go to Arkham.
Okay, never mind. I thought my game had crashed.
Here we're going to be... Oh, no, sorry, you can talk.
I was gonna say, last thing I'll chime in unless we get a donation is to say that we've got Ish running Devil May Cry 4 coming up next. Paige will be hosting that, taking over for me. And then we got lots more to come up. We got Silent Hill, Clock Tower, Sonic. Got a whole Sonic block coming up, and Manifold Garden tonight ends things for the day. They pick it right back up tomorrow morning. So, again, thank you, and thank you guys. And like I say, I'll be quiet now till the end of the game, unless we get donations.
So for this room, the enemies are actually invincible to fall in here, and there's going to be this green mirror that comes in, and you just have to do a certain amount of damage to destroy it. But since Spence built up Rage for his Royal Guard and had DT, it just goes by super quick. And this room is a time trial. I believe it's you have a minute to fight the room, and if you do not complete it in a minute, the room resets, which is a big time loss.
Okay, there we go.
And with this item, we have our last thing to head to the home stretch of the run.
All right, we got a donation. Oh, $50 donation from KDM. Thank you very much, Katie, for your donation. That puts us really close to 1,000 already for the first day, not even halfway through. Great morning so far.
Has been a really great event. I've seen a lot of big donations, not just on this run, but throughout the event. So I just want to shout out everyone who's been donating and all the organisers for sorting it out as well whilst we come into the second to last mission.
So here we have Arkham. He absorbed the power of Sparta pretty much into himself, but since he's human, he doesn't have the willpower to withstand it, so he turned to this big blob. And now we team up with Dante's twin brother Virgil into finishing off Arkham before we get to the final mission again.
And time will be coming up on the last hit on this, but I'll call it once we get there. time. Funnily enough, the last virtual boss is probably the easiest virtual boss. And we gotta love those PS2 enhanced graphics, right?
ENGs, everybody loves them.
Oh yeah. And yeah, that was Devil May Cry 3. Had we got that secret mission, yes, it would have been 100% completion. Obviously, the only thing we don't get on this run is everything out of the shop, so we don't buy every move or the like the extra blue orbs that you can get in the shop as well. But this is probably as close to 100% speedrun as we're going to get at this point. We are, of course, there's a few of us that are routing a full 100%. There's a couple of us that are routing a cake DMC4, which is the same kind of criteria. All the secret missions, all the blue orb fragments, all that kind of stuff for DMC4 as well. I don't think there's anything for really 5. And we obviously have the all collectibles and 100% runs in DMC1, which not to toot my own horn, but I was one of the pioneers of routing that. So I've always been proud of where that's come to at the moment. We can finish DMC1 in literally less than 50 minutes and get everything. It's crazy. But yeah, shout out Ish is going to be coming up shortly as well. Shout out Andre and all the organizers for the event. And now Dante's going to get depressed because he's just he's lost his brother into Demon World. I don't know why I went very Yorkshire then, but that was Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition. We're going to end it on a double S ranking, and thank you all for having me. If this is your thing, my name's Spence Speedruns. I stream on Twitch now and again. I do Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I also run Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, just a bunch of games. So if that's your thing, you know where to find me. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's been a blast, and we'll see you on the next one.
Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us and for lending us your talents and skills. Great job. GG's, everyone. GG's in the chat. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand things over to LP, who's going to get you set up for our next couple segments here, and welcome in Paige to host the next group of, next game, I should say, in the Devil May Cry 4. So you guys have a good rest of the day.
All right, thank you.
being told that boys and men aren't supposed to cry, and seeking some type of outside help meant that you're crazy. I've had some trauma in my life, being shot, losing my brother, losing my mother about a year ago, and losing my grandparents. So me, I seek outside help, because me personally, if I keep things bundled in, I'm gonna explode. And I'm a 6'2", 270-pound man, and I do cry. And I have 2 males that I'm raising, and I do let them know that it is okay to cry. Yeah, it's just for me. I need that person, someone outside to give me guidance, to let me know that it is okay, that I'm worth something, and if I can speak on my personal experiences to even help one person, this big muscular guy that's an athlete, he cries, well, it's okay for me to cry. So for anyone watching this, it does get better. I can testify to that. Just keep pushing.
Real quick, before we get into this next song, and I come down there and sing with all my friends, I just want to make sure before we leave and go back home that we pay our respect and share some of our love and our prayers for the families of the victims of the tragedy at the Manchester Arena. My heart has never been broken so much than the day that I found out that tragedy happened. And since that day, I've been wearing these little earrings with the bees in them. I know that's a symbol of the strength and hope of the city of Manchester. And I'm gonna keep these in. I'm gonna keep these in until all this nonsense stops and we can start loving each other. We can stop hurting each other because we believe in something different than the person standing next to us. The one thing that can't be defeated is love, right? You can conquer hate by ignoring it. You can destroy it by loving the person next to you. So I want everybody here tonight to look at the person standing next to you and just tell them that you love them and you are happy that they're here with you tonight, having a good time, listening to music, celebrating life. We don't care what you look like. We don't care where you come from. We don't care what you believe in. We love every single one of you out there. And nothing will ever change that. With that said, let's sing some songs together.
There's no right or wrong way to feel. What I would like to encourage is knowing some tips to kind of manage those emotions. A great way to start is by having a good support system. My friends and family support me by hearing me complain, yell, cry, just having an open and safe place to vent my feelings and just know that I have my best interests at heart. Younger Liv Morgan kept every single thing in and never expressed her emotions. People would look at me and think I was happy all the time when I was the exact opposite. So I would tell her, express yourself. You can trust people, let people know how you're feeling. They're not gonna judge you. It's a safe space. And you will feel so much better getting these burdens off of your chest. Be open with how you're feeling. There are so many ways to start a conversation about mental health with a friend. What matters is that you reach out.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Do you want a hug? Yeah.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to Breaking the Habit 2025. I'm going to be your host, It's Paige, for this run. Before we get into the run, however, I'm going to read the very quick donation. We have a $10 donation, from X Fiery with for the DMC homies. I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light. God love that joke right there. But so far that's all from me. Obviously, if you guys want to donate, feel free to donate. You can find buttons for that in the chat. But we're going to pass it on to Speedyish with Devil May Cry 3. Take it away.
Hello guys, I'm Ish. I go by Speedyish on Twitch. This is Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition on the lovely PS5, backwards compatible PS4. So we're going to be running Nero Dante Devil Hunter, which is the normal difficulty, although it is a tad bit harder than usual. We have it on turbo mode, which makes the game a whole lot faster, about 20%. Makes everything moves faster, the enemies faster, then they're far more aggressive and that good stuff. I have my two co-commentators, Mr. Spence, say hello.
Yo, everyone, what's good? You would have seen me probably 5 minutes ago with Devil May Cry 3. Back again for Devil May Cry 4 with the boy Ish. It's going to be a good one. Let's do it.
Yeah, and Mr. Andrej, take it away, buddy.
Hi, I'm back from commentating Spence's run. I can't believe he didn't finish it. What a loser.
You'll watch it, you. All right. Anyway, so time is gonna start. So I'm gonna go ahead and click the select difficulty. So time starts when we hear the gunshot. So I'm gonna turn off automatic and the tutorial. So we skip the tutorial and time. Here we go. So this is Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry course. Some set sometime around DMC 1 or 2. I don't know. So we come in as Nero. Nero is a member of the religious cult called Order of the Sword, which is on the not Vatican City called Fortuna. Oh, that load time was juicy. and there's a mass going on, and out of nowhere we see our lovely friend Dante, and assassinates the good old Pope. So we're just gonna bust him up, boys. You take it away to commentary.
The biggest thing straight away you're going to notice is that, yeah, we're fighting Dante. We're playing as Nero, who, spoiler alert, is actually Dante's nephew. This first fight is literally, it's more of a tutorial than anything else to teach you about Nero's Buster Arm. By shooting Dante, you're forcing him into an animation where he has to try and shoot back, and that makes him susceptible to the Buster. Buster is Nero's unique animation. Where he can grab literally near enough 95% of enemies, and each one's going to do a different thing. Like I say, by shooting Dante like that, you lock him in that animation so we can continually buster him, and it does a hell of a lot of damage. We were hoping for the S rank there. We didn't get the S rank. We got the A, which isn't too bad. Going into mission
You just got
2,
enough. As long as you got no damage, we just got enough to be able to afford charge shot, which is among Nero's many primary DPS, and of course speed, because we don't do DAS here as much as the older games, but we do run way faster with speed, aka a proper sprinting speed. So if you notice, what's unique about this game is the difference in currency. There's two currencies. There's the Proud Souls and there's the classic Red Orbs. The Proud Souls pretty much grants you the ability to buy new moves, and also what's unique about them is you can refund them for in exchange for other moves. And there's the Red Orbs where you just pretty much buy normal items.
So the biggest move was going to be the charge shot. Again, a move unique to Nero. We can kind of cancel out animations with the Buster with the charge shot. The charge shot comes in 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3. At the moment, obviously, because we've only got a few Proud Souls, we can only afford charge shot 1. But each level is going to add another layer onto that attack. So it's basically gonna knock back enemies. It's gonna knock back Nero, and it's gonna do a hell of a lot of damage straight up. And mix that with the Buster as well. You're doing near enough. In 2 moves, you're killing 90% of enemies. We've got another move here called the Grim Grip, which is Nero's transportation move, as you can see there. So standing on these portals will show some skulls that we can grab onto, and that was going to send him flying. And most of the fights in 4 are going to be locked room fights, so you can see that red web on the floor there. That's unfortunate. That charge shot didn't kill both of them. I was kind of hoping for that.
We charge shot everybody but the last guy because he has a different set of health for whatever reason. So another set of primary DPS for Nero is, see that motorcycle thing at the left hand corner? That's called the Exceed. It has around 3 gauges, so basically instead of revving up like this, I consistently have to hit it within a 7 to 8 frame window, which is as you're about to collide with an enemy's hitbox, I hit the L2 button. So that kind of like this. I missed it.
Yeah, the timing for the Exceed is really precise. But if you can do that, you can essentially double your damage output every single slash with Nero.
You deal damage faster and you deal more damage. As if that's enough. That's not gangster enough as it is. The love of Nero. Ooh. Is it just me or? Oh, this game is running a lot smoother, even with the alternate costume.
I told you, man, it's the way. It's the way.
It's the way. Yeah.
We are coming up on our first boss here, Burial, the fire demon from hell.
You guys got this. I'm gonna concentrate because I do not like this guy. I don't want to mess him up so bad.
Spence, I got this. This fight is one of the hardest ones in speedrunning because it is a big run killer. Because from the first mission, we have a little currency that we want with Proud Souls called a no-hit bonus, which gives you a lot And with Proud Souls, you can get a lot more items early on, like the charge shot they were talking about earlier. And with charge shot level 3, which we can get on mission 3, saves a lot of time compared if you get hit and you can only afford 2.
So, what you're going to see a lot of here is it's just going to jump a lot. Now, the reason for that is your jumps and rolls have iframes. Now, as Andre says there, we want to ideally do this with no damage. Beautifully done.
And we got that.
And by jumping in between burial slashes like that, we can stay constantly on his face, dealing damage, as well as avoiding it ourselves with those iframes on the jumps.
So basically, I stayed kind of behind him just to keep him doing that rolling it. So I basically I manipulated his movement by just sticking to his side, backside kind of a bit. If I stay right in front of him, he'll most likely do the fiery attack. So we got a streak, which is the equivalent of Nero and Dante's stinger, although not quite as good, but it does deal quite an amount of damage. Oh, and we got a boost over there from that lever. Don't ask me how it works, but it does.
There's a lot in this game that just kind of works, and we don't question it.
So at this point of the story now, early on we found out that after the fight, Dante escaped, and reports were he's found in an icy palace called Fortuna Castle. And we're about to see our recurring enemy, Mr. Spence. You and I intimately both know these guys. And Andre?
Yes, so the next enemy we're going to face here is the Frost. Anyone who's played Devil May Cry 1 will know about these boys. And you'll know how much of a pain in the arse they are. Now, luckily, Nero's whole base kit is a lot centered around stun locks, aerial combos, and knockback. So you'll see that charge shot free coming in hella handy there. The initial hit will knock them back, and then after a certain amount of time, it will also explode. And that will also deal probably about half of their HP all in one hit.
Isn't that great? It already deals a whole lot of damage. Not only that, he planted an explosive. And that explosive, when near enough enemies, yeah, you could do a tad bit of damage to him. So yeah, that's why we badly want this. Depending on how good your time is, yeah, you badly need this charge shot. You badly need that no damage.
Yeah,
so here we
a lot
are,
of the techniques we're going to try and group enemies together, which we'll hopefully see Ish do here.
Also, my cursor's gone.
Oh.
These enemies are called the Scarecrows. There are 4 variants of them. You can tell it by if their little weapon they have, their sword, is on their arms, legs, or both. Each one has a different color and different health.
We're having a bit of a first skip.
I'm gonna let you do it and then I'll explain.
Yes, go on.
Okay, perfectly done. So we was talking before about physics, and if you know about physics, you know about something called inertia. Inertia, for those who might not know, objects in motion stay in motion. Now, Nero's kit is all about utility and mid-air combos. That charge shot from earlier will knock Nero back.
Also, meet the Charlie's Angels over there. We'll meet them soon. Also, go on in about the.
No, so you're right. the charge shot knocks you back, and by cancelling it out of the animation with a slash, you can constantly move Nero backwards. By streaking off of that ledge, you essentially do a stinger jump off it, so you go flying forwards. Cancel out of that with a slash to turn your direction round, and then you'll charge shot slash, charge shot slash. That gives you enough momentum to keep moving within the air. That lets you bypass that entire traversal section. And that's going to come up a lot down the line.
Ooh, nice holy water.
I'm going to grab our first Jesus juice there. Main staple of any kind of speed run. That's not DMC 2 or 5. I'm very curious why your lock-ons disappeared.
Is it the alternate costume thing? I'm gonna have to check in the settings. So I'm gonna.
I never saw that before.
I've never seen that either. We've never had that happen before. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
These are known as the
Angelos?
Blanco Angelos. There's 2 types of them. We're gonna see the first one here, but there's another type you will see later on. What Ish is just gonna do is combo them and wait until he can get a charge shot off, pretty much. A level 3 charge shot one-shots them.
And then that's another no damage. So we are pimpin'. Okay, I am worried about that cursor meme. So
I think you'll be.
We are gonna. All right. Let me check.
Quickly just
fixing on the settings. Did I accidentally turn it off like an idiot? Oh, I am an idiot.
Yeah.
I must have been thinking around. Well, and luckily there's a marathon, so I have that luxury. All right. We're gonna do another grocery shopping with the good old handy dandy pretzels. Our primary DPS midair called roulette spin, and you'll see that pretty soon. Also, Nero gained another power on this arm. So, on missions, back in missions, he gained the power to grip on floating skeletons. Now he has the power to punch these little Beyblade things into life. So just gotta hit it, and then boom.
Over the course of the game, Nero's going to absorb a lot of different demon artifacts. And that's going to give his right arm, his Devil Bringer, a lot more abilities. This is one of them. And we're going to get 2 more off the top of my head. But this entire mission is based on around using those gyro blades to knock down.
Here's our first major deviation from the old route. We don't do the main hallway. Yeah, we'll talk about it there. But yeah, I thought I should put that out there for now.
For the old routes, there's a skip coming up later, but in that room, there's another gyro braid, and in the middle of it, under the big chandelier, is way to
mighty old painting that had a secret door, like any Sinister Mansion would have.
Who's building this stuff? That's what I want to know. There's got to be banking building these kind of things.
Whoever
it's the same with the Resident Evil mansions. Yeah, exactly. I want that job.
Oh, Lord Almighty. Yeah,
one thing to mention with that, as you've just seen, the gyro blades will automatically go towards an enemy if there's one present.
Also, there's a bit of a mini skipper. So normally, I brought in a gyro blade to break out another gyro blade. So you'd think you'd have to bring those 2 back when. Turns out, you can only bring 1. Also, I messed up. This try is hella easy, and I messed it up. Anyway.
Every enemy in this game has a unique grab with Nero. Some of them are really, really cool. I really like the spear stab.
Oh yeah, the spear stab's pretty good. Oh, what do you call it? Blonde Angelo? That one's pretty cool too, especially in Devil Trigger.
Yeah, the suplexing.
The suplex, yeah. The Zangief suplex. Here in another case of DPSing with a good old Beyblade.
I've got to say as well, the best kind of thing that they added for DMC4 is the ability to control the camera.
Oh, yeah.
It was such a good quality of life improvement, especially for some of these rooms where You could have enemies coming from you from all sides.
He nearly did me in there. Although it won't be too bad, but I'd rather have the extra money. Another quality of life of change in the special edition is the amount of time it takes for the speed to kick in. Apparently, if I remember right, it takes 10 steps when you walk into a room before the foot speed kicks in, and also charge shot does not carry on through other rooms. So see that his arm going out. So basically, I hit fire and his arm goes up, and I'm constantly holding the fire button throughout the whole run. Majority of the run, I'm gonna be holding on my fire button just to keep that charge shot.
We actually rebind the fire button for Nero. Usually we'll put it on R2. I put it on R2 just so your middle finger's there, just to make sure you can carry on holding it throughout most of the missions. This is Bale. Bale is our third boss. And you're just going to see how much damage that charge shot 3 actually does. That took off 2.5 of bars with one hit. And that's Bale done.
Spins with an exceed. I just melted him. Here we are. Here's the major. Here's why we're here, because of this skip coming up. It was found around 10 months ago, which made the game 2 more minutes faster. That's why we're here. We're about to begin and end the mission. Normally, see that still right there with Nero on top of the chandelier. Why is he there, you ask? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. We're never gonna find out. Deal with it. All right. So since we got it, yeah, I'm gonna have to refund an item, but we'll buy it back. Yeah, that's the unique thing about this game, because you can't have a steady route. You're gonna constantly have to improvise, because in real time, the game is just rigging itself against you. Remember Charlie's Angels? Well, they're coming in just a sec. If I can get my roulette spins right.
So for this skip, we're trying to get enough height to spawn in the frost from mission 3 on the thing, and these frost
at the same time
will be shoved. They're gonna help Nero get into the wall.
And we're in.
And we're out of bounds. Congrats.
I gotta be careful though, because I can easily walk in out of bounds, and I just wasted the whole thing. I would have wasted 2 minutes. And that is
the end of the mission.
That's the end of the mission. The downside of this, though, I won't have enough orbs, and I forgo a holy water. We won't pick up that holy water till mission 15. We have, yeah. That
Such
skip
a great
was
skip.
10 months
Such
ago.
a good skip.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna refund Exceed 2 for Caliber. Oh no. See, this is why I don't want to get hit there. Yeah, I'm fine. Like, I'd rather have Snatch 2 for the blades. Here we are. The run killer of all time. Hey, there's an agitator for Dante. We don't deal with that.
But we're not playing as Dante, we're playing as Nero.
I know, right?
That's such a weird thing to put there.
These enemies are known as the Cutlass. This will be pretty much the only time we'll be seeing them, since they're not a common enemy.
Like a proper fight. Then later,
who likes gambling?
They'll be nothing more than an enemy spawn from a boss fight. More like an ability right now. I know. So
Say, who likes
a
gambling?
little puzzle. Yeah, we're
we
all
like gambling. Yeah. We like to play and we like to load dice. The trick to this puzzle is the fact of what's on top of the die whilst it's spinning around. Whatever number's on top of the dice, when you hit it, that's the number that you get. So you see that Ish hit it when it was 6 on the top, you get 6 moves. He hit it when it was 2, you get 2 moves, and so on and so forth. So he's going to hit it again to get to the next one with another 6.
Yeah, when you've done this enough times, it's easy to hit it a few frames early on.
And then as long as whatever number you end up with gets you to that end spot, it'll count either way. You can get 3, 4, 5, or 6.
Welcome to the meat grinder, ladies and gentlemen. The window.
Yeah,
Linux
the
enjoyers.
biggest boss.
Here's why I want to snatch.
This window is an interesting fight because you pretty much just throw these swords at the window right there. Hitting it works, but the damage is decreased dramatically, so it's more viable to throw the swords at him than hitting him.
Ooh, good thing I caught that. Where do you think you're going, buddy?
You got it. Nice.
Got two more. Oh, we got him. And I got all my seeds there.
In that
So,
room, you got it.
Go ahead.
Okay, never mind. I got it. In that room, there's a cool cutscene where Nero awakens his demonic side and gives into it, and he resurrects the Yamato, and then his devil trigger is a silhouette of Virgil's devil trigger, as we're gonna see right away.
Yeah, here we are. And that's that, folks. So basically this lab is where the Angelos are manufactured. And all the other crazy stuff Agnes does. Agnes, the one behind the window that's laughing and stuff. We're gonna streak here, plan a charge on this lovely fellow. So one thing you'll see me constantly do is place the camera away from the other enemies. So basically there's like a classic action movie where you're beating up an enemy and then some other enemies would come into frame to get in on the fight. Kind of like a John Wick movie.
Unless the enemy's actually on camera, they don't actually activate.
Yeah. Here's another thing though. If you activate that on frame, and even if you get him off frame, yeah, there's nothing you can do. It's already started. Yeah, you're screwed. Especially if it's a range enemy. And yeah, that went a lot better than I thought it would. Yeah, that's the run ender done there, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up. I'm expecting to get beat up on mission 9 because of the lasers. Oh, see that? How that happened? What happened to the painting? I don't know.
Faulty manufacturer of the castle.
Yeah. Thanks, Spencer. No, Trevor. See, here they are, Charlie's Angels. I know there's 3 of them. There's a 3rd guy here somewhere. I don't know where he's hiding. He just doesn't want to show. This is a long walk, so we can sneak in 1 donation. If we have any.
We don't have any donations at the moment, however, I can quickly talk about the what we're raising money for. So we are currently raising money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, who was established in 1987. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is a voluntary health organization that gives those affected by suicide a nationwide community empowered by research, education, and advocacy to take action against the leading cause of death. And there are many ways you can. There are many ways you can donate via the message which Nightbot posts in the chat. I believe there's a button down in the About section as well. There is, yes. And obviously there are many donations, and I will very quickly run through some of the upcoming polls we still got and some of the upcoming stuff. We have a poll for Mario's outfit for Super Mario Odyssey, and we also have a which is currently at $15 for boxes. There is also Tropical Mario, or Typical Mario, sorry. Then there's also play as a boy or a girl in BS Zelda, which is boy is currently winning with $150, but girl is trailing behind by about $50. So yeah, that's yeah, so definitely get those donation tip. Thank you.
LPG. So we went from an icy landscape to a more tropical one for no reason. So hello.
Forget to buy your.
Did you turn thermal off?
I have no idea. Oh. I did mess up the strat there. I didn't get to show off the cool thing. No? Oh, Split, I love you. There we go. Should have climbed the stairs, but
that's not cool though, man.
Not cool.
The unfortunate thing, even though we can do cool stuff like that, is that we still have to hit that wheel. Otherwise, there's an invisible wall that gets in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently.
And here we're gonna see another run killer.
Yeah.
This is a big run.
It is a run killer
for any console runners.
Ooh,
luckily, we got a first try.
Nice.
Thought I missed the air hike and the wall hike. So we are on 60 FPS, which is the slower version, so we don't get... So there's a cool skip here on 120 FPS on PC with no turbo, but we don't have that luxury, so we get to do the whole mission, unlike on Mission 5. So we're gonna try... The bad thing about this fight is the enemies are so far and wide. So I gotta do my best to clear this guy on the other end after the other. And I caliber. And that's that. Yeah, there's a reason why we would have loved to have that skip over here on console, because there's another gyro puzzle here, and it's even worse because this room right here has a deceptively wonky geometry. So even if I wanted to hit this forward, sometimes it'll just go left or right or whatever the game feels like. And we're gonna have a. So here's our boss fighter. We're gonna be fighting a bit. Her name's Echidna. But we're gonna do a bit of a RE4 boulder run thingy segment. Gotta have those. Before we do, we gotta do a bit of a pit stop on the handy dandy divinity statue to get some purple orbs to increase my double trigger. I'm gonna for safety, I'm gonna turn up my rev and buffer my charge shot. So when I start this fight, I just do this. Okay, take it away, gentlemen.
Okay, so we start off as always with the charge shot 3 that plants the bomb. The roulette spin, because of the DPS that gets with Nero, we just do probably a third of the health bar there. Devil trigger on top. That will stun her. That'll keep her in spot, and we basically just don't let her play the game. Like very similar to some of the bosses from before. With that grab with Nero as well, with the Buster Arm, if you continuously rev the Exceed whilst that grab's going ahead, you'll do more and more damage. So there's a couple of grabs that are like that.
The problem is with that Buster animation, you have to mash super fast the Exceed button, like a typewriter. And we got the no damage, so our Maya is pretty much safe now. If you can no damage both mission 8 and 7, yeah. After mission 6, the disastrous window fight, yeah, we're pretty much safe. Anyway, what were you saying, Mr. Spence?
No, I was just saying there's a couple of Nero's grabs where if you mash the I'm just gonna go with the default setting, mash the circle button, it'll extend it. If you mash the Exceed button, depending on what he does with the Red Queen, You can basically keep revving the sword whilst it's in that grab animation, both of which obviously would do a hell of a lot more damage than it would be just by pressing it normally.
Alright. So we got another recurring enemy, the assaults from DMC1.
Thankfully, a bit less annoying than they are in DMC1.
I didn't think I buffered. Yeah, I didn't buffer charge R3 for that guy, so he could have been down way faster. Anyway, we got another long walk here. So if we have any real quick plugs and donations before the next boss fight, please.
Still having donations at the moment. Well, may as well, while we get to the next boss, I'm just going to go through the list of prizes. So there's the list of prizes here is Devil May Cry figures featuring Dante and Trish. These are vinyl figures from Devil May Cry 1. There's also Chester Bennington painting, Pokemon card bundle, Sonic the Hedgehog, Squishmallow, and a Switch 2 bundle. So I believe yeah, if you donate to the awesome cause, here are some prizes that you can get. Yeah, that's so far all from me.
Yeah. Okay, so we did a bit of puzzle there. So basically, there at the center of the intersection there was a bit of a tower / statue, and as where the shadow is pointed, we go the opposite direction of that. So if it's facing east, we go west. Did I get showed on? Okay. And then we get another purple orb. Ooh, okay. I might have. Anyway, we are about to. So lore, a little update on the lore. Credo finds out Nero has a demon arm, and he does not like the one bit because he's an angel. He is the good guy, so he has to beat him up. We're not gonna give him that opportunity. At least we're gonna try. I'm bad at his boss fight.
This boss fight is just stagger and knockback values. His shield there, when he defends with it, you can grab it, like Ish is doing here. That's going to do a ton of damage to the shield once that stops glowing. I'm trying to do this while you're doing this. Once it stops glowing, he'll be in like a little bit of a stun animation that you can use the showdown move that we just bought in Devil Trigger.
Oh, good lord.
As such,
I missed the face hit. I didn't have enough Devil Trigger for that. Oh, we had a good start. Anyway, gotta work with this. And there goes my no damage.
Unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. The spears that Credo throw as well can be grabbed with the Buster and thrown back, and that'll get you an immediate stun. But as soon as he takes any kind of damage, he'll be out of that stun animation after that.
And at least we get a Buster animation. So yeah, we got him. We one-upped him.
I don't think Nero's very happy.
Yeah, me neither. Anyway, so the fight ends. Credo loses. Kyria walks in on them, doing all this stuff, and then she finds out she's a demon. And then the baddies swoop in. Now Nero's gonna rescue him. So it's gotten serious. So we got a refund showdown for Trigger Hard, which basically makes the lasting effects of Devil Trigger longer. So here's another find that's even recently found. We're gonna there's a, what do you call the blonde Angelo again?
Alto.
The Alto, okay. Apparently they're badasses, but we're gonna prove them otherwise. So we're gonna pop Devil Trigger on him, knock him back, and didn't make a liar out of me.
Nice.
And that's that. These are, mind you, these are recently found. At least, apart from the ball and the alt tab. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the alt tab. That's a whole different category. And it's a headache. So here we're gonna go out for another ball. Knock back this guy because we only need 3. If I remember, it can go up to 4 extra Angelos to set up the formation. Oh, nice. Whew. Okay.
And what's great about that is it's an instant triple S rank as well.
Yeah, we get 6 though. Anyway.
This is also probably my favorite skip in the game, just to put the point out there.
It's a little bit harder on 60 FPS, and I'm the only console runner that goes for it. So we're gonna go for this as long as I can till I run out of Devil Trigger. So I'm gonna need a bit of quiet.
Perfect. Look at that.
I refuse to do this skip. I think it's too hard.
For 20 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Another way you could do that
so
is just fight an elevator.
Yeah, just one more fight. I just did because I can. And we didn't get a flip for the Frost. They didn't get to play the game. So there's a bit of tech here called the Devil Shot. So Charge Earthy has a bit of a wonky hitbox. So if you bunch up the enemies, not only you hit them both at the same, knock them back at the same time. Sometimes they can explode from the effects of the charge shot, not just the one guy. So as your times get good, yeah, you may want to go for those. And that is that. We are gonna fight the window man again, except not behind the window itself. He's a fly this time, which is appropriate. The swords, we're gonna smash him in time to give me the unlucky.
Let me take a second just to talk about the soundtrack of this game as well, and all the Devil May Cry games in general.
Not the sharks. Oh. All right, let's. I'll give this to you guys. This is for you. I don't usually go for this, but desperate times, desperate measures, and I hate these guys. Your language, please.
And we love to see the S rank after that as well.
Oh, that's a PB. All right, time for a bit of a no fear.
Ish, to be honest, I think you would be on my pace if you weren't on PS5.
Yeah. No, I'll be okay. Alright, mission 10. So, yeah. Nero failed on trying to rescue Kyria, so the chase continues. Here we have a newer enemy called the Fistos and the Faust, but not gonna give them the time of day. Gonna pop them in holy water because I'm gonna deal with that. No fear. Oh!
Nice. What?
Dubby taught me that. I YOLO the lasers. Bit of a flex. Been wanting to do that. No, yeah, I had it coming.
Yeah, you deserve that one. Yup, there it is. There's the card.
Okay. Oh!
Yup.
Ish, my brother.
Brother in Christ. Okay. Oh, that's why I picked this up. Okay. I picked this up for that. Actually, it was actually meant for mission 9 because even the downside of the elevator skips, you gotta YOLO the laser.
It's just damage wasting. That's all it is.
I'm not gonna go for the butt. No. I hate Caliber. So there's a bit of a meme going on, like, so that Caliber is pretty much the mid-air technique for streak or stinger, and the input as it go is back, forward, R1, and melee. And right. Can you explain the next part, which is split? How such input goes? While I do this.
I got it. So for this one, you're gonna need exceed 3 and 3 bars of exceed. So we're gonna exceed off caliber, and then we're gonna start flying with one swing of not rebellion, red queen and a charge shot of blue rose to go to the wall.
Oh,
and that skips around a minute of fighting.
Yeah, that was one too many charge shots, and then he fell down. Right.
And then here we're on the best fight of DMC4, Dante.
He's letting loose this time, unlike the first time. So here we go. No fear. Ooh. Oh. I missed the buster. What's wrong with you, Nero? That is good in practice, but that's the problem. It's a practice.
Unfortunately, Dante in this fight he's diabolical because he will react to what you're doing before you can think about it yourself. The AI is kind of programmed to kind of
fighting
predict
game. Yeah, like any good Capcom fighting game, he reads your inputs from the looks of it.
Oh no! Oh, no.
Let's go!
He got the gold release. When that boy walks towards you like that and you hear those two words, that is fear.
That is fear. Yeah.
In higher difficulties, the Royal Guard can actually one-shot you on Dante Must Die, which is a big issue.
Yeah. All right, here we are, mission 11. We made it past Dante. We are gonna solve the mystery of this lovely Ken doll called the Savior. And here's another bit of an inertia climb here. So basically, we go to the other end of this room here. We climb up there via Grim Grips, but that's another boss fight. No, it's not a boss fight. It's another like a group of Faust, I believe, and Mephistos. But yeah, we're not gonna deal with them. So just yeah. And another bit of a. So that elevator right there takes us to the boss fight, but it's not working. So we gotta make our way around. For safety. I need that. I did not want to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Lebowski. Why did I name Lebowski? Because another speedrunner calls him the dude, so I eloquently call him Lebowski. If you've seen the Big Lebowski, you'll get it. Good lord. So for this one, we're not going to go for the ball, so he's going to find normally. It's a 2-second difference anyways, so not a whole lot. Also, the room is actually contained, so we don't need it. There we go. Okay, now that's all been said and done, we are coming up on a boss fight. And this mission 11, we are end of the first Nero section. We are about to hop in on Dante. So guys, you got the commentary? Because I hate this fellow.
This is the savior. He's in mission 1. Dante actually put a bullet in his head, and now he's been resurrected throughout the story. And he's this big old bad guy that's gonna pretty much wants to take over the world with the saber and needs the blood of a son of Sparta, which Nero is here in this case.
Can I get the phase skip? Here we go. Oh, good.
Oh,
no. Good lord.
Oh, you got it.
All right. That's
Perfect.
payback. Oh, good lord. Anyway, that is the end of the Nero section. We won't be seeing him for another what, 7 missions?
Yeah.
8 missions rather. All right, so we are moving on to Dante. Okay, I gotta remember to change his costume into the Sparta costume, which is terrible. Oh god. So yeah, we're starting off as Dante, which is yeah, the worst part of the run. So because yeah, I'll let you guys explain why.
You want to talk about this, Spence, and Dan, or do you want me to talk about it?
No, you got it.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I mash. I'm so sorry.
All right, so Dante, in creating this game, they considered Nero to be the main character. So Dante is
They
pretty
can
much
change
the
it.
side character of this game, and all the enemies before are meant for Nero,
There we go.
pretty much. So fighting them as Dante is pretty much a whole different game because every enemy can be busted, but with Dante, it's in a different category, and fighting them is like punching a rock, pretty much. It's not ideal, but
Yeah.
kind of just have to do it.
Yeah, this is like a reoccurring theme in Capcom games. So basically, you'd have to be good with Dante. At least you have to understand him well to do well in this type of game. And that being said, yeah, I think that's a problem. Like, because Capcom pretty much tailor a lot of these games towards the veterans rather than newcomers. So that's where these games mostly suffer. So basically, a lot of the Proud Souls we earned throughout the first 11 missions as Nero, it gets tallied up and transferred over to Dante. So we are gonna do a bit of grocery shopping with all the styles. No Royal Guard, sadly, and a couple of holy waters because this is a DMC game. Good lord, he looks horrible. Why? He feels like Jester. There's a bit of a mini skip coming here. So pretty much you just fall down there and activate an elevator, and then have an additional pointless fight with the Frost, which is harder to fight as Dante. But yeah, we just did a bit of a mini skip, just Stinger, and then just Trickster. And here, we didn't get to see these guys, so here are the Fistos. They like to go through walls. So you're just gonna get them off their cloaking device with the charge shock. Sure. Okay, your turn. Alright, wants to see me use Royal Guard on these lasers coming up. Not
ideal.
No, I mean, I mean, it's a strat, but it's pointless. It saves a little time. Oh, I forgot the devil triggered model for this. Now that I think about it, how well does this translate to distort? So we're gonna do a bit of a setup here for the ball. First, we gotta take out these Angelos. Because we need only 3. Alright, don't forget to swap to Swordmaster. Oh, we got it. We got the bowl. Oh, that was too close for comfort. All right. So yeah, this is literally the worst section to be as Dante because in a new game setting, you only get 1 weapon and 2 guns. So there's Rebellion, of course, and then there's Coyote and Ebony Ivory, of course, his best friend for years, but it's pretty much useless against the enemies. He kind of sucks as this part of the game. But as the game goes on, yeah, he significantly gets better again. Like that always has to go with every game as Dante. Hey, I think I can. Hey. So my money ride is getting...
I'm gonna have to bow out here, I'm afraid, my son. But good luck with the rest of the run. Everyone watching, enjoy it. And take care, gentlemen, and I will see you next time.
GG on the run.
If you haven't donated already, make sure you get those donations in, guys.
All right, so now we're on the part of the gimmicky part of the run. Every mission from here on out is pretty much just a big gimmick. So there's one big gimmick for each stage. This one is purple portals that take you around the forest.
Yeah, this whole section is a puzzle. Like, yeah. Oh. So what do we call these lovely things here? So these are assaults, but they look different. They have these tentacle thingies that does damage to you even though they're down. These are chimera assaults and they are jerks. Yeah, like it's like Mr. Under. It's just it gets gimmicky. That's the most gimmicky of all gimmicky stuff. Yeah, like I said, yeah, this is the only weapon we have for now is Dante, so this is all we got to work with. Pinwheel and drive. We don't got the luxury of melting enemies just yet, but this will do. I think that's everyone. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and buffer charge out here. I think I'm already in Trickster.
So now we're pretty much into the home stretch, the fight again. Echidna.
Yeah, there's a yeah. We pretty much got to get through Echidna to suck less. So what's happening is that Nero lost the fight against the Saber against Agnes because and the Credo gets eliminated. So now we're backtracking through we're pretty much backtracking all the areas Nero passed through as Dante. So we went through the Fortuna Palace, and now we're going through the forest again as Dante. Also, this puzzle is far easier as Dante than the Nero's. All right, and now we're here meeting Echidna for a second time.
This fight's pretty much going to be the same thing as Nero's, but we don't want that. We don't want an Enigma to fly her around. That's why we try to get close and hope we have good luck and she doesn't fly around with the charge shot. But what we want here is to get her stunned and do enough damage so we can Holy Water. or if we're lucky, we don't have to use the holy water and just play like normal.
Please don't do the clap.
Yeah, lucky. So right now we're just gonna wail on her until
She
she gets
behave a
going.
little bit, but we got her. All right, she's done. And we just broke the first Hell Gate and locked out Echidna, and we got Gilgamesh, which is to be the primary DPS for Dante. So pretty much, well, we got one more bad mission with Dante to go through, but yeah, that's the second one out of the way. So I feel a tad bit better.
Mission 14 is another gimmicky one that's even worse than 13. A new enemy is introduced right away called the Fault. These enemies will pretty much eat Dante and put him into a forced encounter. And after you finish that encounter, they reset the room, so you have to do the same fight that you got eaten by the Fulton again, which loses you a lot of time.
Yeah, something out of a horror game. This is the most horror bit of the DMC franchise. So these little, I think these are chimeras. So
Yeah.
These are one. So these guys, they're pretty weak on their own, but when they latch onto the enemies, yeah, that's when they get turned into chimeras, which makes them extra annoying.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
ooh, yeah. I thought I showed that off, huh? That was on purpose.
This is the forced encounter. It's not always going to be the same room, but it's usually the hardest
that's
one.
That's another
up front.
thing, yeah. The enemy spawns are random too, which makes things worse.
So Ish got the worst possible spawn here.
Assault chimeras. We encountered them earlier, but is there a purple? Is there? Oh, thank you, kind sir. There we go.
You should probably kill the one down there first before you do real impact.
Yeah, screw
Just
him.
to be safe.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with that. There's already the Faust I gotta deal with too. So here, I want to talk about a bit of the main DPS for Dante that I'm doing here.
Yeah, so the main one we're doing, here is Real Impact, which is from Gilgamesh and level 3 on Swordmaster. The trick with this is you want to do a thing called DT switching. It's where when the attack is about to land, you can activate DT for it to do an extreme amount of damage than if you just had DT activated or normally. I don't know why it works like that, but it just does.
It's something to do with the game's engine that does weird things. Ooh, ooh.
A nice thing
So
about
basically,
basically,
for whatever reason, it does because. So there's two models that Dante has. There's this Devil Trigger form and there's this human form. When you're doing an animation and from any of Gilgamesh's movesets, when mid animation you hit Devil Trigger, you pretty much deal double the amount of damage, like Andres said, which pretty much makes up for Dante's inadequacy in this game. Woo! Woo! All right, we're on the last stretch, so
they're good for any donations coming up.
Yeah.
Sorry, hello. Yes, we do have a donation.
Nice.
A $5 donation from Anonymous saying you all are amazing. Keep it up. and that went to the play as a boy or a girl in BS Zelda. That went to the girl poll. So if you guys would like to, obviously we're about, well, that's $55 on girl, so I was there about 145 off to tie for boy, or 150 to beat boys. If you guys want to beat boy and get and play as a girl in BS Zelda, definitely get those donations in.
So yeah, that is the route with the forest. So yeah, so as we backtrack through the areas that Nero has explored, everything gets locked behind Dante's pathway. So yeah. So we are now at mission 16. So everything has gone to icy hell since Nero went past here. Since he eliminated the good old amphibian.
We will be introduced to a new enemy on Dante's path, the worst enemy in all of DMC4. It is the Blitz.
The electrical equivalent of the Frosts. So I'm gonna take care of the distort tech called Shock Boost, Shock Round. Oh. Okay, I got it. Oh, we're just gonna restart. I don't have the holy water, so.
There's two ways to do this fight. The strat Issue's using, or you can just use a holy water to instantly kill it. It's a lot faster to use the holy water, but
Holy water, yeah, true.
But the strat
We already popped.
Yeah,
we already popped the holy water back in mission 10. But to be honest, I'd rather fight this guy than the Faust and the Mephistos on the elevator. That's literally the worst area to fight those guys. So yeah, also it's right at the beginning of the mission, so not too bad. Alright, he hit me. Alright, alright. If he hits me, it's fine. If I hit back, he can just do the roar. And
there we go.
There's the distort. Alright, I'm not gonna do the flex. Alright, he's gonna stay out of the explosion and we're good to go. That was a bit embarrassing, but yeah, we got a second try. I mean, first try. It's first try. You didn't see nothing.
The gimmick for this mission is everything's frozen now. Don't ask why everything's frozen. It just happens.
Here's another gimmick. We're about to pass the second checkpoint, and the checkpoints are badly spread out in this mission. Matter of fact, that's pretty much the entire game. Oh, and got another.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Ooh, baby. There's another distorted real impact. Oh yeah. Now I kind of like this costume now because of the devil trigger form. So we're gonna prop wheel this lovely orb cache right there. Right. Yeah, like I said, yeah, pretty much turning off Devil Trigger in between Dante's mid attack animations for Gilgamesh deals double damage. So it's not just limited to real impact. You can do it for dive kicks. You can do it for jump cancels. Like right one there, as Spence eloquently showed it earlier on his DMC3 run. It makes a comeback here, but the problem is you need a good old ability called Enemy Step, which was traditionally it's a native ability of Dante. You don't have to spend money for it, but as time went on, Capcom decided you gotta pay for it. Why? Oh, sir, that was rude.
These enemies are known as the Mega Scarecrows. There's As the name of tent, they're very big.
And they're 10 times annoying. I could have distorted that, but I wanted I'm saving the devil. I'm not taking any chances with the frosts. We're about to go into the torture chamber earlier, where we did the good old inertia thingy. So I'm gonna play it a bit safe. One wrong move and it just everything goes. And then it just goes. There we go. It's up here. What am I talking about? It went fine.
You didn't even need it.
But except for that one guy, he misbehaved. All right, sir.
Oh.
All right. I got me a bit by the camera, but we're fine. So normally we'd skip that. Since we're down in holy water, we gotta go down here. But we already got the time. Oh, okay. I missed the holy water. It's fine. But yeah, we already got the time save from skipping the main hallway gyro. Oh, you know what? Oh, I do want that. You know what? Yeah. For
Yeah,
safety reasons, yeah, I'm gonna break this. All right, we're good. Yeah, we're only losing 15 seconds here, but yeah, we've saved enough time back in mission 4. We're breaking even with the time saves. Yeah, we picked up that holy water just to use it for the next room.
Next room is another blitz, but instead of doing what Ish did before, we're just gonna say fuck it and use the holy water.
I missed. All right, there he is. Just gonna get our handy dandy bottle of water. All right, here we are coming up on our second encounter with Bile, or the demon amphibian. Hopefully he gives us the breath stink, or the icicle rather. Please don't make a
This
liar
fight
out of me.
is the fastest fight in all of Devil May Cry history.
And we got him. We're just gonna milk it.
And just like that, the fight's over.
We just melted him. Thanks. Oh god. Why'd you do that? I have a serious drift right now. So almost 6 minutes. 6 minutes flat, not bad. Okay, so we're on mission 16. We are at the most toxic mission in any casual settings. But we're not gonna waste our time in that. We're gonna, like us speedrunners always do, we're gonna skip it. And I'm 71 proud still short. So I'm just gonna have to refund, get more orbs. For Gunslinger. For extra. So, because we're gonna perform a little skip. That pretty much brought this game back to life. Then at some point this game just died down.
This is the coolest skip in all of Devil May Cry history, in my opinion, I guess.
And we got it.
You skipped 80% of the mission right there.
So what happens is, so that ceiling right there in that room has no collision. So we pretty much use that Dante's agitator. Thankfully, that's just agitator. Imagine if that were to be Nero's, we couldn't use that. I mean, if that were Nero's, yeah, and it wasn't there, yeah, what would we use though? Thankfully, it's Dante's. That's all that matters. And yeah. So we're pretty much out of the icy landscapes of Fortuna Castle. So we are gonna So this is a Capcom game, so of course we get dogs. So trick up to them. Gonna use this and pop one holy water.
And now it's just a walking sim until we get to the next boss.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of these walking scenes in between sections. Never occurred to me. You'd think after a good old 500 hours, yeah, it does get tedious. You can sneak in one quick donation if there is one. Before we get to the next boss in a minute.
We do not have any current donations, but I can quickly remind everyone what we are raising money for again. So we're currently raising money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which is currently funding research in and invests in scientific research to advance the understanding and prevention of suicide, as well as public education. The organisation educates the public and professionals about mental health risk factors and warning signs of suicide. If you guys would like to help support us in that, please feel free to donate, as well as donating some incentives, which you can find in the donations page. That's going to do it for me.
All right, now we are back on Dario, the boss. We no hit on Nero, but we're just gonna real impact our way to victory, pretty much. But just like that, it's over.
Yeah, I messed up the strat a bit, but we got him. But yeah. So Burial was a good boy the last time, but that don't mean I have an that don't mean I don't gotta mess him up. Of course I want to mess him up. He's a jerk. So we are now coming up on the second to the last Dante mission, but which marks this the worst of the worst mission of Dante. It's long, lots of rooms to clear. Yeah. So we got another melee weapon called Lucifer, which is a backpack that has a lot of pins. What's this application? I don't know. You just spam. You just throw around fries at the enemies and hope it stun them. Oh, I didn't. Good old jump cancels. Jump kick distorts. Alright. We're just gonna end these fights with our trusty stinger.
We're hoping for balls, the same attack he's been doing for Nero for mission 9.
Oh, we got the kamikaze. If he does that, we can just go ahead and distort real impact. Ooh! Alright, another room that ends many runners, especially at the high level, the market. There's a lot of random stuff going here, a lot of jumping assaults. Thankfully, they're not chimera'd, and you get fistos that love to go through walls. Plate save. Sir?
We just pushed you out.
He just pushed me. Rude! Okay, want to push her out here? I'll push this out. Thankfully, he was on his last out, so that I ended him with a shotgun. I've yet to look closely at how to do this, clear this room consistently and more clean, but this will
I
have
just
to do
go
for
through
now.
it. That's good.
Just go through it, yeah.
I don't even practice Dancer, to be honest with you. I just play it.
I just play it. But the thing is, yeah, I play it too, but I love to spend less time in this room than I should have. You know?
I think it's all luck. I mean, if you compile all the assaults by the
that's the thing.
Gate behind you or the red door.
No, that's where skill comes in. And just good crowd control. Yeah, maybe you could get lucky.
And in this room, I never learned this room.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, as long as he can kill 4 enemies fast enough, yeah. Oh, good lord. He's rude. Sir, you gotta go. Right. So gotta get rid of these guys immediately to spawn the next wave. Pop holy water. Oh, I think I got him. So that's another distort technique. And then there's 2 dogs. I mean, put him to sleep. And we're gonna pop our, well, it's not the last holy water, but yeah, as Dante at least. Couple more Mephistos that are floating around with their. Good lord. I'm just gonna get rid of this cloak so the holy water. The holy water deals them all in 1 hit. All right, we are coming up on the most boss fight of all time, Agnes. He's the most complicated boss fight. That's Dante. We're gonna do a little thing called just straights. Just gonna do it as I go.
So what Ishi's doing pretty much is aligning himself pretty much perfectly so you can hit the real impact. Agnes has a very gimmicky hitbox and he doesn't really like to get hit. But if you hit it perfectly, then it does a lot of damage.
Missed. And I blew up his calculations.
That was close.
Alright, oh, he's done. He fell for it.
Another thing you could do is you could just spam Lucifer, and it's pretty much an ideal strategy.
Oh. And he's done. Now he gets to do his homework. If you understand Lordle, you get the reference.
There's a lot of cool cutscenes in this game. It's just we're not going to see any of them.
Yeah, we're not going to see him. Okay. Do I have everything I need? Okay, so here we are.
Pandora level 2 or level 3. You should be fine.
Just gonna double check in just to be safe. This run is so long, I can easily forget anything. Like, you have no idea how easily I can forget sometimes. So I say I'll pin up for Lucifer. Oh, yes, I do. So here we are. We have a boss fight / puzzle. So this first phase of the fight is not really a boss, so because he doesn't have any health bar, so we can't do any damage to him, but we can stun him.
The whole first phase of this fight is the blue crystals he has all over his body is his weak points, and we're gonna spend some time destroying them.
Yeah. So he's gonna chillax a bit, and we're gonna give him a foot massage. a full body massage. So at the end of mission 17, we got Yamato, and we have a new cell called Dark Slayer, but that's the only time we get to see it in this run. Ooh. Unlucky. I do not like this. Oh, please do this. Do the straight. Oh god, we got the good luck.
Uh-oh.
I don't think I get the skip. Yeah, I don't have enough health.
No, you have the DT health.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's, we're still good on time, I think, so I can go for it.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right, fine. Oh. So here, the health bar is up, so you can finally fight him. There you go. Ooh! And that is the savior. We just melted him. I kind of messed it up, the laser there a bit, but yeah, we still got him. That was a... And that is a wrap for Dante's section. We're gonna play. We're back as Nero. While Dante is taking care of things outside the savior, we're within the savior. Bit of a wordplay there. Yeah, we're within the savior. We're gonna climb up some stairs because he's a good old ceramic being. So yeah, he should have stairs. Gotta buy a couple extra moves. So there we got short back, and we have maximum bad. Yeah, so we can afford max act. I think
should have enough for.
Yeah, I should have enough
for orbs later.
Yeah. So there's mission 19, and in a classic Devil May Cry fashion, we got a boss rush. Fancy twists. We got to do the dices as well. Not orange as well. It has a set of patterns, so that's a good thing.
Nero loves his dices at the end of the day.
Man likes to gamble. He likes a thrill. All right. So since Credo passed on the lore, we don't get to find him a second time. Instead, in its place, we get a group of Angelos, and we pop holy water in him because we're not going to give him a time of day. All right. All right. Through this portal, we get burial a third time. Hopefully, I don't mess up an input. So I'm gonna pop a devil trigger as soon as I spawn in and do a couple of maximum bets. And we got him.
Perfect.
And he's done.
What'd you say?
I think I barely have enough.
It's probably. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So wow, Burial has been a good boy this event so far, huh? All right. Now we get to meet the frog a third time. Unlucky. All right, what do we got here? Good lord.
Oh wow, that's really bad orange.
I've never seen that. Oh, nice.
You have
okay,
you got it. There you go.
Got him. He played the game a bit, but yeah, he lost. Goodbye. Good riddance. All right. The kid, on the other hand, though, we're 1-on-1. Hopefully, she behaves on this one. She was bad. Wait, well, she was bad, but on both, but we'll see. So we're gonna open up a Devil Trigger here. No, not Devil Trigger. Charge Shot. Swing at us and into a Caliber. Nice. Textbook. She didn't even get to play the game. Woo! Just gonna farm some Devil Trigger here a couple of times and then Buster. Alright, we're almost done. You were just with him like 2 minutes ago. Now we get to fight him again. You ruined. Unlucky. Alright, that was on me. Ooh! Done, please.
You gotta. You just
I
bust.
gotta
her
bust.
anyway.
Yeah.
There you
I've already lost enough health. I'm not taking any chances. The heck you are, sir. I don't know about that. And that's the last of Agnes. Good riddance. Oh my god. And here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the savior has arrived. Only after this long black load. Hey, that's a PB. 4 minutes. Right. Now this one will require a good amount of concentration, so I'm gonna buy. I think I still have nice. And for when things go really wrong. Alright, here we go. Good. Woo! It looks sus. He wobbled a little bit. I thought I was gonna miss.
You bought the Devil Stars, right?
Yeah. Oh. Goodbye. Nope. And
perfect.
He's done. All right, we got one more face. Time's coming up on the very last Buster. So yeah. All right. As per DMC4 speedrun tradition, we gotta do this little JoJo pose. Obligatory showdown. Hopefully I don't miss this because I don't want to smell his stinky breath. There we go. One more. And
that's time.
Holy moly. Now I know. My hands are sweaty. Oh, that is DMC4, ladies and gentlemen. What time did we get?
1:30:39.
1:30:39. 9.5 minutes. 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Underestimate. Yeah, I can't complain. I've made some I've had some hiccups here and there, but yeah, this was a good run. I'm proud of this one. Yeah, thanks again, Breaking the Habit, for having me back. Thank you to LP, Yossi, and the rest of the crew. You guys are amazing. You're doing a great job. Thanks for yeah, it's a pleasure. Love working with you guys. It's a good cause you guys are running over here, and always an opportunity to
I guess I should thank you.
Oh my god, just looking at these guys. Andres, anything you want to say? Any few words?
It was a great time me being here. Hopefully next event, maybe I'll be running an event here, hopefully. I had a great time and all, and thank you for all the composers and directors directing this event, and hopefully the rest of the event goes good.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Special shout out to the DMC homies. If it weren't for you guys, yeah, because this is among the hardest speedruns I've had to do. So yeah, thank you all, and thanks to all the homies in the chat. I can see you guys. Thanks for all the support, and yeah, we got a couple more DMC homies that are running this event, non-DMC games. So yeah, wish them luck, go show them support, and we'll be sure to do the same. So yeah, but yeah, that's it, guys. Stay stylish and stay safe, and yeah, I'm gonna sign off.
Alrighty, that was God love some DMC right there. Thank you for running. That was a very fun, quick run. But yeah, that's also going to do it from me as well. However, I will. Well, first of all, let me tell you about the next run. Sorry. Next run is going to be OG Happy Dude. Well, I might as well say the last two runs. On the next two runs, sorry. Next is going to be OG Happy Dude with Kazuha. I can't speak English. With Yakuza Kiwami 2, and then we're going to have Captain Ezekiel with some Silent Hill F. But that is also it from me. However, I will be back tomorrow because I'm doing a run of LA Noire, so you guys are going to get excited for that.
LA Noire.
Yes, very detective game from the 40s. It's going to be very well. It's not from the 40s, but based in the 40s. That's going to be very fun to do. So, yeah, but that's going to be doing me. Your next host will introduce themselves in a moment. But yeah, so.
Thank you, guys. What about ERB?
With the mental health thing, it's in my family, and you know, my uncles and my dad. There was no mental health thing back then. You know what I mean? It was, you're a man, shut up, hide it, protect the women, move on. That's it. Your feelings didn't matter. And then, you know, they passed it on to their sons and so on and so forth, and it sticks with you. And I know when my dad finally realized that, not that something was off, because there's nothing wrong with us if we have those kind of feelings. There's nothing wrong, by the way. There's no such thing as normal. Let me put that out there. There's no such thing as normal. We make our own normal. My normal's not the same as the next man. Trust me. It's vice versa. But when my dad saw me going down that dark path, I'm his son, and he was like, let's talk. And they brought me to therapists, and they just wanted to know not just why, but more like, how can we help? You know, and they accepted me for who I am and what I am. You know, and it helped me accept who I was, and that's why I'm so open about talking about mental health, because it was open in my house. Because my dad lost a bunch of his friends from suicide. He didn't want to see his son go through that. I lost a lot of friends through suicide. And I don't want no one else dying no more. You know what I mean? Because when you get in that dark place, in that dark circle, as I call it, it's like a circle in the drain. You know what I mean? I call it. You just stop thinking that anyone cares about you. And you start thinking that you're worthless and no one would care if you died tomorrow, and that's not true. We put that in our own heads to justify our pain in our own minds. Our pain is already justified because we're human and we're feeling it. You know, but we want everyone else to feel it and this and that. There's no reason for that. You know, there's no reason not to talk anymore. There's no reason not to break the habits of the past. Like we all say every generation says they're progressive. You know what I mean? My generation thought they were progressive, and now this generation thinks they're progressive. Okay, then let's be progressive about it. Why can't men talk about what they're going through? Why can't men talk about their feelings? You know what I mean? You can sit there and call me a clown or I'm soft or this and that. Fine, but I'll be alive and soft. I'll be with my friends and my family, but I'll be that soft, but I'll be with them. And I'll still see my mother. You know what I mean? Everyone knows me, I'm a mama's boy. But I'll still see my mother. I'll still see my dad. I can go wrestle in New York for AEW and they'll be there. You know what I mean? Now imagine if the one time I was very close to suicide, if I did it. None of this. none of this would happen. I wouldn't be here to talk to you today. And one of the hardest men I've met in my life, like a real straight OG, then things I can't say because, you know, I'm not allowed to under the law. He talked to me about it, and he saved my life. And he made me realize that people care. You know what I mean? You may think people don't, but one person always does. They always do. It's always one person. And when you hurt yourself, it hurts that one person, but then it hurts that one person's friend, that one person's girlfriend or boyfriend, and so on and so forth. And then it becomes like a ripple effect. Like you throw a little rock in a little pebble in a pond. You know, so people do care, and you do affect people. And you're never really alone. No, you're not alone, because I didn't think, oh, I'm special because I go through this and I talk about that. But when I see people come up to me at Fan Fest or stop me and they tell me how they're going through their stuff, that makes me feel good, because it also reminds me I'm not alone, because it's an everyday struggle. For the past 2 weeks I've been going through it, recently. You know what I mean? Where I get in my own head and I beat myself up. And I'm sitting there in a house that I'm paying for, which I should be happy about, but I'm sitting there beating myself up because it's a never-ending struggle. And I don't know, I like the struggle now because, you know, you hear sayings and stuff, and without struggle there is no progress, and never to suffer is to never be blessed, Edgar Allan Poe said, and I believe that. You know, I believe when you suffer and you get past it, you're a better person. And now that I'm in a position in AEW where I can talk to people about this, I'm happy I progressed, because now I can help. And I just don't want to hear no more about people taking their lives because they didn't talk. Or I don't want to see a mother crying because her son's gone. Or a wife crying because her husband's gone. Or a son crying because their father's gone. I just don't want to see it no more. I just don't want that to happen to anybody. I don't even have to know you. I just don't want to see it happen. You know, because, man, we're only here for a cup of coffee, man. And, God, when things hit you and you realize how short we're here for, you just want to live a happy life. And so does that mean medication? Fine, go ahead, knock yourself out. That's nothing wrong with that. I'm on medication. I take Zoloft. I'm good with that. I'm not ashamed of that. You make fun of me for that? You make fun of me for that? That's on you, dog. God bless you. But I'm good. You know, and just you got to do things that's right for you. And I know they're like, oh, you can say this, you can say that. And I get it, all these buzzwords or whatever you want to say. But I truly inside feel this. And I hope, as I'm sweating, I hope everyone understands this. You are never alone. You're not. I'm telling you the God honest truth, you're never alone. There's always one person. You may not have your family around anymore. Maybe they passed away, this and that. Maybe, I remember there was a guy at a bar, perfect example. There was an older guy that used to come to a bar I used to bounce at all the time. And, you know, he was an older guy, about 45. And didn't have his family, didn't have his wife and kids, just came to the bar every night and drank himself stupid. But he was a likable guy. And when I found out he committed suicide, and the other bartenders found out, God, that just ruined us. And we didn't even know the guy. We just knew him from there. And that ruined us for like a week. All of us were just like, couldn't believe it. And we didn't even know him that well. Now imagine the people who knew him well. There's always someone out there that you are going to affect when you decide to take your own life. And I don't know. I just don't want people doing it no more. You know, I don't want, normal's another thing. I just get that word out of your head. There's no such thing as normal. That word's a lie. My normal is not yours. You know what I mean? Do you think getting beat up for a living is normal? To me, it is. Maybe not to you. Again, that's my normal. We make our own. So, I don't know, I can blab on forever, but that's the two things I want people to truly understand. You're never alone. There's always one. And that's all you need. That's all you need is one. And the second thing, too, is we make our own normal. We make it ourselves. No one else does. So, that's it.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it?
It's in my family.
All right, everybody, it's Yakuza time. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I love Yakuza, like, a lot. So I'm very excited to see this run. We are back here with Breaking the Habit 2025. Guys, we're already at $915 in the first few hours of the event. That is amazing. We are so close to 1,000. That would be awesome if we can hit it. That would be really cool. There's so many different things that you guys can donate to. There's plenty of polls, plenty of donation incentives, and then also those rewards. That Switch 2 bundle from Video Game Trading Post comes with a copy of Pokemon Legends ZA and Mario Kart World. So that's pretty cool. $100 gets you that. Or if you donate $100 over the course of the event. So if you want to donate the other stuff and then a little bit more to get that Switch 2, you can. So make sure you check those out. And also, if you can't donate, don't feel bad about it. Just share the link. Pop it up on your socials, wherever. That helps out more than you realize. So that costs you nothing. And we also get to hang out with you guys. And it's always fun to do that. So again, seriously, thank you everyone for being a part of this. I'm going to hand things over to OG and to Cosmic as we enjoy this short but sweet Yakuza 2 Kiwami run. Take it away, guys.
Hello, everybody. My name is OG Happy Dude, and the OG stands for Old Guy, and I have Cosmic on the couch with me. How's it going?
What up?
So, Cosmic is here to have a impossible task. He's going to try to comprehend and figure out what the cutscenes are, because we're going to be skipping all of them, and he's going to have like several frames, like milliseconds to work with here. So we are going to be doing Majima Saga, and it is a 3-chapter saga that explains the story of Goro Majima between Kiwami and Kiwami 2. And you get this after beating the game. I would recommend playing the game. Don't seek out a New Game Plus file for it. Just play the game casually, and it is one of the best times you'll ever have. All right, so we are going to count down in 3, 2, 1, go. So this first part's going to be cutscene skipping here. Did you get any of that, Cosmic?
I'm pretty sure that's the scene in The Dark Knight where the Joker shows that guy a magic trick and then he burns all the cash, right? Or that's actually two different scenes in The Dark Knight, but I think that's what happened.
It's good enough for government work. All right, so we're just going to continue on. So this is going to take advantage of two things, which is the major one's going to be cutscenes, and then the second major one is going to be taxi use. So there are going to be certain things that we can skip through. This fight coming up is kind of mandatory because it blocks off the ways that you could go around this intersection. All right, skip this. And there's very few actual cutscenes that are not skippable. This one being one of them. So we'll have this and then the cinematic going into the final boss. Let's see if I can get the third. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to try to do everything in 3 spins there for words.
Optimal combat.
Yes. Sometimes the AI is just very, very dumb in the idea of like you want them to be as clumped together as possible, and then they just don't. All right, so there is a mandatory fight if you take. Okay, there is a mandatory fight if you take the street side. So we're just going to cut through the Millennium Tower here, and runs have been utterly destroyed by getting hit by a car, which are fun, rare but fun.
I mean, that checks out. He just walks away from that whole scene.
Yep.
He's like, nope, I don't care. See you later.
Like, deuces, we out of here. All right, so the guy in the green tank top, he is one of the bosses. You do not have to fight any bosses in this whatsoever. There is a all bosses category, but yeah. You don't have to do that. That tacks on like maybe 15 to 20 more minutes to the run. So we're just going to cut through here. And as fast as we started this run, we're going to go ahead and we are done with chapter 1.
Nice.
Oh. So what about these cutscenes?
That was the scene in Old Boy where he's in the hallway and then he like fights a bunch of dudes in that hallway and it's just like all one cut, right?
Sure. All right, so I always forget that that's only one cutscene going into chapter 2. So we're just going to run around here, and you'll actually notice something from chapter 1 that there was a person that I was talking to at the end of this courtyard here. But he is not here. Instead, these goons are, and we're going to take care of them. One. Oh, okay. So we get a 3 for here, possibly? Nope. Okay. We're just going to take the easy route here.
Gotta hand it to Majima. I don't know why everybody's so pissed at him. He seems like a nice guy.
I would totally expect this from Dangerous, not from you.
Dude, Dangerous gets mad at me for the puns that I tell. That should tell you. You're dealing with a whole other level for the next however many minutes.
Plus Dane's level of puns are not that sharp.
Ouch. Whoa, dang.
Yeah. Love you, Dane. All right. So right there was another showcase of the taxis. We would have had like 3 fights at minimum trying to get here. So the purpose of this is to just come here, go to the elevator, and skip a whole bunch more scenes. I said something on Blue Sky that got people laughing hysterically, but Goro Majima is the Waluigi of the Yakuza franchise.
That's true.
I was hoping you'd argue with me on that one, but you know.
No, I mean, here's the thing, man. Is like Mark Hamill doesn't remember voicing this character, and I feel like if you voiced Waluigi, you might not want to remember that either. So I feel like the through line here tracks. To be honest.
But I speedrun Mario Party and always pick Waluigi.
But you didn't voice Waluigi. Like, if somebody said to me, like, did you voice Waluigi? I'd probably be like, I don't remember. You know? Waluigi's cool, but, well, he's goofy. He's cool in a goofy sense, but...
Yeah, as much as I'm a fan of Majima, I laughed, but was not surprised to hear that Matt Mercer was the North American VO for Majima. But then again, it was kind of expected eventually.
Yeah, I mean, in the original, like I said, it's Mark Hamill. And that definitely works when Majima is just like a random henchman. But now that they like want him to be like the Joker of the series, it seems like. But yeah, I mean, Waluigi's definitely just a more accurate comparison. She's still just really goofy.
So we were trying to come up with we were trying to come up with some donation incentives, and I thought about cutscene percent for this run.
Oh yeah.
My PB on PC is 8.5 minutes. With cutscenes, it was about an hour.
That's so many cutscenes.
Yeah, and also I just started learning how to do New Game Plus runs, and I go from like 3.5 hours to 2.5 hours over the span of like 4 separate runs. So hopefully next year I'll be able to get that down to a considerable amount of time to submit that for next year's event.
Very cool.
So this particular cutscene, when it plays out, if you have not played Yakuza 0, it is going to confuse you because it ties in with a pinnacle character from 0. Majima was sent out to perform a duty that involved this masseuse, and there is a huge plot twist when it comes to that. I would strongly recommend playing 0 before you play 1 and Kiwami 1 and 2. So believe it or not, we're in the 3rd chapter already. We are about ready to end this run.
Oh wow! Yeah.
We have 2 fight scenes to go. We're going back to the club. And you remember that kid that was our chauffeur earlier? Yeah, he done screwed up. Now he's pointing a gun at us. So we're going to take care of him. Oh, come on. Nope. There we go. As soon as he points his gun at us, we're going to perform a heat move. It'll cancel out his animations and then go directly into ours. Oh. And then one more. I don't want to waste heat here if I can get away with it. There we go.
Nice.
So this is the other unskippable. Well, not here. We got 3 more to skip, and then we're going into an unskippable cutscene. I'll try to explain this one because you can only get. This is the only one you guys can see in full.
Well, I mean, we went from one guy pointing a gun at us to another guy pointing a gun at us. And I feel like this was because Majima, like... This is one of those fights that Majima could have avoided with the taxis. But the guy tracked him down. I mean, I get it because I also use taxis to avoid fights, but
So it turns out that the last time I ran this at a marathon, someone actually pointed out, it's like, hey, the guy that does the voice for JoJo in Bizarre Adventures voices the guy that is currently trying to shoot you. So.
oh, Jotaro or the
Yeah.
Joestar? Oh, nice, yeah.
What is
There's a
it?
lot of JoJo.
Dio? No,
Oh,
that's
Dio. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Yep. And like I was explaining to Cosmic before we started, the not only does the time go down when you're moving from console to PC, but time that came out of nowhere. I was not paying attention to that life bar.
I was not prepared for that time.
We're just sitting here having a casual conversation. Didn't even think of it.
I guess that's the nature of this run.
Yeah, talk about how short it is, and poof, time's
Yes,
called.
that's right.
We're just gonna leave the cutscene on pause here because this best sums up the entire story of Majima Saga. But yeah, if you haven't played this already, I would strongly recommend going to go play as much as you can of the Kiwami games. It is a time to be had. Let's leave it at that.
It's very good. I love them so much.
So, Cosmic?
No, I mean, I've played the original Yakuza 1, so I can't really speak. I hear that I've seen the Kiwami games, and they seem quite good, but I've only ever played the original Yakuza 1, and that was cool, except for Kiryu's ability to not turn around very fast in the middle of a fight.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, good stuff, dude. Good job.
Plug some stuff on the way up?
Yeah, go for it.
First.
All right, Cosmic, you're up.
Ah, my gosh. Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/DECosmic. I'll be on tomorrow for this event, running Van Helsing around 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
And y'all aren't getting away from me that easy. I have a host shift tomorrow at around 2, 3-ish. I can't remember exactly, but y'all get to deal with me for several hours tomorrow. But you can follow me twitch.tv/OGHappyDude. You can follow me Blue Sky, YouTube. I'm OG Happy Dude absolutely everywhere. So if you want to follow me, just search OG Happy Dude.
Heck yeah. Thank you guys. That run was awesome. Love me some Yakuza, so very excited to have that in the run. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to get set up for our next run, featuring the returning to Breaking the Habit, Captain Ezekiel with some Silent Hill F. So stick around for that. It's going to be really cool. I have not seen very much of this game, so it'll be nice to actually like sit through it now. But I know it's not going to be the same as sitting it through casually. But yeah, just sit tight. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you guys all so much for watching, and we'll see you in a bit.
All right, everyone, welcome. We are here at the Breaking the Habit 2025 Charity Marathon benefiting the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I am here at the Video Game Trading Post located in Pensacola, Florida. We sell video games here, cards and posts. We tried to get Jeff Keighley involved. Unfortunately, he never answered my calls. So I am joined by my lovely coworkers. This is Mario, this is Chris, and I am Jenna. I'm gonna go over a little bit of how to enter the raffle and the donations. And then we'll go over and look at the prizes and see what we have on offer. Most of the prizes, or all of the prizes, is a minimum $10 donation. You can enter as many times as you want. for whichever prize category you'd like. And for the final kind of grand prize, it's a $100 donation. It can be either in once or over the course of the event. It can be during any block, it doesn't matter. And then as we go over the prizes, we'll kind of cover that again to make sure it makes enough sense. But we're gonna go ahead and start checking out some of the prizes. We have some handy team members here that would love to pass the prizes over. Okay, all right.
Where's my hand? There we go.
There we go. All right. Chris and Mario are going to present one of our first ones. This is the Devil May Cry collectible figure set. You got the devil, and he's crying, and his girlfriend, and this guy. They're pretty cool. They're pretty based because Devil May Cry is pretty cool. These ones will be minimum $10 donation, and like I said, you can enter as many times as you like. I think they're old. They're like retro. But that's cool, because we're a retro game store in Pensacola, Florida. Anyways, pass those back, please. Next prize. There we go. All right, Mario, present your prize. Here you got.
It's the blue hedgehog.
That is what that is.
It is the Sonic Squishmallow holding his glorious donut.
Yes. We all love donuts. Again, minimum $10 donation to get that beautiful Sonic. He was sent away, but it's okay. No, I'm kidding. All right. We got Sonic. We got Devil May Cry. Let him cry. Next. This is from our good friends over at Magic Card Shop. They have generously donated these 2 items. As a prize, we have our Solar Tempest trainer box. And then this guy, very nice, we have our Glaceon EX Special Art Rare. And it's a grade 10. It's beautiful. It's graded. Now, I would like to extend an offer. If anyone wins this one, and they're not really into Pokemon cards, I would be happy to take it and film myself eating it on camera for everyone. So keep it in mind, and I'm dead serious. Again, $10 minimum donation, enter as many times as you'd like. All right, what's our next one? I want to present that one. All right, this one is my favorite. This one was a painting custom done by our good friend Beck Beware. It is a beautiful portrait of Chester. She did a phenomenal job, and she did it just for this event, and we're really thankful for everything she's done to help out. I'm sorry, this one's my favorite. But if you want to enter this one, just again, $10 minimum prize, and you can enter as many times as you want to try and win it. But yes, we've got that one. And then I think we have our grand finale. And we'll have Chris.
A Nintendo Switch 2. So as long as you donate $100 or through the course of the event up to $100, you'll be entered to win a Nintendo Switch 2 with Mario Kart World come with it and Pokemon Legends Z through 8. And just check us out at Video Game Trading Post and come on up and donate. We'll be here always.
Forever.
We'll never leave.
We'll never leave. Yes, these ones were provided by us here at Video Game Trading Post. Well, not the employees, but you know, the people who own the store. What else is there to go over? I'm going to run over the prizes one more time, and just every single one, you can enter to win them as many times as you like. It's a minimum $10 donation. And like Chris said with this one, it's up to $100 can be donated throughout the course of the stream. The stream, like a stream. All right. One more. Thank you.
Don't forget the pickle.
Well, okay, yes, there is a pickle. There's a long story. But, Alrighty, y'all. Thank you for bearing with us. I know I giggled and laughed a lot. I'm not used to being on camera, but I was really excited to present this for everyone today. I'm really excited for everyone to be here and to donate. And this cause is really meaningful for a lot of people. And putting it on and being able to raise money for it is just really important. So donate whatever you can. Minimum $10 for the prizes, but if you just want to donate whatever you can, that would be lovely. And definitely check us out.
I grew up in a household where being told that boys and men aren't supposed to cry and seeking some type of outside help meant that you're crazy. I've had some trauma in my life, being shot, losing my brother, losing my mother about a year ago, and losing my grandparents. So me, I seek outside help because me personally, if I keep things bundled in, I'm gonna explode. And I'm a 6'2", 270-pound man, and I do cry. And I have 2 males that I'm raising, and I do let them know that it is okay to cry. Yeah, it's just for me. I need that person, someone outside to give me guidance, to let me know that it is okay, that I'm worth something, and if I can speak on my personal experiences to even help one person, this big muscular guy that's an athlete, he cries. Well, it's okay for me to cry. So for anyone watching this, it does get better. I can testify to that. Just keep pushing.
Having the conversation while engaging in something that you would normally do can really help them feel more at ease. Maybe you offer to go for a walk or grab a cup of coffee.
Wait for a time when you can have a one-on-one conversation. Even ask them for a time that you could talk one-on-one.
To show your friend that you're actively engaged in the conversation, you can do things that are nonverbal, not looking at your phone, making sure you're making eye contact, nodding and indicating that you're hearing what your friend is saying.
When having a difficult conversation, it's really important to refrain from any judgment. Try to understand what's going on from their perspective rather than imposing our perspective on what they're going through.
We all have mental health, just like we have physical health. There really should be nothing awkward about having a conversation about mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
All right. I did it again. I always do it. Yasi calls me out every time I do that because for whatever reason, every time I go to start the thing, I always do that. I can't help it. It's just a crutch. Welcome back to Breaking the Habit 2025. We just had an amazing, although short, but still great run of Yakuza Kiwami 0. I'm sorry, Kiwami 0, Kiwami 2. And up now, we have the returning both commentator and runner returning back to Breaking the Habit. Captain Ezekiel and Niddle with some Silent Hill F. So everybody, let's enjoy this. And guys, take it away. It's all yours.
All right. Thanks, LP. Yeah, hi, everybody. I'm Captain Ezekiel. I'm a horror speedrunner. I've been here before. I ran Village here some years ago, and I ran RE7 at one point as well, probably. I think I have, anyways, there's a good to fair chance I have ran 7 somewhere at some point. And I have Niddle on comms. Niddle, if you want to introduce yourself.
What up? my name is Niddle. I'm a horror speedrunner. I've also done some stuff for Breaking the Habit, and I do Silent Hill and Resident Evil and all that good stuff.
Yeah, we got Silent Hill F. So we're doing hard new game, which is the hardest difficulty you can play on new game. There is a new game plus exclusive one called Lost in the Fog, which is arguably easier because you have NG plus assistance. On new game, this game is very, very difficult, even on story. So we're in for a very interesting time. So I'll go ahead and count it down. Puzzles are also on story because it's the fastest. So timer will start as soon as I skip this first cutscene. We're gonna do the pink rabbit bonus costume because it's awesome. Gotta have it. All right, time will start as soon as I skip this cutscene. So that'll be in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So Silent Hill F, new game, brand new in the Silent Hill franchise. First new release in the IP in what, 12 years?
Geez, at least, yeah. I mean, it's arguably longer if you're considering like sort of Team Silent OG games and not spin-offs, but yeah, it's been a minute since we had a new entry in the Silent Hill series.
Yeah, it's a very different entry too. I'm not super aware or privy to Silent Hill as I've mostly only played like Silent Hill 2 remake. And I've watched a lot of Silent Hill, but Niddle is a lot more of a Silent Hill like aficionado. He knows way more about the game, and a lot of people confirm this is very, very different than your average Silent Hill experience in almost facets, especially in combat. This is where this game is very different, and it's kind of a dividing point in like the game's reception. Is the combat is very special. I guess is the word I'll use. What do you think about the combat in the game?
Yeah, it's definitely a departure from most other Silent Hill games. Silent Hill isn't a series known necessarily for its combat. Like the combat is kind of secondary to storytelling and the atmosphere and stuff like that. But there is a much bigger emphasis on combat in this, which is kind of funny because we're playing as Hinako, who is a 14-year-old girl, and yet she's gonna like beat some of these monsters down with some like counters and parries and all sorts of like focus moves and stuff like that. So all that stuff is relatively fresh for the Silent Hill series, and understandably there's like some mixed reception around it. Some people not a fan of the combat. It's pretty fun once you get to like really master it, but most people on their first playthrough choosing hard difficulty had a kind of rough experience because the game really just kind of throws monsters at you in some of these areas. So we're running away from the fog at the moment. This first sort of like 5 minutes ish is just kind of setting up the town and the characters and stuff. We're playing as Hinako. Our 3 friends are in town, and we're kind of just looking for them and trying to find them. We're being chased by a fog monster, so like there's going to be some sort of segments where we're just kind of like running and not too much gameplay, but then those segments are heavily padded by like some really intense fights where everything kind of has to be perfect, otherwise we die.
Yeah, this game is very what I would say is backloaded. It's even like this like casually and speedrun wise, where the back parts of the game, like the later half of the game, are extremely intense. They put a lot of combat, forced combat, later in the run, and you'll see they're not easy. None of them are very, very easy, especially considering how tight the areas are. But yeah, like Needle said, we're playing as Hinako. Our 3 friends are Rinko, Shu, and Sakuko. Thank you, guys. Escaped me for a moment. Just like any other like normal survival horror game, we're gonna have like an inventory. You can see it down on the bottom right. That's when you see that means I'm holding down my middle mouse wheel button just to check what I have and everything. After the fog monster chase, you can automatically put into critical health. It's technically a time loss to heal. What I'm going to do is stay at this health because the odds of dying are usually pretty low at the very beginning here. Not 0. I'll make sure that's very clear. It's definitely not 0, so there is a chance I die. There is a good to fair chance I die at some point during this run, since deathless runs of hard are already pretty rare. Even the current world record doesn't have a deathless run in hard. And I didn't have one until I broke record not a bit a while ago to have a deathless run in hard. Would be nice to do it, but it is challenging, and you will see why. On hard, not only do enemies hit incredibly hard, our stamina usage is significantly higher on hard than it is on story, which means we don't get to like run in combat for as long, and we don't get to dodge as much. And this is the first like enemy we run into. This is kind of an introduction to like the enemy types. They're like mannequins. and they're very, very lethal.
Yeah, and sort of similar to like a Souls game, a lot of the enemies have this really dramatic sort of wind up to their attacks, which can make them really hard to kind of predict. Like there is just sort of variable timing in how quickly they're actually going to launch into their attack. And there are certain enemies that are sort of mandatory grabs, and in our current health state that would actually kill us. You cannot like wiggle out of a grab, you can't break out of it, you're just sort of forced to take the full damage from the grab, and it's a lot.
Yeah, on hard, if you're half health or lower, you will automatically die to any grab in the game.
Yeah.
Which is super brutal. But thankfully, a lot of the grabs that happen from like the scripted enemy grabs are predictable, and you can kind of preemptively dodge to avoid them. However, when Diddle talked about the wind up on enemies, it could be a blessing and a curse, because if they do long wind ups, a lot of the time it can be good because you can run past them or avoid them. But it is RNG a lot of the time. So you can run past an enemy you're used to seeing do like a big wind up, but instead they do a really quick attack and you just get stabbed for half your health. And it's very, very unfun.
Should mention whenever you see Zeke pull up the HUD, you see there's like kind of 3 bars at the bottom. There'll be a 4th. So the top bar with the flowers is actually our sanity, and that's going to be really relevant. Sanity is not a very accurate description of it. It should be called like a focus meter or something like that, because that's primarily what we're going to be using it for. The bar at the bottom is our stamina, and Zeke has to be really careful not to run that out, because if you run out of stamina, Hinako, if she's in combat, she will literally just stop moving for like 3 or 4 seconds till she waits for stamina to come back. So it can be really dangerous. And then the bar on the left that kind of looks like a moon, that is our weapon durability. And weapons actually have durability in this game. Different weapons do different damage. In particular, the knife does a lot of damage and very quickly. So we're going to be prioritizing the knife. And you saw Zeke just now pick up a toolkit, which can obviously be used to repair our weapons. So we have kind of like a Breath of the Wild weapon system where the game is expecting you to break your weapons, and kind of inevitably you will break your weapons. But the important thing is that Zeke repairs his most important high damage weapons like the knives, potentially the crowbar later. So yeah, just keep that in mind.
Yeah, and we have our first forced combat. That right there is a counter. Basically, an enemy can do like a window where you can right click and you'll essentially get a really powerful hit. And I'm going to do a focus attack on this first enemy. We want these stagger states because it makes them take a lot more damage. And then we need this guy to kind of get away from the flowers.
Yeah, if you get caught by those flowers, it's death.
Yeah, it is brutal. That first combat area is actually a possible reset point. If that third enemy there walks into the flowers, you can't go in there because you'll get grabbed and then you'll die.
Yeah. First puzzle here, quite simple. Just have to put the pieces in the right spot. This is we are now in kind of the other world, I guess you'd call it, in this version of Silent Hill, which it's kind of like this watery sort of shrine. Like there's a specific name for these types of like Japanese.
I think it's
shrines.
called. I think this place is called like they call it the Dark Shrines. Is at least what it's called in this game.
Yeah. There's a name in Japanese for these specific shrines. I don't remember it though. But yeah, this is sort of our other world, and when we're in the other world, we don't have our regular weapons, so we'll be getting a couple weapons that we'll be using in the other world for at least the first sort of half of the game. And then the other world takes a drastic change in terms of the weapon choice.
Very, very drastic change.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of these sections, in terms of lore, there's this fox dude, and he's kind of appearing to us in these other world sections, and he's kind of leading us through. And I won't get into too much of the plot, because if you haven't played this game, you should definitely try and play it. The story is probably the best part about the game. So right here, he picks up this little dagger, and that's going to be our first weapon, which we will not use at all.
Yeah, we'll hopefully not use it here at this first part. Now, there's a strat here on hard. There's a forced enemy that spawns that stops us from doing an RNG puzzle where we have to flip around 3 EMA plates and grab basically a lock. There's a crawler enemy that spawns, probably the most frustrating enemy type in the entire game, in my opinion. And there's a strat we can do. If I do a bait and a line correctly, I can kind of force him to de-aggro, but it's really, really precise. And if I mess it up, I'll probably have to kill him, in which case we will use the dagger. Which this dagger swings like a knife and looks like a knife, but it does not do anywhere near the same amount of damage a knife does. It actually does very little. So I'm going to go up here and trigger this dialogue so that the game lets me progress, because it is kind of tied to that trigger before I can do these puzzles. And I'm going to basically walk all the way back to where I started, and this is when the enemy is going to spawn, and hopefully we'll grab that divine water. There's a few pickups. You're going to hear me reference, and it'll reference Higashis and divine waters a lot because they're very, very relevant.
Yeah. Higashis, they are a Japanese candy. It's like a little rice sugar candy. And they restore our stamina fully and keep it at max for like almost like 2 minutes, I want to say. Like, it's a really long time. And those are incredibly valuable in some of these combat sections, especially some boss fights and stuff like that. Because, like I said, if you run out of stamina in a combat section, you're on a cooldown for like 4 seconds. And besides being slow, it's really dangerous to not be able to move. Like, you can't dash, you cannot move backwards, you can't even walk. So stamina conservation is like really critical in all categories of this run.
Unfortunately, we aggroed him, so we have to kill him.
I was gonna say, you may notice there's no durability on these weapons while we're in the Dark Shrine. These weapons last forever, which in the game, casually, you're like, oh, sweet, these weapons last forever, that's awesome. And then you realize that they're kind of like way worse than the weapons that you have in the real world. And you're like, oh, that's not as sweet.
This is an RNG puzzle. Oh, there it is. So we were looking. I already know where the crane is because I saw it at the very beginning. That's gonna be the last one we get. So we need a snake, a crane, and a turtle. So we got the snake, so we need to get the turtle. That enemy we just killed, I see the turtle right in front of me. That enemy we just killed, he respawns after a certain amount of time. There's a lot of enemies in this game that will do that. Mostly in the other world, they'll respawn. So we have to interact with those. Usually it's after the second one you get that he will respawn, but since we killed him not too long ago, we should be safe to get to where we need to be before he becomes incredibly problematic. Though that enemy type is very scary because they hit incredibly hard and they swing a lot, and they are really, really fast. They're like the dogs of this game. Like the dogs in like every survival horror game are always just awful, and they are no exception.
Yeah, and the game does throw a whole bunch of them at us all at once in a few parts, like the part coming up after this.
Yeah, there's actually not much RNG in this game in terms of puzzles. Just that one right there is probably the biggest one. The rest of them are all pretty static. Like the solutions are all static. On New Game Plus, actually, a lot of them are pre-solved, and you don't really have to do anything. You can just go straight to the end.
Yeah, New Game Plus is actually it's more linear, but it's pretty chill comparatively.
Yeah, New Game Plus is really fun because you actually get to feel very powerful in what is otherwise very frustratingly, you feel underwhelming a lot of the run.
Yeah. So this part, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 other parts like this with like this red mist. Our sanity is draining the entire time, and our stamina is draining the entire time because we're in combat, which sucks. It's not great. So you're going to see Zeke intentionally walking there for a little bit just to gain his sanity back. And Hinako kind of like holds her head whenever these loud sort of tinnitus sounds happen. And you can kind of dash out of it. You'll see Zeke did that right at the end. But in hard, you actually, or in New Game rather, you actually want to use that to your advantage and restore some sanity while Hinako is walking.
Yeah, if I were to dash out of every single one, I would have no stamina, and that enemy that you saw hit me there, like I said, they're really fast, and there was 3 of them there, and if they catch up to you, they can just hit you on repeat. And those enemies specifically have this really nasty lunge jump attack, where if they hit you twice or swing twice, they'll pin you to the ground, and it does like 75% of your health. It is disgustingly brutal.
Yeah. No iframes, by the way.
Yeah, no iframes at all in this run. Except for under very specific cutscene-based circumstances, and those are very rare. Even then, you can still get hit through a lot of cutscenes and transitions. We do have a dodge, like we've been talking about and using. Perfect dodging is very, very crucial. in a lot of different reasons. The biggest one is that obviously you can dodge an attack and you'll get all your stamina back. That is like the big thing about perfect dodging, is that you get all your stamina back. And it's going to be relevant on this boss if I hit it, but this is probably one of the trickier bosses to hit it on because it's a really hard move to really telegraph. Now that we're past the first 2 chapters of the game, we're now in more combat oriented. You're starting to see a lot more enemies and things get a little bit scarier. And like this is the telegraph grab that I can perfect dodge because that one's really easy to tell. Just like there's another one here right around this corner because this is where the game introduces you to getting grabbed.
Yep. Those grabs, they lose like 9 seconds and they also really, really hurt.
Yeah, they are brutal. But we also picked up a different weapon. This is kind of like the knife, except it's a sickle. It does a little bit less damage, has a little bit more durability, but it's really still a very, very good weapon.
It might be poisonous.
And now we have the storehouse boss guy.
Little mini boss. So the goal here is to kill him so that we can operate the well. And this guy has a pretty sort of predictable moveset. Like he has a few specific attacks that'll do, like this sideways swing, as well as the little yell that he did at the beginning, and he's dead. So now we're on a timer to crank this before he wakes back up, because he will respawn. And then after the first crank, we'll have an enemy spawn right around this corner here, who can be a problem. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, the grab. Yeah, so there was a chance that the enemy offered a parry window so that Zeke could have countered, which would have, at the very least, stunned her for long enough for him to get this. But that wasn't too bad. So yeah, you can see the guy is back alive. It's kind of weird because the game doesn't tell you till way later that enemies respawn, and that like it's a feature of the Dark Shrine world that enemies respawn. But this section specifically is kind of contradictory to that because we're not in the Dark Shrine area, and that guy respawns. So yeah, I don't know.
What's that all about?
I don't know. It's weird.
That extra enemy spawning is what makes that so horrible. Because that enemy is RNG on like how fast they are. Because you can see she ran at me right away, and then she did a grab, which is like the worst possible option she could choose. Because I can't parry it, I can't do anything. And any extra time I take to kill it makes it so that that guy respawns. And if he does respawn before I can get that out, I'd have to just kill him again, or else he will just kill me on his own. And it's insanely hard.
Yeah, that big overhead swing just destroys you, and it like staggers you, puts you on the ground. It's not great.
Yeah, and now we're playing Ocarina of Time, and
Lost Woods.
We're in the Lost Woods. The whole gimmick to this is that this little scarecrow here in the front gives you a hint, and you have to find the right scarecrow. Anytime you choose the wrong one, it reanimates and tries to kill you. But thankfully, it is static, and we know which ones it is. The overall gist of it is you're choosing basically the scarecrows that look like Hinako.
Yeah, so the various hints will be like, oh, you betrayed me, I was in the middle of you and him, or something like that. And so you determine that there's one scarecrow that looks like Hinako, kind of in between a boy and a girl. That must be the one. There is an achievement for doing this successfully with no mistakes, and it is one of the rarest achievements on Steam, which says to me that not a lot of people actually understood the hints. And a lot of people were just kind of guessing, and it's funny because you can aggro like every single wrong mannequin in the area. So a lot of people's first playthroughs, they're being chased by like 12 mannequins through this section.
Yeah, and it does a funny thing where towards these last two here, I think it's really just the last one, where they kind of have a weeping angel effect, where if you don't look at them, they just start chasing you anyways, even without choosing the wrong ones. But because we know exactly where to go, we typically just completely avoid it.
Right, yeah. It is a pretty cool section, casually, but I was always like, 5? Really? We have to do this 5 times?
We were hoping when we were first like routing this that we could just run to where we needed to go, but you have to interact with them and you have to go the direction they're pointing, like almost exactly, because if you don't, you'll get the Lost Woods thing where you get warped back to the beginning of that area.
Yeah. And if you're me, like I have a really hard time following directions. So even though the scarecrow like points in the right direction, sometimes I just like walk into the fog somehow. It's like,
I mean, they're not very accurate too. I'll be honest. Like sometimes
Right,
they're
it's not-
pointing and it's like to the right of where they're pointing.
yeah, I want to see a top-down map with the fog removed of the exact like directions that the scarecrows are pointing, and then the actual spot that you're supposed to go. I have a feeling they're mildly inaccurate.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. So that's that area. That's chapter 3. Now we're technically in chapter 4. Each time we jump between the dark world and the normal world, it is a chapter. This is where we now finally get kind of introduced more of the combat and what is expected. The game is expecting of you. I would say this first boss, which is coming up at the end of this chapter, called Sakuko, is the first hard skill check of the run, and casually. It's where a lot of people die a lot because Sakuko is kind of a big pain. When I was first riding this, I discovered a strat that we use for Sakuko called the Sakuko 1 cycle. That we'll talk about a little bit later when we get there. One thing we should mention, and I'll attribute this to being a detriment of the game's design. Your damage is RNG. You don't do the same damage with every hit. The formula for your damage is essentially your weapon damage multiplied by a random base value. So things like the Sakuko 1 cycle and boss fights that we require like specific damage thresholds become significantly harder when you're not doing the same amount of damage every time. So we're going to try to go for a Sakuko 1 cycle, which is very difficult on hard. Not guaranteeing I can do it, because if I roll bad RNG, then, you know, it's a little unlucky. Otherwise, if we can do it, that'd be awesome. I'm stuck on this wall.
Yeah. The random damage thing was kind of, it's something that I think a lot of people felt casually. Like you would notice, you'd be like, wow, it's kind of weird. Same weapon, same durability. Sometimes I kill this enemy in 3 swings, and sometimes it takes like 5. And
yeah,
it was kind of like, what's up with that? Like, why is it? And then sometimes you'd hit an enemy and they would immediately go into their stagger, like they would be stunned. And other times you couldn't get the enemy to stun no matter what you did. And there's a lot of random variables that go into it. Even Sakuko, she can take a random stun sometimes, which actually threatens the 1 cycle more than helps it, because she needs to be stunned at specific times for this to kind of play out the way we want.
Yeah, the stagger stuff's very interesting because each weapon has a different stagger rate, but it is still random at the end of the day. That'd be scary on hard. There's a lot of different enemies in places on hard that aren't normally there on story. There's some enemies that jump from the ceiling here. Yeah, the weapon damage thing, I was genuinely losing sleep over. I remember people who were in the Sign of Love community probably noticed me almost every day typing about how I think weapon damage is RNG or something is weird, doesn't make any sense. It wasn't until we got to like the dev room. There's a dev room in this game, and there's a lot of different things that I went through testing on enemies before we came to the conclusion, because we were under the impression maybe there's like critical hits. But no, it ended up just being damage is random, and enemies take significantly more damage. I think it's about like 60% more damage when they're in a stagger.
Yeah, we had somebody who's very knowledgeable with Unreal Engine 5 kind of pick the game apart for us, and specifically let us know like the exact sort of formula that goes into damage calculations, and it's like durability plus the damage factor of the weapon plus, you know, whatever value your Oma Moris have, which we haven't even talked about yet. And then on top of all those variables is a random number. So it's like, sweet, dude.
Yeah, I felt like a conspiracy theorist until I finally got proven right. I was like, oh.
So another running through the red fog area.
And we have these new enemy type, which is also a very annoying enemy type. These little screaming dolls.
Yeah. These screaming dolls, if you get caught in their little sound wave, and it's a very generous hitbox with their sound wave, they will stun you. So like that one was going into it right there, but they get down on their knees and then they scream, and that's a big stun.
Yeah, and basically this area is kind of hold W until we get to the Sakuko boss fight. And when I talked about enemies taking a lot of damage when they're staggered, Sakako is a big example of where we abuse that the most, where I try to time specific. There's a quick attack I talked about earlier, where an enemy will just randomly do a quick attack, and that would have done a lot of damage. So switch to the new spear we just got. I'm going to drink divine water to fill up my sanity, and then we're going to run into the Sakako fight, and hopefully we do not get owned.
Yeah, you got this.
I believe.
It's a pretty sick fight when everything goes correctly.
It really is, yeah. We got the AFK Sakako, so that makes the first part a little bit easier. 3 hits, see what she does. So this should stagger her, and I should be able to just left click until she goes into her first dark phase, which on hard we can't skip this dark phase.
During this phase,
teleport,
she doesn't take any damage. So should mention, you're going to see Zeke doing almost exclusively light attacks here, and pretty much everywhere, because light attacks actually do more damage and faster than heavy attacks.
The only time I utilize heavy attacks is to build up stagger, which I will do in her next phase here. Hopefully she spawns here. And now this is where we're kind of at the mercy of her RNG a little bit, and I have to be able to execute the fight.
Yeah, so she's out of dark phase. We don't want her to go back into dark phase. That's what really loses time on this fight. Those are heavy
5
attacks
hits
there.
and hope that's enough. 4, 5. All right, now we're gonna see what she does. Okay, I'm not gonna counter this. We're just gonna do 1 heavy hit to start the stagger, and then she's gonna swing, and then I'm gonna do a focus attack, and then I should have enough time to do 1 more heavy, which should stagger her, and hopefully she dies here before she actually phases. If she doesn't, then we have bad RNG, but we'll see. Nope. Dang. So she's probably 1 hit from dead.
Yeah.
That's just because we low rolled on the damage. So that part where I did 5 hits only and stopped, I could have tried 6, but it was the same gamble on whether or not I did high or low. So you're kind of coin flipping.
Yeah, and it's a juggle, because there are certain parts where it's like, oh, I could do more damage to her, but then if she's kind of in a neutral animation and she's past the threshold, she'll go back into this dark phase, and there's not really anything you can do to stop it. So it's kind of a tough balance between strategizing damage and stagger. That wasn't bad
Still a
enough.
clean fight though. It was it was still pretty fast without getting the 1 cycle, and we did not get hit. Getting hit by Sakako takes a crazy amount of damage off of you.
Yeah. Even in story, she
Yeah, she's
actually
brutal.
blasts damage.
All the boss fights in this game are pretty brutal. Like, they are not, I don't think anyone is like really, I would consider easy. Like, looking at them, they're all pretty rough. There's a boss fight for Rinko later as well, and Rinko is nasty. Like, that is a nasty fight to try to do fast, which, you know, you guys will get to see. And then we have a whole bunch of stuff still coming. We talked about how the game is very backloaded. That usually happens, I'd say, after the middle school, I want to say, is about when that really starts. And we start to really pick up on the combat.
Yeah, a few tough sections. Right now, like this general section is kind of just get to the next area is our objective. And we're heading to the school, which I think is everybody's, you know, it's mutually agreed, is everybody's kind of favorite section of the game. Because it really feels like a Silent Hill game during that section. It's very opening doors, getting key items, unlocking new areas. Oh my god, there's monsters there now, you know.
Yeah, the school is pretty cool. Very aesthetically pleasing. The puzzles, one of the puzzle, we know the one, those who have played the game, is very questionable. Like, it was one of those very, like, you were really reaching for that one. Like, it's a, thankfully it's static, so we know the solution already, but like, I remember sitting there casually, getting very frustrated, being like, this doesn't make any sense. It made me feel like, you know, am I dumb?
It was funny hopping from like stream to stream, watching other people play it casually, and I was very vindicated seeing them all get just as frustrated as I did. And I was like, okay, thank God it wasn't just me.
Yeah. I'm going to swap over to the pipe. We're going to use a focus attack in a moment to deflect a blocking enemy. Grab another Higashi. That is the biggest and most powerful thing in this run is Higashis. They are 100% the strongest part of the game. To have infinite stamina for about over a minute is incredibly beneficial, and we use it in a lot of fights. We use it in every single boss fight.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you only get like, especially on hard, you only get like 4 or 5 swings in before you need to take a breath.
Completely out of stamina. Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't just only affect, like we mentioned earlier, swinging. You then can no longer dodge, and enemies will absolutely take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Right, these guys, we need her to do that. Okay, and I'm gonna charge a focus attack running down these stairs because this guy's gonna block and get the swing off early to kind of push her away, so she can't just kill us. Because getting her on her is very, very hard. That is a very narrow walkway. There's a reoccurring theme with very short, small places to go through and enemies being right there.
Yeah, they love throwing enemies in the body block spot, like just perfectly in your path and in the most narrow sections.
We go down here, we have to hit a trigger until she says where are those two, and then conveniently there's a Higashi down here. We needed to do that so that Rinko and Shu can open up this path here. And we're also going to get introduced to another very annoying enemy. So like the dog enemies are here. We also have new dogs, which are just dogs but red. Those guys, they're a pain. But then there's another one that's inside this house that we're going to see more of, which is also a very funny time loss exclusive enemy. I don't even know what they're called. They have the same model, similar model to the doll enemy you saw earlier that was screaming, but they instead can spawn vines everywhere. And oh, I dodged awkwardly, but I think I should be good. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, those little vines on the ground, they're the same as the vines that we saw in that opening like fog monster chase. And fortunately, you haven't seen it because if you had seen it, it would have been a mistake. But essentially, if you run into those little tentacle vine things in the ground, they lock Hinako in place. So like they are pretty much just a time loss enemy. They also do a bit of damage, a good bit, honestly, and hard. But besides the damage, they just kind of waste your time. And while you're locked in place, you can take damage from other enemies. No iframes, no nothing. So you
Yeah,
could just
and this is
totally get
this
beat
is the
down.
worst part of it right here, where that what Niddle just gave us an example can happen right here. If I get good RNG, there's a line I can take that'll get me around this enemy. But if I get bad RNG, I'm gonna have to forcibly take damage here. I think I got the good RNG, but we'll see how this dog behaves.
Nice.
And hopefully this guy is really fast.
Yeah, this dog is absurd, and he'll follow you the whole way, and yeah.
Yeah, just like that. That guy is. Thankfully, he only got the one hit off, so he should de-aggro once I'm up here. Yeah, but he's a nightmare. Until we learned a little bit more about that, I mean, even there, you can still just die randomly because it is just so much damage you can take.
Cut it out.
But that part is a big reset point where you can just get bad RNG and the dog just bullies you relentlessly.
Yeah. Getting hit as you're running away, like up to almost 0 health, is just crazy.
Yeah, it's because you'll get hit by one and then you'll try to dodge and you'll miss the perfect dodge and then you'll get hit again. And then next thing you know, you're at 1 HP and you are spamming spacebar praying to whatever god you pray to that you do not get touched again.
Please let me go. So this is a school.
Yeah, this place is awesome.
Yeah, really cool. In the run, it's way shorter than casual, kind of obviously, but yeah, just a very fun section to explore and a lot of little lore dumps and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
we have to grab
our
this
main goal,
hairpin.
yeah, we're getting a series of keys so that we can get another key, as is tradition in the
Yeah,
Silent
as is
Hill
tradition. That's like
universe.
every Silent Hill game, even
Yeah.
Resident Evil. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go around and collect like 3 different keys, and then ultimately we get one key, the key that we originally came for.
Yeah, on the difference between hard and story puzzle actually changes up this place quite a bit. Actually, the difference between hard and story puzzles is pretty dramatic in terms of how it actually affects the gameplay. Usually, it's not super impactful in from what I understand in former games because the overall routing stays very similar. But in this one, it actually changes the routing quite a bit to be on story versus hard.
This is a fun little Matryoshka box puzzle where
Yeah,
we
this
have
is the
5
one that
schools.
was
Yeah, this one's
very
a bit of
confusing.
bit of a meme casually, but yeah, it is interesting. Like Zeke was saying, most other Silent Hill games, the puzzle difficulty is kind of inconsequential to the actual speed run. But in this one, the puzzle difficulty changes literally where you have to go and what key items you need to pick up, and yeah, it's a pretty big difference. Not only like are the puzzles different, but literally the key items that you need to collect are different in some cases.
Yeah, like that hairpin we got at the start, we went out into the schoolyard. On hard, you actually have to go to the complete opposite end to get a different key entirely, and you don't have to open the drawer like the way we did there. But it is obviously you have to run much further, so it ends up being a time loss to do that.
The hint for that is brutal, by the way. It just like it says something about the vice principal was hanging out by the flowers. And you're
Yeah.
like, okay, there's like flowers everywhere, dude. And they refer to a specific patch of flowers, and like the key item is just like it's just on the ground. It's like
Very easy to miss.
Yeah.
We can talk about Omomoris now since we're actually going to get our first Omamori. We're actually going to use the Wolf Omamori in this run. Omomoris are, you can think of them as like charms, think of them as like little trinkets. They're essentially a buff. It's like an equipable item that you can wear that gives you a special effect. This one's special effect is the only one that we use here on hard, which is it increases the damage of your weapons as long as they have high durability. And weapons have a specific text that tells you whether or not it is high or low or medium when you're using it in terms of its current available durability left. We don't get a whole lot of swings with that on the knife. It's about 5 swings we get with it. But that extra damage actually ends up being very, very impactful later.
Yeah. It was kind of interesting early on, like, because there are 41 Omamoris in the game, and just kind of there were a lot of ideas thrown around about like which Omamoris are optimal. There's like kind of a gotcha system where you can spend the in-game currency, which is faith, on Omamoris, and so like honestly, the majority of them you get through that little gamble system. And it was kind of like, okay, is this RNG? Are we gonna have to roll for an Omamori, and if we don't get it, we just reset? And like, a lot of deliberation with what to do about Omamoris, and some of them have like really interesting effects. Unfortunately, the ones with the most interesting effects are pretty much exclusive to New Game Plus.
Yeah, it's really a shame. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, probably the most high risk, high reward sort of interesting one is called the Daisy Omamori, and it makes Hinako one-hit kill, but you have infinite stamina and infinite sanity as long as you have it equipped. So pretty interesting.
Yeah, so now we're back in the Dark World. This area is rough. There's enemies you can see all over the place, and they're in very tight areas. The gimmick of this area is the little blue light. That when they get into the blue light, they can get stunned, and they also, when they die, they can't reanimate when they're in the blue light, which does not work all the time. But they, it's yeah, no, it's super frustrating.
Yeah. If you had tutorials on, this is where they tell you there's a little tutorial window pops up and it says, hey, the blue light will prevent enemies from coming back. But when you come back to this section, all the enemies are back. So sorry for the cat in the background. She's going crazy.
Tora's going crazy. The biggest benefit of the blue light. Oh, I forgot about this enemy. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure there's an enemy here, and my brain like lagged on it a little bit. It doesn't kill us, and I get a second here if I dodge backwards. I'm gonna use the first aid, and I should be able to get this down before they can get to me.
Oh my god, the welcoming committee is here.
Yeah, my brain was like, there's an enemy here, remember to dodge it, and then my brain did not talk to my thumb to press spacebar. It's all right, not a huge deal, thankfully. That like what I was about to say is the best part about the blue light, unironically, is that it stuns enemies when they walk into it. So that's what saves us in those situations.
It does suck though, because if they start the attack before they reach the blue light, they will continue the attack into the they'll continue a lunge and a grab into the blue light.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I noticed that with like the mannequins, however, if they do a grab, like the one that grabbed me, if you dodge at the same time she grabs you, but you get hit by it and she falls into the blue light, it'll actually just immediately release you, but you'll take the damage from the grab.
That's crazy.
All right, now we got that first area done. We have to do 2 wings here, essentially. And And this next area starts off pretty chill, but then the last 2 rooms we have to do, I don't know what they were thinking. They thought it was really funny to just put enemies right on top of you, like out of cutscenes and stuff, and it becomes super apparent here.
Yeah. And it's kind of a bummer because this is a very good lore sort of immersion section. And I suppose one of the strongest criticisms that I have and I've seen is that it's really hard to be immersed when the enemies are just like thrown at you en masse. And you'll see, like, this first area is not too bad, but the other 2 rooms that we have to come into, we're collecting these 3 little seals here to do a thing, and yeah, it's kind of just crazy how fast it escalates.
Yeah. And like it seems like it's escalating now in terms of, like we said, the game picks up, but trust me, it gets way crazier. This puzzle is you have to turn all 3 around to get to the last one. I remember a lot of people saying when guides were initially coming out for this, they're like, oh no, it's always this doll. Because on their first playthrough, it wasn't actually that doll. That was just the 3rd one they chose. We put the parts in as we get them because otherwise you have to wait for about 15 seconds before you can put another one in. This whole place is like a big labyrinth where we're pulling down levers and they're opening up doors but also closing others. So we have to go around here and get this other one. There's an enemy that's going to drop from the ceiling. I'm going to bait so that it lands away from me. And hopefully she does not think I owe her money. Okay, there we go.
I remember
and this guy too.
Casually playing through this, I was like, how the heck are we going to route this dude? This seems like a nightmare. Turns out it's actually really straightforward.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, right? It all seemed very confusing. You're like, how am I going to remember what's what? And it's like, actually, the way we do it, it's like you only really pull the lever like twice, and that's basically it.
And it's so on the way that it's like, how could you even forget? You know, like the order that you're supposed to do. So
this room is where we first see what we were talking about earlier, where it's like, what were they thinking? When we grab this item, there's going to be a mannequin, and you'll very obviously see it. It's right here. It's right on top of us. And then we got this one as well. So thankfully, they both did good RNG attacks and no instant attacks. Those ones you can usually avoid damage from if you get good RNG. This next one, however, you can't avoid damage on unless you want to lose time. Like, you really just can't.
Yeah. This is the part that threw everybody for a loop because it makes you run backwards through the way that you came in after pulling a lever that you would logically think would lock you out of this area.
Yeah, it's very strange, the layout, but you know, once you've done it once, twice, or 20 times, it starts to become a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely.
Now we're in this room here. Now we're in the candy store. We're gonna grab this Higashi that's conveniently right here, and we hit this light, and you're like, where can they spawn the enemy that's gonna be that inconvenient?
Yeah, good luck.
He's right here. Time of dodge.
He goes straight into the attack. Yeah.
And now when I go to this, he's gonna catch up to me before I can even grab this, so I'm guaranteed to take a hit or 2.
Yeah, this section's brutal.
All right, not too bad. That's usually about as good as it can go. That is like as good as it can go.
Body block super hard, which is nice.
Yeah, he can do also the overhead swing there on that when I do that pickup, which takes out half of your health and stuns you, and that is just disgusting when it happens. It is so not fun.
Not bad though.
Yeah, no, honestly, that went pretty well. I mean, the whole point of this area lore-wise is we're essentially like going to our friends and dooming them, and like we're going through their like nightmares, like Sakuko, I think, afraid of the dark, and then Rinko, we're dumping her into lava, and then Shoes, he lost his shoe. He's just hanging out in there.
Yeah, he's just hanging around.
He's just hanging around. Oh, I get it. He's just hanging around. This area is we're running to like a little mini boss, which ends up becoming a very common enemy, just like that big guy earlier. There's a little bit of RNG here. We're really hoping this enemy, right next to this next lever here, you'll see they're chasing me right now. If they catch up to me here, if they're fast, they get the good RNG, we have to reload a checkpoint. And I think they're far enough behind where they're going to stop. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, there's strangely a few doors that it won't let you interact with if you're in combat. And this is one of those doors, yeah. So you saw it a little bit, but it shows that like no F logo when you can't enter the door.
What is she doing? Kind of got unlucky RNG there.
Yeah,
So
so
we should be able to do this cycle still, hopefully.
these enemies fortunately have a pretty predictable moveset. They can sort of do this swing, which is the counterable move. That's the best move that they can do. They can do the scream, which just kind of stuns you, and that sucks. And then they can also shoot little, I don't know, blobs of snot at you. And as you can see, very, very tanky and hard, like super spongy. And that's gonna be the theme of hard difficulty. Well done.
Yeah, that was because she did the bad RNG where she kind of walked away, messed up the cycle. But the idea is the biggest, most threatening thing about those guys is they spawn other enemies. And the problem is they're almost always in the forced combat areas. And if they spawn an enemy, it adds to the enemy counter. So you have to kill them, and then you have to kill the extra spawned enemy. And they can spawn every enemy in the game. That includes the screaming dolls, the regular mannequins, and the dog guys. Ah, so close. There's like a pixel of a perfect dodge you can do there to get you out of it, and it's hard. Obviously, it's very, very difficult. But that's this area done, which honestly went pretty well. Oh, frame drops and mouth smoothing. So they have mouse. Yep. So mouth smoothing. When your frames drop or are low, your mouse becomes incredibly sensitive. You cannot turn it off in this game for some reason, and this game has some nasty frame drops in certain areas. And so what'll happen is sometimes you'll just kind of see my mouse fly to the moon. And there's nothing I can do about it because it's just the frame drop. I try to predict when they're going to happen, and I just don't touch my mouse when it happens, but...
Yeah, some pretty crazy movement decisions. Anybody who's played the game casually on mouse and keyboard especially has probably noticed that unlike, I don't know, every single game made in the last 15 years, A and D do not strafe for Hinako. Like most games, if you press A or D when you're running in a straight line, your character will kind of sidestep diagonally, right? In this game, Hinako will actually turn in the direction of the A or D press. So if you're holding W and A running diagonally to the left, Hinako's angle will actually change to diagonal. And that introduces a lot of weirdness. Like anytime you see Zeke run into a wall, it's usually because of that behavior where his right turn press sort of overrode his forward press, and now instead of going diagonally right, he's going just straight to the right.
Yeah, a lot of ways that they try to attempt to circumvent it is you have to kind of angle your mouse away so that you can do the corner. You'll see me do that a lot where I'm trying to turn a corner and I'll just kind of angle like this to actually get the diagonal movement I want to get.
Yeah, mouse movement to sort of position yourself in the right direction is really important in this game, and it's really important on controller too. But on controller, it feels a little bit better, just due to the fact that like the directional movement doesn't feel so absolute, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely does feel like KBM on this game was a little bit of an afterthought in terms of its development. Now we're basically, the objective is we have to get to Shu's house. We have to go to the Shu store. And there's a lot of enemies on this mountain. We're basically going up and down the mountain is the whole idea here.
Yeah, we're going to do a big loop back around. And lovely little frame drop alley. Everybody drops frames here. And then there's usually a second one, like right after, like here. Oh, you didn't even get it.
All right, big time save then.
Lucky you. Yeah.
This is a hard exclusive enemy that always hits you no matter what.
Oh my god.
He's a very fun guy.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know this. So you lift this first and then go get the key.
Yeah, we have to do that on hard because there is an extra enemy. So there's a dog that's going to spawn here on top of me, but there's this lady right here that makes it impossible to do this thing second.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And now we're being chased again.
Yeah, fog monster back at it again.
We're going to use one of our Higashis here, right when this guy puts his thing down. Now, if I take a correct line, I can avoid the stun if I do it correctly. Nope. We did not do it correctly.
That's the first time I think you've gotten grabbed, huh?
Yeah, other than the ones that you're forced to take.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to die, but I'm going to play it safe. Because the next touch does kill me. And I'd rather just play it safe. Technically, all the enemies here are in static, scripted positions. And as long as I take the correct lines, as you very clearly saw me do not just now. Like, if I were to take the wrong line here, I could get stunned. But, you know, I'd rather just be a little bit safe about it. And we used our medkit earlier, but we can get an extra one here. So we have to escape the fog monster twice on this mountain. So we're going to grab this Higashi that's right here. And there's a free medkit right here as well we're going to take. There's a big guy here who's blocking. I think he's blocking where that extra Omamori spawns. I think it's where the Daisy spawns, potentially. I can't remember if it's right here or not, but we can just ignore him.
Should mention, this game has a lot of item types. Like, for a Silent Hill game, for sure, but just, like, in general, for any sort of, like, survival horror game. We have bandages for healing, which obviously do kind of, like, you know, 30 to 40% of your health. And then we have med kits, which fully heal you. And then there's kudzu teas, which heal you progressively over time and also restore your sanity, I think. And then
Yeah,
there's just a ton of items in this game. And then we have the red pills, which in a New Game Plus run you wouldn't be allowed to take, but those restore some sanity and health as well. So just like a big variety of items.
Yeah, like a shocking amount. And they're all very impactful in their own way. Obviously, like, the Higashi is the only one of its type that actually affects stamina. There's only one other item that I think gives you stamina, which is the sushi, which fully restores everything. But you don't really get many of those. I'm only going to grab one. Normally, you wouldn't grab any in the hard run, but there's a kind of a free one that we're going to grab for safety later. But yeah, there's a crazy amount of items, and we do have inventory space issues in this run, which we do pick up an inventory slot later. But yeah, that's the end of that chapter. Now, this is where things really, really, really pick up kind of dramatically, and the theme of the game kind of takes a turn.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to be going through these ritual chambers. This is like... Right, the game has been rather kind in terms of throwing a bunch of enemies at you in a single spot. This is where the game is no longer kind. They will throw all of the enemies at you, and this game does sort of recycle enemy types quite a lot, so we're going to see a lot of the same dudes. I mean, at this point, we've seen every enemy type in the game. Right?
Yeah, besides the big drum monster, I think.
Yeah, I guess besides him, true.
All right, now we need this enemy not to be following us. We're going to be locked out for a second, but if this enemy catches up, you're actually locked out until you kill it. We're going to skip this cutscene, and things are going to look a little bit different about Hinako. She's got a dog arm, or a wolf arm, more aptly. So, TLDR, she cuts off her own arm, and they gift her with a wolf arm, which unlocks... we basically no longer have the other weapons that are typically here in the dark world, if you want to call it that, or the other world. Now we have like a super powerful wolf arm and wolf abilities.
Yeah. Probably the most jarring part of the game is the transition from regular Hinako to beast-armed Hinako.
Yeah. Okay, that was close. These enemies here are very not nice, so I have to be very careful. I'm going to charge a focus attack because there's a dog guy that blocks this door here.
I don't know how you remember where to go in this section.
That is such a spam.
That's so unfortunate. So that focus attack that he did there, if he hits both parts of the focus attack, it does a guaranteed stun, which is really nice for a lot of reasons.
Then I have a forced combat here. I have to keep the enemy in this corner because if I walk out of this corner, on hard, there is an enemy in the roof that adds to the enemy counter only if you aggro it. So we're going to do a counter here, which should stagger her. And I just have to keep her here. Otherwise, I will aggro that enemy on the roof, and that is not good.
should note there are like kind of some cool combos you can do by combining heavy attacks and light attacks when you have the beast arm. We're not really going to be doing any of that because light attacks are the name of the game. So we're mostly going to be pummeling her with a combination of focus attacks and light attacks. Nice.
Gotta be careful. This is also where we're introduced to the siphoning.
Yeah.
Where we're forced to siphon enemies in order to progress. Like, there's that enemy up on the roof behind me. I kind of looked at her for a moment. Any further into that room, she would have aggroed, and we would have had a very, very bad time. Because the second another enemy joins that fight, that means I can't kill the big one, and she will spawn another enemy. And it's just so much fun. I'm going to use the heal here. We now have another fight that's different on hard. Usually there's only 3 enemies in this room on story, but there's 5 on hard. So there's 3 here in the back, including one of the very annoying screaming enemies, and there's 2 that's going to spawn on the stairs. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to walk over here, and I'm just going to wait a minute. And then we need them to come down the stairs a little bit, and then I'm going to go up, and then I'm going to activate the new power we got, which is a really big wolf arm. And I want to kill about 2 of these enemies and weaken 1.
Nice. Yeah, I should mention, you get like kind of free counter windows when you're in this beast mode with the big arm. You don't have any health, so you're essentially invincible. You don't have any stamina, so you can swing to your heart's content. And any enemy you kill while you're in beast mode form automatically has their soul siphon. And should mention, soul siphoning prevents the enemy from respawning. It's kind of the actual blue light feature that they told us about that didn't work.
I have to be careful because, if I take too long, they will respawn. That would actually went pretty well. Got a lot of damage out on that beast mode. The idea is I cancel the beast mode as well instead of killing all of them with it because we get a little bit of the juice back, and we need to get as much of it back as we can because there's another fight here at the very end of this area, which is one of the worst fights in the game because there is so many enemies and a really big new enemy type called like a drum guy, and he's awful.
There we go. That's how that focus attack is supposed to
work. That's how it's supposed to work. Get this siphon. Now, I should be almost full on the gauge there. You can kind of see it where the weapon durability typically is. When that's filled and lit up, that means that I can use the power again. That's a bad RNG here.
Oh. It's so lame that it gives you the dodge, the perfect dodge, but then you still get caught in it. Like, what is that? Come on.
All right. Now we're going to the final arena of this room. And it's a brutal one. It is not easy. What I'm going to do is we'll take actually a couple pills to give me the sanity that I'm going to want for this first enemy. This one's very easy to die in if I don't play it correctly. Let her jump. I need her to stand up before I use this, or else it won't work. So do siphon. I'm going to pop another pill here.
Yeah, should mention
kill this guy.
When he does siphon, it also restores some of the beast mode. Oh, I hate this.
Yeah, and then when you get hit like that, it does force the enemies back up.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is actually just transform now.
And you're probably noticing this slowdown effect that happens whenever we do a counter or a perfect dodge or anything like that. It's one of those things where the slowdown effect does slow us down. It's not necessarily optimal, but it's what are you gonna do? The game forces it on you. And also there's a mod that removes the slowdown effect. I messed around with it. It makes this game, which is already hard, absolutely impossible. The slowdown effect is so necessary to the gameplay that if you play without it, you're like, oh, I see the problem here.
Yeah, these enemies are rough. Because I had to use the power so early, I couldn't get this one aggroed, so technically it's slower to do it the way I just did it. But the idea is to not die. I think is like the big thing there, because it's, as you can see, very very easy to just die.
It was close for a second.
Yeah, it was definitely really really spooky. This is kind of what we meant by the combat picking up, and this isn't even the worst of it. This is probably half of the speed it's eventually going to be when we get to the later parts of the game. But first, we have to deal with another boss fight, which is Rinko. And Rinko is a brutal, brutal fight. If things don't go your way, hopefully they go my way, optimistically speaking.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Ringo of the Beatles.
Grab this divine water. Now we have this new power where we can melt walls.
Yeah. Any of these walls with the sigils on them, we can actually melt. Which gets used, I don't know, 6 to 8 times in the game.
Not very many times.
Not very many times.
What am I over on here? That's interesting. That's not normal, but it's all right. Oh, I guess I usually have one less water here, so actually we're fine. All right, so we're gonna get married real quick, as you do. And we're waiting essentially to start the Rinko fight, which is gonna start in about a minute. Rinko is a very hard fight because she's very fast when she does her attacks. She has ads that spawn in the room that if they get touched by any of her fire attacks, which she can deliberately target them with, they'll turn into like a very fast bomb that will run at you and detonate. So we have to essentially, we're going to start the fight off in wolf form because it gives us that. And then we will suspend the whole form, kind of stunning her and keeping her in place until she eventually transitions. And then we go back into normal form. We're going to use a Higashi to get infinite stamina, and we're basically going to be doing a dance of hopefully getting good parries and counters rather, and dodges while avoiding enemies. Super, super easy to die in this fight. You will die in like 2 or 3 hits because she can do these combos, especially when she has the fire whip. There's a whole lot going on. Niddle can touch on it a little bit as we're doing it because I'm going to have to focus on it, but you'll kind of see what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Definitely, it's like they give you this cool wolf arm, and they're like, all right, you're a bit stronger. You have this cool wolf arm. You can do cool combos. You can go beast mode. And then they're like, now skill check. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, it's a quiz. It's a pop quiz. Did you remember what we taught you?
Yeah, pop quiz. And yeah, the ads in this fight aren't like any other enemy, really. They're kind of their own enemy type, and they just explode, do a miserable amount of damage. It's not great. That first fire attack also does a ton of damage, but since we're in beast mode, that damage kind of just affects our beast meter. So, like, it's not as big of a deal to take damage when you're in beast mode because it's not doing actual HP damage, but it does lower the amount of time that you're going to be in beast mode. So now we are out of beast mode. The fight has begun proper. And you're going to see Zeke just going for the big counter windows there on those swings. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, so the game is actually really particular about these counter windows, and you've probably kind of already seen it, where sometimes the boss will be doing an attack that otherwise would give you a counter window, but because you took damage, or because you're mid-swing, or any real random, or sometimes just because the game's feeling like it, they won't give you that counter window. And you can see with the staggers, the counters are huge, not only for damage mitigation, but also just to do that extra like 60% damage that we talked about earlier. And the general gist is you have these schoolgirls that are getting lit up by Rinko, and when they do, they rush at you, and then they explode. Now we have some like Final Fantasy XIV don't stand in the fire, World of Warcraft raid boss mechanics going on. It's a very busy fight.
Oh, nice.
Nice, really nice. Holy crap.
That was actually really good. Other than that hit I took at the beginning, which lost me a counter window, that was actually really good.
Yeah.
That fight
really
can go off the rails really fast. Like that one hit I took, you saw? I saw that I took. Jeez, good. I lost half of my health to that one hit, which creates for a very, very spooky situation. Grab this other Higashi here, and now we're gonna do some forced combat. This is where it gets fun. This is where the game gets real exciting.
You can count along, chat. How many forced combat sections from now till the end of the game?
It is brutal. There are, I believe, 8.
Yeah. I was gonna say 9 actually, but
It might be 9. One might not be counted in like because I'm used to seeing on the splitter, but I think there's like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop a Higashi here, and almost all of them have this enemy in it, which is always fun.
Yeah.
Which are they're like the normal birthing enemies, so these ones spawn bombs now.
Yeah, the blue eggs are just bombs, you know. Just trying to do as much damage with the knife before it before it breaks completely. The name of the game here is not breaking our knives. We do not want to break our knives. We can repair them, we can fix them back up, and then we can do more damage with them. And we're going to need to, but we absolutely do not want to break the knives. And what is actually kind of cool is even if a knife is 1 HP, it's 1 hit away from breaking, you can still do focus attacks, which is something that me and Zeke heard, and we didn't believe it till we tried it.
Yeah, weapons do not break if they're done with a focus attack, which is very interesting, which not super impactful in most of the game, but in certain situations, you're very thankful that that's the case, because you can get an extra hit out of it. And it's something to keep in mind, too, is like I said, we have the Wolf Omamori, and we need to have higher durability on our weapon as much as we can, so that we get the extra damage benefit from it. So we are going to pick up an extra knife here before this next combat section. We have to kind of run through the town a little bit. We're kind of walking around. We're like, oh my goodness, everything's all messed up. The property value has gone down tremendously.
Yep. And we get a cool flashback here. Explains a lot about the lore. We ain't watching it, though.
We don't got time for that.
It's funny that it stops. It just, you run out of the area, the game's like, all right, never mind then. You don't care.
We're going to pop a couple pills here to give me some sanity so I have enough to do a focus attack. And we're going to get this knife, and I'm going to pop another Higashi. This enemy is a little scary. We kind of have to kill her as fast as we possibly can, or else it becomes like a huge, huge pain, because she's going to spawn this enemy right here.
Yeah, these sections, the longer they go on, the more out of control they get. So it's kind of important that you neutralize Big Mama as soon as possible.
We repair my knife.
Yeah.
Should be almost dead.
Yeah, the knife damage is actually really good. Like, if you tried to do this with the pipe and without, like, repairing it, without the Wolf Omamori, you'd be there for a hot minute swinging. You'd probably break your pipe before you killed her.
You probably would, yeah.
Yeah.
We use another repair kit on the knife because we're going to use it later, and we'll replace our old sickle with this new one. We're going to use this sickle on an enemy later in another very, very fun area. The house we have to return to, which is basically our house. But now it is so awful. Everything about the house is just the worst, especially on hard. It is so, so rough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, on New Game Plus story difficulty, this is the section where runs go to die. Like, you can very easily die here. So remember that bit about no iframes? That's especially a pain, I would say, in this area more than any, because there's a lot of doors that we need to open, and there's like some puzzles that we need to interact with and some other stuff. And at no point in any of it do we have iframes. And there's going to be a few spots where enemies are just kind of following us through the entire area. And obviously it's slow to kill them, and we don't want to waste weapon durability. So we're just kind of forced to bait them and, do what we can to avoid them.
On hard, there's a couple enemies where I just simply have to kill them because there's no really other option. It's either that or I take like a 5% chance to die. So
on story, we also kill a
the
few
same
enemies.
thing, yeah.
Yeah, like there's a few that are just like you can't really do the area consistently with that enemy there.
Yeah,
and
that room right there is especially rough. On hard, there's an extra enemy, an extra mannequin lady that's in there. She's gonna be right outside this door here probably, and it's very scary. Yep, there she is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this route changes depending on the ending that you're getting. There are 5 endings in the game, 4 in terms of full game endings. So if you're watching this and you're like, wow, that's weird, I played the game yesterday, this isn't where I went, it's because you may have been doing ending 2, 3, or 4. And it was very confusing seeing IGN like scramble to try and make walkthroughs and guides for this game because there was a lot of misinformation out there based on ending and difficulty and stuff like that.
Yeah, there was an incredible amount of confusion about stuff. Like especially when it comes to items. Like New Game Plus is very different. There's a lot of items in places that do not exist in New Game. Like there's a knife at the beginning of the game that you can get that was like giving me. I read about it and I wanted to find it for routing New Game, but I could never find it until it took me like a week to realize that it's only there on New Game Plus.
Yeah. And all these puzzles. So from this point on, we are effectively locked into our ending. If you're playing it casually, this is the point where the game has decided, or you have decided your ending based on how you played. First playthrough though, new game, you are always locked into that first ending. So I've seen a few people ask, like, what happens if you don't take the pills on your first playthrough? You still get the first ending. There's just a little extra bit of dialogue that acknowledges, like, oh wow, you didn't take the pills. That's pretty wild.
You know they heal you, right?
you know they heal you, right?
We just grabbed an extra spare knife in that bathroom, which we need desperately. We kind of want a little timer to get to this wax really fast because there's a dog enemy that spawns in the hallway to my left, where if you're too slow, he will catch up and just start absolutely taking your lunch money from you. It is very, very unfun.
This hallway sucks. There's no other way to put it. I don't know what they were thinking.
Blows.
This is just like the worst. Yeah, and it's like, so even if you get through and you don't get stuck the first time, you are guaranteed to get stuck the second time. So
yeah. So what I'm gonna do is, for the safety of the run, we're just gonna wait it out. Yeah. I don't want to take Okay, dude.
does that.
What are we doing here, pal?
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, but more importantly, it's a lot of health getting stuck in those little tentacle things.
Yeah, you take about a quarter of your HP. And now this is where I'm kind of forced to kill a couple of enemies. There's going to be one mannequin right here on this corner. I'm going to focus attack and kill hopefully pretty fast.
Yeah, we killed this one.
We got some air on that one.
Story too.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, does this enemy out? No, it does spawn on story as well, right? The one that
spawns here too. Yeah, this one's awful when you're trying to do the picture puzzle in the next room.
There's also a dog. Oh, yep. So there's a dog that spawns on the left here as well. So we have to kill this enemy really, really fast, or else we could die to the dog. So I'm gonna get a counter, hopefully.
Nice.
2 knife swings. So we have to get in here before he comes around this left corner. You can hear him stomping. All right, we're out of there. If he gets aggroed, it is a nightmare. It is actually so unwinnable.
Yeah, so this whole section, see, like this part where you're putting the picture on the wall and the game kind of pretends to pause, and then this part where the picture falls off the wall, all of these parts you can take damage during. You can die during them. I know. It's happened. It's actually really funny because the cutscene will like continue playing out, and then the camera cuts back to Hinako, and she's just like headless on the floor. And you're like, all right, well, something happened while I wasn't watching.
And it wasn't very good, whatever it was.
Yeah. But yeah, we're kind of almost done with this section. This is another door that you could just get beat down during while you're opening. It's awesome. But yeah, this section requires you to sort of loop back around here one last time to grab the last piece that we need.
Oh, I'm stuck on a basket.
Yeah, it makes you loop back around, and for added fun, they're like, here's like 3 more enemies in the area.
This guy is right on my tail. He's gonna probably hit me going in here.
Oh god.
Thankfully, we get a cutscene there that kind of prevents them from killing us.
Yeah. Nice. That was very fortunate from all three of those enemies.
All right. We have one more enemy to deal with, which is this dog here. I have to back up so he does not hit me while I'm charging this. I have to do it before he swings, though.
Yeah, he was going for the grab. You saw him looking around.
Yep, he was licking his hands. He's ready to really destroy me. It wasn't
like, who am I gonna hug today?
Because you cannot do this puzzle with him around. He just absolutely destroys you if you try to.
Yeah, he'll knock you out of that interaction every time you go to do it. It's very frustrating.
And this right here is really diabolical that they put this guy right here.
Yeah, dude.
That is messed up. And then you got these two guys here on hard. There's two of them instead of just one. And you kind of just hope you can get through here.
Yeah. Nice.
All right.
Actually didn't take any damage.
I actually didn't get owned. Yeah, that's lucky.
Wow. So pretty cool boss fight coming up. Like, arguably maybe one of the coolest.
This boss is the bane of my existence.
Yeah, well, I mean, not for new game hard runners, but so it's mom and dad, and dad is kind of a recycled version of the previous enemy. He is kind of like a turbocharged version, though. You saw him do the spit attack like 3 times in a row there. You can get stunned by all 3 of those, and it's awesome. And the goal here is going to be focus father, ignore mother. Mom is swinging like crazy. She can also like throw knives at you. She has a turbo attack, which she is going into right now.
Oh, I got hit by that.
Just kind of goes crazy. And also, yeah, the sword attacks will take away like 70% of your HP every time.
Should be almost dead. There we go. Nice.
Nice. Really nice.
Yeah, it's really like ideally you'd like to keep him still and try to kill him really fast, but on hard you just don't really have enough durability in your knife to get it in one cycle essentially, which is just one knife's durability's worth. So you kind of have to play it safe, especially with the mom that she's gonna swing like crazy. You can kill the mom first. She'll drop you her knife, which is just a standard kitchen knife. But you still have to kill the dad. He has to die no matter what. But if you only kill him, the fight ends.
Yeah. And there is an achievement for it.
Yeah, I did it on accident. I was like killing her first, and I was like, this is too hard. So I killed him first, and the fight just ended. I was like, oh, that's nice. And now we're here for more forced combat.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Well, see, this is another 3 rooms. We already had, like, we're going to be at, like, 6 coming out of this area. And then there's, like, another 3, and then there's another 2. Like...
Go in here. We need this guy to do a counterable attack. Thank you very much. I appreciate your contribution to the cause. So I'm going to hopefully bait them here. If I can get them both with this, it'd be nice. Oh my god.
That's so lame.
How about neither?
The 7-10 split. Nice. The nice thing about the focus attack, actually, is it this way in New Game? If you kill them with a focus attack, it instantly siphons?
Yeah, that's a thing on New Game.
Yeah, it is weird. On New Game Plus, there are some mechanics to the Beast Arm mode that don't exist in New Game, which is kind of wacky. I kind of wish they did exist in New Game. But essentially, using any sanity restoration item will also restore your Beast mode in New Game Plus. It does not in New Game.
It'd be very nice if it did in New Game.
Right? Routing in the Divine Waters to restore your Beast Arm would be kind of tight.
Yeah, these forced combats, like you cannot loot these items until everything is dead. As you can see, it can be a pain. That's actually, I would say, not the easiest of the 3 rooms. The last one I would say is probably the easiest of the 3. This upcoming one though is definitely the worst of the 3.
Yeah, the one with the drum dude is kind of crazy.
Because we have to save. We actually, and I would say have to save, but we don't even have our beast mode to use, so we don't get to use it here. Which means we have to do this fight pretty organically, which is going to kind of involve me hopefully killing an enemy really fast and then killing the drum dude before things spiral out of control.
Yep. Should also mention, this is another puzzle section. You're not really seeing it because Zeke is going the right way. If you open the wrong door, there's like doors on every side of the room. If you open the wrong door, you have to do another forced combat section to get out of the room to then pick a different door. So that's fun.
Turn around. What's he doing? He didn't stagger.
He did not stagger. Yeah, keeping this guy staggered is kind of critical. Mostly for the damage, but also to keep him from doing his really awful attack pattern.
See, now the challenge here is I need to siphon him.
Yeah.
You just stagger her away from me. Maybe I can get far enough away. Just
Oh.
kidding. Joke's on me.
Yeah, we're on a timer to siphon him before. Oh no.
Yeah, there. Yeah, that's new game hard. That right
Yeah.
there is that's new game hard.
Of all things, this is like one of the most likely for you to die on.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do here is I did lose my Higashi, so I'm gonna pop another one. Okay, he's being a funny guy. Please stagger this time. Thank you.
There we go.
So we need to get as much damage in as we possibly can before the Goon Squad shows up, which they're gonna jump down now.
Kind of fortunate that he's body blocking a little bit.
Maybe I can use his body. Nice.
Nice. Really nice.
Alright, that was good. Me a counter? Somebody? He's gonna wait out a counter here just to get a little... Okay, what are we doing? Multiple enemies is a very exciting endeavor.
It's crazy having 3 of them on you because it's like, when is your window? Like, when do you actually even have a chance to not get owned?
Yeah. There we go.
All right.
It's a very, very rough area, as you can see. This is probably where I die the most when I do runs, is on this fight specifically, due to the fact that there are 3 of them, and we can't use the beast mode here, because if we do, we will not have it for the last room, which is what makes the last room so easy.
Yeah. Doing the last room without beast mode just is really, really awful. This is also a section where there is an achievement tied to getting the correct solution based on the hints first try with no mistakes. And that's another, like, I don't know, like less than 5% of people have that achievement.
Yeah, not a lot of people know about the dog lights and pointing you in the correct direction.
Yeah. There are very subtle hints to get you in the right way for this, but it's tough.
Alright, so this room is another big, kind of pregnant monster that's going to spawn enemies. I'm going to grab this first aid, and ideally I'm going to focus attack this egg to kill it right off the rip. And then we're going to kill this one.
So this egg that he's killing now will spawn a...
oh, no.
Crawler. Damn. Guaranteed
now. I should be able to kill him. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. And that
What I'm going
last
to do is kind of push her towards this other egg if I can.
Yeah. That last egg will just spawn a regular mannequin, so it's not as big of a deal, but trying to get it down with the beast arm is kind of critical, so we don't have to soul siphon.
There we go. Ideally, I wanted to kill that egg while in the wolf form, because if you do kill an egg like that, it will not turn into its enemy. If you kill her before killing the egg, it will automatically spawn whatever is inside the egg. So they have to be dead before you kill that enemy, or else you will have a very bad time.
Yeah.
All right, now that was obviously, as you can tell, very high octane, a lot of combat area. Surely they wouldn't just throw us right into another one with also very similar gimmicks, right? Like,
yeah, no,
they wouldn't
be
do that.
crazy. That'd be so crazy. This cutscene has the vine boom sound effect in it.
It is very funny.
It's really, really funny.
It's deeper into the cutscene, or else I would have played it.
Like almost the entire way through the cutscene, but next time, you know, you casually play through it, check out that cutscene. Once you hear it, you'll never unhear it.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what that. Oh goodness, she scared me. So this is unfortunate. We have to take this stun, and this guy's gonna be a funny guy. Okay, we're gonna hit this checkpoint, and we're gonna actually quit and reload. This is to make that enemy. That dog would have otherwise followed us into this arena, and there is no way that that's fun. So we reload the checkpoint there to force him away from us, and now we're gonna. We just have to kill the big enemy to get through. We don't have to kill that little one.
Yeah, fortunately the knife really does work on these pregnant enemies.
This thing is bugged out, I think. I don't.
What? What?
I took a gamble on that last. Oh, okay. Hold on one moment.
Wow. Yeah, your knife broke.
Yep. That one's okay to break. We do get another one.
Okay. That
Uh,
dodge was really close.
That was a little spooky. We didn't get the perfect dodge, so it got a little spooky.
Yeah.
We'll kick off another repair in this knife just to bring it to max durability so that I can actually kill this other enemy relatively fast. We are running low on repair kits, so I do got to be a little careful.
Yeah, so you probably saw the first time, and you saw there that whenever we catch up to the fog monster, Hinako gets kind of stunned, and there's a bit of a slowdown effect, and she gets a headache. And that in itself is kind of okay. The problem is there's that big dog dude chasing us right before, and while like no iframes, so while we're in that stagger stun state, which is kind of mandatory, you could just get totally destroyed.
Yeah, it is nasty.
Nice.
All right, save the knife. We get another knife here. I'll grab these capsules. We're gonna just eat that. We're gonna need more sanity. Actually, I get another. That's not what I'm talking about. We get another pill here, and another repair kit. We'll pop that. Since this fight is the harder one of the three, we have to kill this lady, and then we're gonna swap out this weapon back for a higher durability one. And we're gonna bait the dog over here. It's a funny attack. Come on.
There we go.
Now we switch to the knife. The hard part about this is there is another enemy here now. So we have to be careful. We're just gonna use a Higashi here, I think, just to make things easier.
Yeah. Yeah, as I mentioned, the longer you spend in these fights, the more hectic they get.
Yeah, they get pretty nasty.
Now we got this dude, he's spawning his little flowers. We got this lady going for crazy lunges. Got an explosive that you have to keep in mind. Like, it's just... Oh my god.
Okay, it's alright. We just gotta take it a little easy here. Oh, my frame drop.
Oh, the frame rate.
Okay, we just take it a little slow. It should be fine. Gotta be careful of her.
Nice.
Okay. Definitely scary, but didn't die.
And that was the last forced combat section, is what I would say if I was
If there weren't 3 more. 5 more. There's 5 more.
Yeah, there's
Wait,
like
no, there's
5
definitely way more than 8.
Yeah, it's like 11, I think.
But now we're back with our wolf arm. And now these combat sections, you would think with the wolf arm, they'd be easier, right? Because we have the wolf arm. But no. They really, really want to give us the worst possible enemies to throw in a small arena. The last one being the absolute worst one. This first one's not too bad. I say that now, but it's usually not horrible. So we're going to interact with this doll to spawn 3 enemies here on hard. It's usually just the 2, but on hard we get 3 mannequins. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run back here, and I'm going to wait. I kind of want them to pile up in here as best as they can. Usually we only get 1 or 2 right away. Oh, we got all 3. Nice. If I can get multiple hits with this is ideal. We got all 3.
Nice.
Now if I do it again, we can hopefully kill all of them with 1 more. We got 2, but it's all right. That's still pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, and again, that's really nice when you do it with the focus attack, because you skip having to siphon their souls. So it saves time on that. It just saves aggravation.
Yeah, it saves some heartache, that's for sure.
Yeah. And that was the last forced combat.
Is what we would say.
Is what we would say.
Got another one right here. I grab this bandage for safety. I'm gonna drink this to give me max sanity, because now we're gonna have some dogs spawn. I'm gonna let him come into the arena a bit. Oh, we got the unlucky 3 spawn on this one.
Yeah, I should mention there's a big ol' invisible wall. Not even invisible. Like a force field keeping you in this arena, and so if you run to try and preemptively hit some of these enemies, you actually can't because they're slightly out of bounds. Which is pretty fun.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they do this thing where if you kill one, please, not like this.
God, oh jeez.
Okay, it's all right.
Nice.
Don't hit me while I do this, please. That guy's stuck on that tree.
Yeah, she was like freaking out.
That guy was so tanky.
So tanky.
All right, now we're gonna take care of this doll.
Oh, that's so lame. That's so
That's
lame.
happened so many times this run. Oh,
Yeah.
frame drops.
Oh yeah, you're in a frame rate corner.
This is where the frame rate goes. All right, that's the end of this one.
Nice.
And that one probably looked pretty awful, and it's because it was. But that's not even the last one.
Yeah, just wait.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
The world is celebrating me. I should go see my parents.
I remember Spicy coming into my chat, baiting me. He was like, "That was the last one. You're good now." I was like, "Oh, cool. My God." And then I reached the next one. I was like, "No way. You're kidding."
Yeah, it's brutal. There's a dog that spawns here. I'm gonna kind of bait around. Hopefully we can get to this interaction before he shows up. All right, now this one is a little rough. We're gonna kill this enemy first. We need to kill her fast because there is a dog coming.
Rough, because there's a dog. Yeah. Nice.
We need to kill this guy as fast as possible.
Yeah, so this is kind of cabin rules, RE4 cabin rules, where we need to kill one wave of enemies for the next wave to spawn. And in particular, there are certain enemies that need to die for the next set of enemies to spawn. So for the sake of speed, you kind of want to prioritize certain enemies over the other.
What I'm going to do is we're going to use the wolf form here. Because these two enemies are a nightmare to deal with. We want as many like cleave hits as we can get where we're hitting multiple enemies at once.
Nice.
Now, we would like to get more value out of this. I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe I can hit this guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
see,
my
there's
goodness.
there's that
Come on.
wall.
Come on. Okay, you know what? You do you, man. Now what I'm gonna do is maybe I can get a. Oh, just kidding. I'm gonna try to see if I can hit both with the focus attack here, which should kill the doll. Oh, I killed that guy.
If they didn't, they keep sliding out of the way when you go for these focus attacks.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
They really love doing it. Now, this is the last two enemies. I didn't even see the counter window, but I still got it. Nice.
Yeah, there is this thing in this game where even when they don't show you that little sort of 3D glitch animation, you can sometimes hit the counter windows. Yeah, so this game just kind of lies to you in a few spots.
We're gonna hit another focus attack on this guy. Hopefully I don't push him out of bounds on accident. It's a really unfun way to lose a bunch of time.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, he was right at the edge.
Yeah, you see, this is where the invisible wall is, right where I'm stuck. So
yeah,
I didn't go too bad, thankfully.
Really tough section.
And now that is the last combat section. Is what we would say.
Is what we would say.
Oh man. There are only 2 more forest combat areas now, and it's in this part. These ones are not nearly as bad as the others, thankfully. But this last one is a little rough, but it's usually it's a bigger arena. It's not a very big arena, but it's still bigger than the other ones we've been given, so a lot more manageable.
Yeah. And they do kind of stack you with items in some of these last few areas. They're just like, all right, here's like every item in the game practically.
Yeah.
The road twists and turns. It's like I'm walking
Yeah.
through my
We're back where
Not
we were
bad.
at the beginning of the game,
Yeah,
honestly.
not bad so far, honestly.
Yeah, we had the one death at the very unlucky part, but
It's a quick death at least. There
yeah,
are some spots.
that is good. Yeah.
Yeah, like dying in Hinako's house, the checkpoints are just crazy. So
Mhm.
you'll get sent back to like the previous room before you picked up 2 or 3 key items, and some of those are just very unforgiving.
Yeah, they can be pretty brutal. This first combat area is just going to be 2 mannequin enemies. One of them is like the red vine version of it, which means she's a little bit tankier and hits a little bit harder. But she's going to drop first. Ideally, we get just a charge attack, and then we kill her, and then the next one will spawn, and we'll do the same thing.
Little free toolkit, divine water there.
Let's attack this guy. That one's pretty easy. It's this next one where it gets a little bit more chaotic, since there's instead going to be a dog enemy, like 3 eggs and multiple mannequins. It's kind of wave-based, but if I do it correctly, I can typically kill them pretty fast. Knife is a little worse for wear, so we're going to repair that really quick. And ideally, I would like to kill this egg on the left here before it opens up. So I'm going to do a focus attack into it.
red with your blood.
Tried our best. Now we'll switch to the knife and we'll do another focus attack on this guy. Just kidding. He gave us a counter, so that's good. Now we're going to pick this up. The sledgehammer does a lot of damage. It's just super slow. And now we're going to stand here. And I'm going to just do a charge right click. This should one-shot the egg. And then we'll do it again on this enemy. The sledgehammer does insane damage.
But it's slow as heck.
It is incredibly slow. We'll do it again. Nice. It's actually a pretty decent fight.
Yeah, that was really good.
Okay, we're going to have 4 toolkits for the end. Okay, we're sitting pretty good. Now we're coming up to the final boss. Now we are done with the forest combat, actually.
Yeah, for realsies.
Now that we actually pointed it out, it feels like there's like 12 combat sections.
I think there is like 11 or 12. Yeah.
All right, so let me double check how many Higashis I have here. I think I have enough. Should have like at least, we'll have 3, so that'll be fine. This final boss is a 3-phase boss fight. Very cool boss. Kind of frustrating with her moveset when you're first learning her. But I would say she's still the hardest of the bosses in the speedrun. She's just not hard until her last phase, essentially.
Yeah, kind of very interesting how she works and like how her phases work. Like if you played this game casually, you may have noticed you can't die unless you die more than 3 times in this fight. So like the first time you die, Hinako's like, I'm not leaving just yet. And the second time you die, she's like, not this time. And then you get one last try before you die for realsies.
Yeah.
And a result of that is in that sort of third death phase that Hinako gets in, your stamina restores infinitely, your sanity restores infinitely. However, we don't get any break on the phases that the final boss goes through. So there's no benefit to taking a death intentionally to get the benefit early. We just have to play through the fight.
So that was the first phase. I forgot to take the Higashi beforehand, so I got a little scary, but we're going to charge a focused attack here with the knife now, no longer using the sledgehammer. We want to kill her before she moves too far away. So she's going to spawn a little red circle underneath me. Oh, she didn't. Actually, she didn't attack. Wait, that's actually really good.
Nice.
Now, she does, when on the start of this third phase, you're going to see her do this huge AoE red vine Twizzler attack, where essentially she's going to spawn these big red circles with all the vines, and we kind of just have to stay away from her while she does it. She'll do it a minimum of 2 times. If we do a really fast fight and do it correctly, we can kill her after the second one, but it's kind of hard to do on hard. So we're going to just wait a second while this happens.
If you die to this, it's minus 50 DKP.
Yeah.
You can't roll next week on raid night.
So she's going to spawn red circles. We're going to get a focus attack in. We're kind of hoping she does a punishable attack. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
As you can see, she just did my whole health bar. That was very exciting.
Lovely force damage there.
We'll just take this sushi to give us full everything. Prepare the weapon again and use our last Higashi. And I don't think we'll be able to cycle her unless she does something super, super punishable, but we didn't get very much damage in that last phase. Hit her through that.
Nice.
Oh, nice. We actually skipped it.
Huge.
That was really good. That last, those dodges were insanely clutch. But that's the last boss. Now we have to do a little run through to the end of the game where we're basically, we have infinite stamina and our health recharges, and we have infinite focus. We have 99 pills. The pills will instantly heal us to full and give us everything we need. But really all we need to do here is run to the end. We're basically going to run through a lot of areas that we've already been through. It's kind of like a, hey, look, remember when you were here? And this is where it's kind of revealed that Hinako kind of lost it.
Yeah. This is the moment casually where you go, oh, they gave me 99 pills? Maybe I wasn't supposed to be eating those the whole game.
Yeah. Most of these enemies are just a complete non-threat, because you're able to just run past them, and they can kill you, but they're all very telegraphed, and they're like in convenient enough areas where you can get around them and trigger cutscenes.
Infinitely kind of helps too.
Yeah. There are some cheeky enemies in places here, like they're gonna bust down these walls.
Hinako.
Yeah.
We made a promise to each other.
As if the game didn't have enough surprise grabs.
Yeah. It's another one that spawns here.
Wow. I am surprised the game gave you that.
Yeah, it was a little close.
I'm so sorry.
All right.
I messed up.
Now we're gonna run down this hallway. Time will come up when I trigger the cutscene at the end of the hallway, so I'll call it out. It's probably about a minute from now, less than a minute, more like 30 seconds.
Oh, dude, look at all the pills on the ground.
It's a lot of pills.
We could start our own pharmacy.
Somebody at Walgreens spilled something they shouldn't have.
Just need to hold out a bit longer.
This other stun. All right, time will be coming up here in just a second. And time.
GG.
GG. Yeah, not a bad run. I mean, we took the one death. Honestly, only one death. Wait, did we die twice or once?
No, once.
Yeah, so we took the one death, and honestly, that's fine. Like I can't. And it was in an area where I kind of expected to die, but it was honestly pretty good. Didn't die in like the boss fights and such, and last boss went really well. So yeah, no, that was Silent Hill F New Game Hard. This run is, as you can tell, very challenging. It's a new game. It's definitely a fun run. New Game Plus is also super fun. I'd recommend trying it out. There's a lot of good enjoyment to be had. But yeah, no, thanks Niddle again for being on comms. Shout out to LP, Yasi, and Mark for putting on Breaking the Habit. They've been doing it for a while now, and it's always great to see them raise money for such a great cause. I'm always happy to see it. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah. Thank you, Zeke.
Thanks, Zeke.
Thank you.
Thanks, Niddle. That was awesome. I kind of want to play the game now. Just saying. But thank you guys for such an amazing run of Silent Hill F. We are not done. I do want to throw in, there was one donation that came in toward the end of the run from Rubba Dub I'm a Duck with the comment, "Great run, Zeke. Let's go," for $10. So thank you, Rubba Dub I'm a Duck. I appreciate that.
Awesome name.
We're going to take a short break, and right after that, I'm going to take a back seat for hosting, and Caritas will come in and help out with the hosting, and we're going to go a little bit more into the spooky side of this block with some Clock Tower 3 coming up with Reclesis, so that should be a really great run. So hang out for that. Stick around, and we'll be right back.
Having the conversation while engaging in
Habit,
something that you would normally do can really help them feel more at ease. Maybe
I am
you
here
offer to go
at the
for a
video game
walk or
trading
grab a
post
cup of
located in
coffee,
Pensacola,
wait
Florida.
for
We sell video games here, cards and posts. We try to get Jeff Keighley involved. Unfortunately, he never answered my calls, so I am joined by my lovely coworkers. This is Mario, this is Chris, and I am Jenna. I'm going to go over a little bit of how to enter the raffle and the donations, and then we'll go over and look at the prizes and see what we have on offer. Most of the prizes, or all of the prizes, is a minimum $10 donation. You can enter as many times as you want for whichever prize category you'd like. And for the final kind of grand prize, it's a $100 donation. It can be either in once or over the course of the event. It can be during any block, it doesn't matter. And then as we go over the prizes, we'll kind of cover that again to make sure it makes enough sense. But we're gonna go ahead and start checking out some of the prizes. We have some handy team members here that would love to pass the prizes over. Okay, all right.
Where's my hand? There we go.
There we go. All right. Chris and Mario are going to present one of our first ones. This is the Devil May Cry collectible figure set. You got the devil, and he's crying, and his girlfriend, and this guy. They're pretty cool. They're pretty based, because Devil May Cry is pretty cool. These ones will be minimum $10 donation, and like I said, you can enter as many times as you like. I think they're old. They're like retro. But that's cool, because we're a retro game store in Pensacola, Florida. Anyways, pass those back, please. Next prize. There we go. All right, Mario, present your prize. Here you got.
It's the Blue Hedgehog.
That is what that is.
It is the Sonic Squishmallow holding his glorious donut.
Yes. We all love donuts. Again, minimum $10 donation to get that beautiful Sonic. He was sent away, but it's okay. No, I'm kidding. All right. We got Sonic. We got Devil May Cry. Let him cry. Next. This is from our good friends over at Magic Card Shop. They have generously donated these 2 items. As a prize, we have our Solar Tempest trainer box. And then this guy, very nice, we have our Glaceon EX Special Art Rare. And it's a grade 10. It's beautiful. It's graded. Now, I would like to extend an offer. If anyone wins this one, and they're not really into Pokemon cards, I would be happy to take it and film myself eating it on camera for everyone. So keep it in mind, and I'm dead serious. Again, $10 minimum donation, enter as many times as you'd like. All right, What's our next one? I want to present that one. All right, this one is my favorite. This one was a painting custom done by our good friend Beck Beware. It is a beautiful portrait of Chester. She did a phenomenal job, and she did it just for this event. And we're really thankful for everything she's done to help out. I'm sorry, this one's my favorite. But if you want to enter this one, just again, $10 minimum prize, and you can enter as many times as you want to try and win it. But yes, we've got that one. And then I think we have our grand finale. And we'll have Chris.
A Nintendo Switch 2. So as long as you donate $100 or through the course event up to $100, you'll be entered to win a Nintendo Switch 2 with Mario Kart World come with it and Pokemon Legends Z through 8. And just check us out at Video Game Trading Post and come on up and donate. We'll be here always.
Forever. We'll never leave. We'll never leave. Yes, these ones were provided by us here at the Video Game Trading Post. Well, not the employees, but you know, the people who own the store. What else is there to go over? I'm going to run over the prizes one more time, and just every single one, you can enter to win them as many times as you like. It's a minimum $10 donation. And like Chris said with this one, it's up to $100 can be donated throughout the course of the stream. The stream, like a stream. All right. One more. Thank you.
Don't forget the pickle.
Well, okay, yes, there is a pickle. It's a long story. But, alrighty, y'all. Thank you for bearing with us. I know I giggled and laughed a lot. I'm not used to being on camera, but I was really excited to present this for everyone today. I'm really excited for everyone to be here and to donate. And this cause is really meaningful for a lot of people. And putting it on and being able to raise money for it is just really important. So donate whatever you can. Minimum $10 for the prizes, but if you just want to donate whatever you can, that would be lovely. And definitely check us out.
Real quick, before we get into this next song, and I come down there and sing with all my friends, I just want to make sure before we leave and go back home that we pay our respect and share some of our love and our prayers for the families of the victims of the tragedy at the Manchester Arena. My heart has never been broken so much than the day that I found out that that tragedy happened. And since that day, I've been wearing these little earrings with the bees in them. I know that's a symbol of the strength and hope of the city of Manchester. And I'm gonna keep these in. I'm gonna keep these in until all this nonsense stops and we can start loving each other. We can stop hurting each other because we believe in something different than the person standing next to us. The one thing that can't be defeated is love, right? You can conquer hate by ignoring it. You can destroy it by loving the person next to you. So I want everybody here tonight to look at the person standing next to you and just tell them that you love them and you are happy that they're here with you tonight, having a good time, listening to music, celebrating life. We don't care what you look like. We don't care where you come from. We don't care what you believe in. We love every single one of you out there. And nothing will ever change that. With that said, let's sing some songs together.
Having the conversation while engaging in something that you would normally do can really help them feel more at ease. Maybe you offer to go for a walk or grab a cup of coffee.
Wait for a time when you can have a one-on-one conversation. Even ask them for a time that you could talk one-on-one.
To show your friend that you're actively engaged in the conversation, you can do things that are nonverbal, not looking at your phone, making sure you're making eye contact, nodding and indicating that you're hearing what your friend is saying.
When having a difficult conversation, it's really important to refrain from any judgment. Try to understand what's going on from their perspective rather than imposing our perspective on what they're going through.
We all have mental health, just like we have physical health. There really should be nothing awkward about having a conversation about mental health.
Whatever you think about me.
The second you think that something is up, that's the moment to begin the conversation.
These conversations can be difficult or awkward, but they don't need to be.
What you want to do is express concern, express care, express that you're there for them. I'm worried about you. I've noticed some changes in you.
I've noticed you haven't been around much. You seem more frustrated than usual. You don't seem like yourself. I care about you. This is a way to reach out that lets your friend know that you're there and you're willing to listen.
Social media can be a really powerful tool for connecting because that's where people already are.
Message them and say, hey, I noticed this thing you posted and I want to check in.
Not every conversation has to be heavy. Just sending a simple text message saying, hey, how was your night? What's going on with you? How's your family?
It's okay if you don't have the exact right words. What's really important is that you reach out and that it shows your friend that you care.
Whatever you think about me.
The purpose of the conversation is not to fix your friend or to offer advice, but to make sure that they know that you're there to support them.
Make sure that you're listening. You're open to what you're hearing. You're giving your friend lots of time to share what they need to share.
So rather than thinking about solving something in one conversation, think about it as an opening to a door of support.
And if they want to talk more, that you're there to listen. You can share that there are mental health resources available. If you've had your own experience with a mental health professional, you might share with them how it helped you. Sometimes after these conversations, people may feel vulnerable or they may feel like they've shared too much.
So I would end the conversation by saying, thank you for sharing that with me. I hope that we talk about this again, and I'm here for you.
Whatever you think about me.
Alrighty, everyone. Hello, hello, hello! Welcome back to Breaking the Habit 2025. My name is Caritas, but you can also call me Curry for short, and I'll be your host here for this next upcoming run of Clock Tower 3 by Reclesis. But before then, I have a few things I want to lay out to you all. If this is your first time joining tonight, maybe like my time as well, this is Breaking the Habit 2025, a speedrunning charity marathon in support of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. This is an American foundation founded in 1987. This is a voluntary health organization that gives those affected by suicide a nationwide community empowered by research, education, and advocacy to take action against this leading cause of death. So thank you all so much for joining tonight. This is such an amazing cause. So I'm glad you all are hanging out with us tonight to support this amazing charity, as well as to see some amazing speedruns tonight. We're accepting donations throughout this whole marathon. So if you type !donate in the Twitch chat right now, you can get a link to our page where you can donate, not just to support this great cause, but also to put your donations towards any of our amazing, amazing incentives and bid wars and whatnot that we have active right now. So, for example, we have a secret ending in Manifold Garden that we can potentially unlock if we meet that target. We need $100 total, and we are 75 away from that secret ending. So if you feel so inclined and are able to, !donate in the chat, and we're $75 away from that secret ending Manifold Garden. That's our close to our last run tonight, if not the last run. So we have some time to get there, but if you want to see that secret ending, now's the time to donate. We also have a bunch of other amazing rewards that you can put in your donations towards. A minimum $10 donation gets you puts you into a raffle for a bunch of our rewards. I won't mention them on here. I'll encourage you to go visit that donation page to see what you might be entered to win. But these are some truly amazing prizes, so I encourage you to go check that out. And while you're doing so, and while you're considering charity and donating, I think we're ready for our next run. So, with that being said, I'll hand it over to Reclesis for our next run of Clock Tower 3 Normal Mode. The floor is yours, Reclesis.
Thank you very much. Hey everybody, my name is Reclesis, and today I'll be running Clock Tower 3 for y'all today. Before we get started, I want to apologize to everyone in chat. I am currently recovering from bronchitis, so I will be doing my absolute best to mute the mic anytime I feel a coughing fit coming on. But if I can't get to it in time, I truly apologize. Anyway, this will be a run of normal mode, which is essentially the game's any percent. Screen, come back. Screen. Screen. There we go. All right, and time will start once I hit new game. In 3, 2, 1, go. Now, we'll be taking control of Alyssa Hamilton, and today is her 15th birthday. On her 15th birthday, she receives a call from her mother saying, "Hey, first of all, happy birthday. Second of all, don't come home. Don't worry about it. Just do you." And she ignores that and decides to go check on her mom. So now we're back at where Alyssa grew up, and we're looking around for her mom. We're gonna go over this section right here. We're gonna be skipping a lot of cutscenes. Right here is a tutorial on the main mechanic of the game, the panic meter. A bunch of lights broke around her, and that caused her to get a little spooked. So we got a little bit in our panic meter. If that ever fills up, we become panicked. We lose a little bit of control of Alyssa, not complete control, but she goes a little faster. She'll sometimes trip over herself, and sometimes stop to just cower in fear until the meter goes down. If she ever takes a hit during a panic, it's instant game over. So we're gonna try to avoid that. Excuse me. And we're gonna be picking up our main mechanic of the game, the Sacred Bottle. We can use this for puzzles, for defense, for all sorts of things. And right now we're gonna be using it to take care of that glowy on the door. Also, this game uses the analog stick for running around, and every time the camera changes, like your forward changes. So every now and then, like you'll be seeing me run forward for a while, and then the camera changes, I'll like jerk a little bit, and that's why. Alright, so we're going to our mother's room, and we're gonna be checking out a photo, and now the game gets real wacky right here. Because looking at this photo makes you go back in time to World War II London. Not quite explained why, at least not right away. So I'm going to be skipping a few more of these cutscenes. And we're going to be going to another tutorial about another mechanic of the game. See a body on the ground over here, and the ghost of this person still hanging around, kind of angry, and we're gonna help him out because we can't get past it otherwise. So they say he wants his ring. So This ring's right over here. So if we find ghosts, we can find an item that belongs to them that meant a lot to them when they were alive, and we can return it to them to help their spirit rest. Doing so will make the spirit go away, and they will drop an item. We will be picking this up. Normally in a run we skip this, but this is our get out of jail free card. That's a sigil stone. A sigil stone is a free hit while in panic. I'm gonna refill our water. And somehow Alyssa can hear someone playing a piano all the way from here, so she's gonna go investigate that. Now, like I said, we can help out any ghosts that we see, but for this run, we're going to be only helping out the ones we absolutely need to for story progression. We don't need to pick up too many items along the run, but we'll be picking up some safety items. And do we get good RNG with this ghost here? Kind of, sort of? Yeah, fine. All right. That ghost does like a patrol around, and it can be in a rather rough spot sometimes. Now, one cool thing about this water is that it will actually like auto lock onto those sigils. Wrong button. And you can hold on. Excuse me. Sorry about that. You can actually like throw the water through some walls to hit your target. And here, this is, I'm going to show off something that we like to call extendo arms. It's a little glory right over there. But Alyssa could pick it up from a pretty long distance away. And we will be using that quite a few times in the run. So we're gonna go to the center of this tailor shop here that we went into, and we're gonna run into our first major enemy of the run. So while we're investigating, we come across some information about a pianist that was murdered, and we now get to meet said murderer. His name is Sledgehammer. I wonder if I'll give you one guess as to why he's called that.
I don't know. Pretty tricky.
Before we try to get around him, we're gonna grab this key real quick to get into a room that's right behind him. And please don't hit me. Thank you. I'm surprised I got no panic meter there. So go down to this room and pick up an invitation to the theater. And then the game's going to introduce us to another mechanic called hide spots. Those like green swirls there, you can go to them to evade these killers. Or in this case, you hit them with a door and knock them down. And again, we won't be using too many of those throughout the run. There's one we'll be using during the next section of this Sledgehammer section, and one that we might use if I feel like I need it. Controller, please. There we go. Yeah, right there you just saw Alyssa kind of like jerk a little bit. That's me just trying to orient me to like my new forward. I'm going to refill this before we continue on, and he should not catch up. There's certain areas where the killers will disappear and they don't follow you. So like running to the theater here at this point will make Sledgehammer go away. Seems quite subtle, yes. all of the enemies that we fight in this game are subtle in their naming and all that stuff. Say subtle with the absolute biggest air quotes. So now we're gonna go investigate that piano playing, and we're hopefully gonna hope for good RNG here, because he can do a few different attacks. All right, we got no panic there, so that's great. Like, depending on how much panic he had, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Depending on how much panic you have during this area, you can either go into a full blown panic or not, and. Right there, we skipped a cutscene that gave us a little bit of panic because this guy kind of fell from the ceiling. But he's got a paper on him that's going to give us a password to a lockbox. Now, the password never changes, but you do have to interact with that. And now, Sledgehammer could be literally anywhere in this room, so... Of course he's right there. I don't like that. I do not like that at all. There are a few scripted spots where they will give you a lot of panic, and I've got 2 of them coming up very shortly. Yeah, this right here is always 103, but again, we have to get the document saying that it is 103. And I'm gonna pick up an item right here called lavender water. This item will lower your panic. I want to save this for a later section, but I'm going to have to use it here. I should be okay for this next section. Oh, never mind. All right. My line was a little off, but... All right, so now we're in panic mode, but the lavender ward is going to rapidly make that go down. We do move a little faster, but right now, all right, that actually helped us out a lot. I didn't lose control of her at all during that. All right, we're going to hit the door from here. Now he's coming in. We're going to open this locker, which will freeze him in place for a moment. Give us enough time for the sigil to be broken. Oops. That was a very unfortunate use of the lavender water. Because I want to save that for 2 enemies from now and not use it here. There are other ones we could pick up just in case. I'm going to go get rid of the key items, some matches. One second. Excuse me. Alright, so getting that much here is scripted. Come on, get up. Thank you. And we should be okay to get away from him here. He's not likely to catch up unless I have really bad movement. But I have to have a good line in one area coming up to not go into another panic. We do have the sigil stone in case things go pear-shaped here, but if my line is good, we're okay. We should be okay. I'm gonna show off what else the holy water can do if he gets too close. Yeah, he's too close. It stuns them if we need it to. And he won't follow us into here, at least not yet. So the panic meter does slowly go down over time, and it will go down a decent amount during this next section. So we're going to use those matches that we got to light this lantern, which now we can see a plank of wood here. that wasn't here before. Now we have some RNG here, because as we walk, she's going to wobble. And this number of wobbles that she can have can be anywhere from 1 to 8. Average is about 4. So right now we're getting bad RNG. We're not even halfway across, and we've got 2. Okay, so 2 going in is not bad. And back across. Yep. So 3. Anything under 3 is great RNG. I think the least I've ever seen on my end was 2, but I've seen one other runner get like 1. Okay, so we're hitting average. Anything above 4, it just feels bad. And it can happen right right there, right at the very end when you're on the grate. All right, so now Sledgehammer decides to come in, and right there we see a butterfly in the air. If those things touch us, Alyssa will flail her arms at them and stay in one spot. So we need to avoid those at all costs. Alright, so now that we got those pliers, we're gonna run back to the tailor shop because there's a door covered in barbed wire that we need to open up. Don't you do it, butterflies, don't you do it. There's also a little bit of backup lavender water in the tailor shop that I'm gonna grab. Ideally, you want to take the lavender water that we picked up in the theater, like way late into the run. I'm only holding forward as best as I can, because if you just hold forward between screen transitions, then you won't stop moving forward, but once the screen transition, your forward changes. Oops. Gotta wait for him to say Alyssa before you can even open that door. Alright, so now we're going to use those pliers. And while we're in here, we're going to pick up something a little different than what we've seen. We're going to grab this green arrow here called a repellent arrow. Now, if you noticed, we don't have a bow. So you might be wondering, what are we going to be doing with this arrow? You'll find out in the next couple minutes. It's very interesting. Alright, so now we got the pocket watch along with a couple documents about Sledgehammer and the ghost that was playing the piano. So now we're gonna go bring that pocket watch to go help her rest. And now it's back to the theater. And on the way out, we're gonna grab that lavender water I mentioned, which is right over here. Alright, so now we're heading toward our first excuse me. We're heading toward our first boss fight. Now, if you've played other Clock Tower games, this one's quite different. Not only is it not a point and click style game, but you don't really have boss fights in the other Clock Tower games. Usually you just have to run, hide, or like push something over to get the enemy away. No, we're gonna be fighting. I'm actually looking for a specific cutscene to let play out. I'm going to be skipping all of the cutscenes except for, I believe it's this one. And I'll let it, I'll let it play, let it speak for itself right here. pretty short cutscene, so. And just like that, we're a magical girl now. Alright, so first boss fight, Sledgehammer. We're going to try to bait an attack out of him. And then hopefully we get him in a loop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Alright, this should be good. 2, 3, 4. So now we're using the Sacred Jar as a bow and arrow. And as it charges up, we can actually keep the boss in place until this happens. We can get if you charge it for a little while, you put a tether on them. After a certain amount of tethers, you do a super shot. And it takes just one super shot for Sledgehammer. So that was a very good Sledgehammer fight. That green arrow we picked up is a special type of arrow. We'll be saving that for later in the run. Alright, now let's go help the piano player pass on. Was you talking cat though? We don't get a talking cat. We get something different. You won't be seeing him for quite a while, though. After all that, she passes out in the theater, wakes up back at home, and we skip the cutscene where a friend of hers named Dennis came by and happens to have a key to your uncle's room. So now we're going to go investigate Uncle Dick's room. That is his actual name. He is not even just Richard. His name is that. I'm going the slight wrong way, but it's okay. Now here we find a book that... This is where lore actually gets a little bit explained. Turns out that all of the women in Alyssa's family are what's known as rooters, and they can not only help ghosts pass on, but they also fight beings known as subordinates and entities. What we just fought was Sledgehammer is what's known as a subordinate, and they follow an entity, which we don't quite know what's quite going on with that yet, but at least we know like what happened. So picked up some winding keys, and there is a clock in your mother's room that we're going to go and use them on. Got a little puzzle here. This puzzle is always the same. Don't need to like find any documents or anything about it. It's always left, right. And while I'm doing this, if you'd like to talk about the charity or anything else going on, now's a great time.
Yeah, sure thing. Folks, if you're here for the first time again, this is Breaking the Habit 25 in support of American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I talked a little bit about the charity before, but we've got also a bunch of other great people behind this as well. For example, we are sponsored by the Video Game Trading Post, which is a locally owned and operated game store in Pensacola, Florida. It's a newly expanded store that has stuff like retro video games, anime figurines, plushies, everything. Lots of great things. They have a vast selection of trading card games, including graded and ungraded Pokemon card singles packs and more. You can check them out on Instagram at VGTP and Blue Sky at VGTP.bsky.social. So they're sponsoring this event, which is fantastic. They've also donated some of the prizes that you could be entered to win if you donate, exclamation point donate in the chat. If you visit that page, you can see some of the prizes they've donated and you can enter yourself to win some of them. So go check that out.
Awesome. Oh, excuse me, Ghost. And so in Alyssa's mother's room, we found a sir. He's right in the way of the door. We found a portal that we throw the holy water on, activates the portal. We activated it again just so we don't have to later on. And right here is what we call cutscene corner. There are 5, maybe 6 cutscenes back to back, and we're just gonna be spam and start to skip them all. By the way, if anyone interested in playing this game or running this game, if you want to skip cutscenes, you have to have a save on your memory card that has cleared the game. So we skipped a few cutscenes introducing the next victim that we're trying to help out, Dorothy. We haven't quite learned about her murderer quite yet. Excuse me. And we're gonna go up here just to a very small RNG puzzle. This flower is facing it a different way every time. We have to make it face north. It's also random as to whether it starts on whether like yes or no that you want to interact with it. I don't know why. That is the only spot in the entire game that has random RNG on where your cursor starts. Grab a key for the kitchen. Ghosts here are really on their A game. Yeah, they're really close. So usually I don't have to worry about them. We find a newspaper, excuse me, newspaper report about the next killer that we're going to be running away from. His name is Corroder. He is a massive jerk. And I'll explain why as we when we actually meet him. But first we got to go back home. Another cutscene. Skip here. We're gonna go back to our grandfather's room with a brand new key that we'll be getting right after this cutscene. Which I'm gonna say which hasn't loaded yet. Not sure if it's my disc or a PS2, but I feel like the loading screens are a little longer than they normally are, but it is what it is. All right, back home. Also, I'm not sure where our friend Dennis went to after giving us that key, but he is not in the house anymore. I also wish your mother's room and your uncle's room are a lot closer, but nope, you have to run mostly the span of this massive house to get from one to the other. Yeah, none of the other rooms in this massive house really matter. It's just so we're gonna use the desk key that we got. Get more lore about the entities and subordinates along with this mask here. Which I wonder where I need to use this mask. I wonder if it's on the wall of masks over here.
I wonder.
Oops. Making this turn to get this item a little difficult because of the camera change right there, but we're gonna grab some film. This is to help the ghost in the kitchen. If anyone noticed, there was a camera next to him. He's a cameraman. We're gonna give him his film, which is in our time and not his time. But again, at game logic. And most of the items that you find to help the ghosts are in the areas that they're in. except that film. That film is in an entirely different time period. Because the area where Kuroda is in, I believe, is the 1960s? Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the time period that part of the game is in. I've done this run quite a few times. I played this casually quite a bit. The story still doesn't make any sense to me. So I will do my best to describe it as we go along.
You're doing a great job so far. Not that I would know any better.
It's a very strange game. And I highly recommend, if you can get it, pick it up and play it. If anything but for the cutscenes that we're skipping, because they are so goofy.
Not what I would expect out of a horror-themed game like Clock Tower, but so be it.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of, like, random, like, arm movements of a lot of the enemies that they're doing. It's very hard to explain. Everything's very exaggerated in the cutscenes. Actually, you know what? We might go overestimate just slightly, but I believe we're a little ahead. I can play one more cutscene to give you an idea of what I'm talking about when we get introduced to Corroder.
All right. I'm here for this.
Also, we found a picture that showed that there was a switch right here. Again, we need that picture in order to move the painting there. To just even know that it's there. Alright, so we're gonna go into here and we're gonna be introduced to our next villain. I didn't skip it, did I? Okay. That's Dorothy right there. That's the lady we're trying to help. Unfortunately, we don't help Albert. So that is a very strange way to describe vision loss. So this is a nice touching scene, isn't it?
This is so nice. Here,
Yeah.
I made this for you. Yeah.
Yeah. It's about to go from 0 to 100 real quick.
Oh, Oh, I see.
Yeah. This is the caliber of this game's cutscenes right here.
Got it.
And then right here you can see why they call him Corroder. His sprayed acid in their face to blind them, and then I don't know where he found this sack, but it's convenient.
Yeah.
Hey, we're not gonna do any more cutscenes just to keep the time going. Like...
Yeah, that's fine. But at the very least, that was a nice family moment at the beginning.
Yes, it was. Also, give him a taste of his own medicine. Smash! Ah, he hit me first. You jerk. What the? Okay, this is actually not good. Here you go. Pick it up. Thank you. Alright, so we're having an invisibility band, so we're not going to use it here yet. Excuse me, sir. Also, I'm not looking at that key at all and still managed to pick it up. That's a different angle than I'm used to. I'm gonna fill my water right now. Normally I wouldn't. Alright, so he was just over there. I'm gonna turn this corner, and he's too early. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna grab an item in here. That's not the item I wanted. It is next to the item I wanted. And we're gonna hope that in the time that we leave, he opens the door for us, because when the killers open the door, they lose collision. You just run right through them. Neat. Oh, come on, that ate my water. Kuroda's being extremely mean right now.
That's pretty rude of them, not gonna lie.
Where is their extra lavender water now? Because I needed that one. I'm gonna use that wrench to slow down these blades here, and we're good. We're fine. All right. I still have one more splash for him, which is all we really need right now. Sir? Wow. Okay, everything that can go wrong is going wrong.
Still doing your best, though.
Yeah. I've never had him follow me down here before.
This has never happened before?
That's never happened before. Usually, you get him right when he exits that door. You get him right here in that open area. He knows we're in a marathon. That must be it.
That's the only explanation.
All right, so now we're gonna go get that shawl for Dorothy. Now, it looks like you have different options for what plank you walk on, but you really don't. If you walk on any of the other ones, you fall into the water and go right back to the beginning of the area.
While you're doing this, mind if I chime in real quick?
Go for it.
I've got a $100 donation from CBAC5. Thank you so much for that donation. That puts us over $1,000 for Breaking the Habit 2025. Congrats to you.
Nice.
Good job, everyone. Thank you so much for your generosity so far. Truly amazing stuff.
Oh, that's not good. All right, we just hit panic, but that is totally fine where we're at, because we're about to do another boss fight. All right, so now the fight with Corroder is one of the more difficult ones, because unlike Sledgehammer, literally just runs at you and does melee strikes. Corroder will move side to side and will throw acid at your face. Now, when you start aiming your arrows, you are locked in place. So if I start aiming and he goes to shoot at me, I have to let go of the arrow and move. Jerk. Right. That's what we want to hear right there. Right. I might be too close. This is going all right. No. All right. Great start. Anytime he says "there she is," he's about to throw acid at you. We want him to say "prepare to die" because that's just him taunting. Now, he's gonna take more than one of these, so we need to hope that he continues to be nice. 3, 4. Thank you. Jerk. 5. I don't think that was charged enough, but that's okay. Or 5. Ah, jerk. One kind of bad thing about them moving side to side is that the the tether will try to pull them back to where it kept them. Oh, there we go. End of that fight. So if he moves to the side, and like I'm aiming at him when he moved to the side, he'll sometimes get pulled towards where he was tethered, and I'll miss. But that fight went pretty well. A couple times I had to dodge, but that's not bad at all. Kind of makes up for him being a jerk earlier. Let's go give Dorothy her shawl. Also, thank you to everyone who donated to get us over $1,000 for this marathon. This is only the first day, too.
Yeah, everyone's been absolutely rocking it tonight, so I'm so happy to see it.
Alright, so we go back to the house, but when we go back there's a dark stranger. That we in the early cutscene that we skipped, he was at the house before, but now he's gonna cast some magic and teleport us out of the house immediately into a cave that leads to a sewer. I'm not sure about the time period of this area. It is a little bit further back than our time, or her time, that is. And we're going to be introduced to our next killer, who he can be a bit of a jerk, but we should be okay. Unfortunately, there's no safety lavender waters. Oh, I went into the hiding spot in this area, so I need to be really careful. Alright, so this is Chopper. Again, I wonder why he's named that.
I wonder again. so mysterious.
Oops, nope, I went to the wrong one. This was a good B one. This section goes on 3 different floors. I went to the wrong one, but that's okay. It's maybe like a second or 2 time loss. And we need to get some items to finish a puzzle to get out of here. And the entire time, Chopper's going to be popping out of different areas to scare us, to throw axes at us. Just overall be a jerk. Movement was a little rough there, but we should be fine. He just stands there and takes it. We're going to grab those gloves, and we're going to go grab a crowbar. So that way we can pry open an electrical panel to do some electrical work to get a car key reader to work. Again, this looks like he's like right on us and he's about to hit us, but he likes to stop before swinging because it's enough time to do that. God, I did it again. I'm supposed to go to B3. So now that we got what we need to open up the electrical panel, we're gonna go do. We're gonna go fix some live wires. And hopefully, once we're done, we don't have to worry too much about him. Up the left, to the right. Middle to the left. Up right middle. So he's going to be in our way again, but we should be good here. He's going to be coming right out here. Hello. Hello.
We're getting there, maybe.
The next time we see him, though, is that actual kind of scary part, because if my line isn't really good, then not only will we're gonna get some panic from him just popping out of nowhere, but he might actually hit us with an axe that he throws, which is gonna almost completely fill up our panic meter. And with losing our lavender water on Corroder, that is a no thank you. You help this ghost get his glasses back, which gets us a key card. Okay, good. And just him popping out gives us that much panic. And if that axe hits us, it fills it up almost the entire way. I got one more splash for him, and that should be enough. Unless he decides to throw an axe at us down a long hallway, in which case we hope we get to the card reader in time. I'm going to save it for on the way back. So we gotta turn the power on to the card reader, because again, that giant lever powers that little thing right there. Here you go. We should be fine. He shouldn't catch up with us in time to hit us with an axe. Yeah, we're good. Now I'm going to show you all my favorite instance of Alyssa's extendo arms. There's an arrow there. We're going to be picking that arrow up. But we won't be picking it up by running forward at it. We'll be running up these stairs almost the entire way and pick it up from here. And we're back home? Period question mark?
Perhaps, maybe.
The lighting's all different and there's a baby crying. Not sure what's going on. Turns out we're not quite home yet. And Chopper is still here. So we're gonna have to deal with him. This fight can be easy. It all depends on how Chopper wants to act, because he also likes to move from side to side. But he tends to just kind of walk at you at first, most of the time. If he decides to be a jerk, we're gonna have to run around until he starts playing nice. Oh, I'm at the perfect distance away from him. Nice. And he's just taunting. Keep being good, sir.
That's what I like to see.
Yeah. Alright, so this is kind of like a fake boss fight because the moment you get your super shot there, he's just like, nope, he teleports you away to a graveyard.
Hmm.
And there is some backup lavender water here that I can grab, which I will need. And it's right over here. Again, we typically want to bring the lavender water from the theater all the way to this area. This is where we want to use it. Because there's 2 areas that we're going to be going to. The first area is not too bad. It's doing a puzzle while avoiding ghosts. But the second area, we have no holy water to use. I only need 2 here. I don't know why I used 3. Because we're going to be using 2 on to open a portal, 2 to reopen a portal, and 1 on a puzzle. All while we're being chased by Chopper. So we need to be positioned well. We need to not go into panic. And if we get close to panic, we need to use the lavender water. All of the... this goes a little closer than I expected. All of the items that we pick up on up to this point are... jerk. That should go down by the time we're done with this area. But yeah, all the items that we pick up are for the graveyard section. And not particularly this part, but the second part of it. What's cool with these guys, after they do their animation, you can kind of run through them like that, and they won't hurt you. So this section, we just need to move these rooter stones to their proper locations. We can only carry 1 at a time, though. Excuse me. While we're here, we're going to pick up a couple more arrows. We will start actually using them in the next fight. Excuse me. And when we put the correct stone in the correct spot, it dispels that ghost. So now we got 1 less ghost to worry about. And by the time we get out of here, the panic is already almost gone. So we're grabbing that arrow as well. And now this would be a perfect time for anything else you want to read out. Any new donations, new incentives, or anything like that. So
Yeah, sure thing. Just want to remind folks that, again, !donate if you're interested in donating. And did you know, when you donate, you can apply your donation towards a reward, a bid war or poll, and a target all at the same time. So you can put in however much you want towards all 3 of those categories at the same time. So, for example, a minimum $10 donation can get you entered to win one of a few prizes that we have that's in the rewards tab. You can also, at the same time, put those $10 in towards an open bid war or poll that we have open. So, for example, which outfit you want for Super Mario Odyssey tomorrow, or which character you want to play in BS Zelda tomorrow, as well as which target you want to hit. So, for example, we've got our run of Manifold Garden at the end of this event today, or rather, excuse me, at the end of today, that we still need $75 more for. So if you want to put in towards that and you want to see the secret ending in Manifold Garden, now is the time to donate. So you can put your donations towards lots of different things at the same time. Go check it out.
Awesome. All right, so we just finished the puzzle here, and that's going to get us one of two compasses that we need to access another area of the graveyard. So I'm going to make our way back out. Grab that here. And while that's powering up, we're going to refill this. Now on to one of the scariest parts of the entire run. Dodging Chopper in the graveyard. Now we have to hit 3 switches and then use a spray of the holy water on an altar in order to get the next compass. The problem is we have 5 doses of the water. We're going to be using 2 right here. And then once we get to the other side, we're going to use 2 to activate it so we don't have to... when we're finished, we can just book it straight to here. And then we have the 1 left for the puzzle. So we actually cannot stun Chopper. So we picked up an invisibility band, which will make us invisible to him for a little while. We have a lavender water to lower our panic. And if all else fails, we have a sigil stone in case we get hit. Like, all of the items is specifically for this section. We're going to use the invisibility band right now. Hit this first switch. We're going to have to run by him and hope not to get hit. Where are you? There you are. We're going to get some panic right after this. Or not. Okay. Ow. Jerk. We're okay. We're okay. He's probably going to hit me here, but I'll just use my lavender water. Alright, now I actually need you to swing, because I need to hit the altar and not you. It will prioritize him over the altar. Okay, now we just run. And I kind of hope he stops to throw an axe rather than... I don't know what that was. That was a weird motion, sir. Alright, we should be good. Oh, I got stuck on something? Like, we're still good. We're fine. Yeah. Yeah, that area can get dicey very quickly. Oops. I'm going to put these compasses into the slot to open up a portal to another area. So I'm assuming this is like directly under the graveyard, but it's a big old cavern. So we're going to pick up a key item of a brand new arrow, which really doesn't do much gameplay wise. We're also going to be picking up this red arrow on the way out. The green arrows will knock the bosses away from you. The red arrows are a guaranteed tether. However, when you pick up the arrows, you will always use them in the order in which you picked them up. You can't change that at all. And we're picking up arrows in a specific way. There was an arrow that I could have picked up in that secret room in your uncle's room, but we chose not to because it's another repellent arrow. And this is falling apart, and hopefully we make it to the thing in time. Because again, your forward is changing as the camera changes, so you can get disoriented and fall off, but it's not too hard to get through that. All right, now we have an actual boss fight with Chopper. We're going to use our first special arrow on him. We want him to run directly at us with it. So when he gets in our face, we're going to hit him with the repellent arrow to push him back, which is going to force him to run away to throw an axe at us. We're then going to reflect that axe back at him, and we're just going to throw tethers on top of him over and over again, and hopefully that'll be it. All right, walk into this, sir. He can throw axes at us, so we have to deflect them, like that. Like, and that can mess with our tether timing, because these tethers will go away after a certain period of time. I think one of them might have gone away. There we go. This won't kill him, but he will be very close to dead. Hit him with a spirit bomb right here, and see how low he is. Should only take a couple more arrows. Oh, okay. I'll take that.
Hey, there we go. We'll take those.
I've never had a Chopper fight that good. Like, usually it takes another round. His axes, I had to deflect a few extra axes than normal. That might have done it. But I tried to skip a cutscene too early.
Wow, RNG has been all over the place tonight, hasn't it?
Oh yeah. These have been like good boss fights, but like bad areas so far. All right, so now we're going to a hospital and say hello to Dennis, also known as Discount Ron Weasley.
Hi, Dennis.
We skipped a cutscene earlier in the game introducing him. He's Alyssa's friend, and he's now trying to help her find her mother. And now say goodbye to Discount Ron Weasley, because we won't be seeing him in game for the rest of the run.
Oh, okay. Bye, Dennis.
I'm gonna pick up that. There's a lavender water in here. I'm just gonna grab it just to be safe. Yeah, he'll show up in cutscenes, but he's not in game anymore. So now we're in a hospital, and this section is a little different as it has not one, but two enemies. Now the other Clock Tower games have the Scissor Man, and that's like the main and mostly only enemy of Clock Tower, unless like you go into certain areas in Clock Tower 1. I don't know about the PlayStation Clock Tower. This one has Scissor Man and Scissor Woman. And they're one of the easier ones to dodge here. Later on though, they will be quite annoying. That's Scissor Man, also known as Ralph. And then we have Scissor Woman, also known as Jemima. Excuse me, lady. Essentially, they're in. This is like a mirrored version of the hospital. Also, she is very nice and not hitting me when I'm trying to go through that hole. How nice of her. All right, we're gonna hit. Why do I not have any water? All right. All right, so I need water. There's some in the bathroom, so I gotta come back here. Excuse me. I missed a refill at some point. But that is okay. We will just do this in a slightly different order. You're not intimidating, lady. Are you a little intimidating now that you actually hit me? Oh, what? Hold on. Okay, I thought there was water in here. This is a problem, because I need to hit that sigil with water. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Little impromptu routing. Yeah, this is definitely not the best showing of Clock Tower 3, but we will get through it.
It's fine. We'll get through it. This has still been a very fun showing thus far.
So we have to hit that sigil in order to open a cabinet on the other side. I'm not sure what you're doing, but I don't like it. Okay, maybe I do like it. Okay, because you just left, so maybe I do like it. Okay, so back here. Now, Scissor Man should be out, but he's usually already chasing me, but he's not right now. So I'll take it. So we need to get these 3 keys, A, B, and C, in order to unlock a door. And after that, we're going to the final area of the game. Actually, no, not quite the final area, but it's like the final area I have to worry about, like, enemies chasing me. So open that up. Hit that. Refill. And this will teleport us to a castle. Castle section's not the worst, but it can go a little wrong if I'm not careful. Now here we see a cutscene where we actually run into our grandfather, who turns out he's the one who's actually taking a bit of control of these killers, making him do what he wants so that he can gain power, and he is actually trying to become what I mentioned before, something called an entity, and so I'm trying to explain things. So he's trying to become an entity. In order for him to become an entity, he needs the soul of a rooter, or the heart of a rooter, I mean. So he's trying to get these killers to kill Alyssa so that he can take her heart and gain the power of an entity. And we're not gonna let him do that. I'm gonna grab this arrow. This part can be a little rough. So I think just to be safe, I'm going to splash him and use the evade point. So I need to pick this up. And then I'm going to hit this just to... Oh, okay. He recovered a little too early. But we're fine. Knock me down the stairs. Do it. If we didn't have so much panic, him actually knocking you down the stairs a little bit does speed you up a little bit. I'm gonna grab this red arrow. And then this green one. So we need that memo to learn that there is a bar that we can remove from a window that's over here. But in order to get to it, because the bridge is out, we're going to be shimmying along the side of this castle. Now this looks like it's a terrifying section because you got that ghost that's wandering around, and you think if that ghost attacks you, you'd fall off, but they won't interact with you if you're here. So that's nice of the game. They also put this here, so you have to squat down and shimmy at the same time, which looks very painful. I hope that ghost is not in the way when we get off of this, because once we get off this little shimmying part, it will try to attack us. And I want to save this holy water use for Jemima. Oh, we're fine. All right. Actually, no, there's water coming up. So. Yeah, we needed that memo to know to do this. We have to interact with that to see if there's something there. We're gonna use the ash that's way over there to take this fire out while she's, just waiting patiently. While we're running, we're gonna push this candle, which will make 2 pillars come up. That will let us, like that crest that we put up, we need to put 2 crests into these pillars here to unlock a door. While we're here, just for safety, grab that. No. She's gonna do that one more time on the way out. Gives us enough time to get the panic meter down to do what we need to do. Let's go through this one. It gives us the music that she's about to chase us, but she can't get into this area from where we are. So we're fine. And I'm very glad we didn't get hit while we've been panicked throughout the run, because that means we get to keep our sigil stone for one of the final areas coming up. Because soon we're going to not have to worry about being chased anymore, but we still need to worry about dying. So Because that right there is the last time I need to splash one of them. Gotta put this crest in, and we should outrun her here. And right after this door, we don't have to worry about being chased anymore. But we do have to worry about these statues because they are going to come to life and start swinging.
Mm.
And if they hit you, it doesn't matter if you're panicked or not. You're just done. You.
Ah.
And I have had runs before where I get here at a relatively decent time. I skip the sigil stone at the beginning and then just bonk. Also, looking at the time, we are more than likely going to be going over estimate. Alright, so turns out Dennis got caught by the Scissor Twins. And they're saying, hey, we'll let him free if you give us your heart. And she's like, no. She's just going to go take care of it now. She's oh, oops. Forgot to start the crest here, which unlocks the door. Before we deal with these, though, we gotta go down to the basement here. And unlock this door. If we don't unlock this door, we can't continue. So, and now we have to worry about the axes. Alright, that was fine. We're going to be going through that one more time. So we should be fine. So we're going to pull this lever. It's going to make 2 stone walls come up. And we have a very limited amount of time to get through. Like, I might not have gotten through because I just had to readjust my movement there. Nope, we're good. All right. All right, so we go to try to help Dennis there, but then the floor caves in, so now we gotta go all the way back up. So, it's like, I'm here to save you. Immediately eats it. Just falls through the floor. It's like, well, give me a minute.
That's coming back up.
But falling through the floor, we find a room. It's exactly like your uncle's room back home, with all of Alyssa's drawings on the wall. He's been waiting for this moment for a while. He's been keeping a bunch of Alyssa's stuff as keepsakes, while gathering the power that he's got. All right, back through the axe hallway. That right there was a hit. That sigil stone tanked it for us. So if I skipped that earlier in the run, the run wouldn't be dead, but it'd be time loss. This game actually has a very generous retry system. So if we got hit there, we'd get the game over screen, yeah, but then we'd retry and it would put us directly right at that door, with all the stuff that we've already done. So we just have to run through it again. All right, now we get to fight the Scissor Twins. We've been fighting them one at a time, starting with Scissor Woman. The gimmick of this fight is that your lock-on doesn't work. So wherever Alyssa is facing is where she will be aiming. but she's got the lowest health of all of the enemies in the game. She will go down in 2 repellent arrow hits. So we just need to position ourselves here. Walk into this. And here. Thank you. And now Scissor Man is not so nice. Getting the tethers on him to start is very rough. So hopefully he decides to die, sir. Oh. We might need to do a little bit of running around. There's no backup arrows. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so he also likes to move around and throw range attacks. And that thing he's charging up will clear all the tethers on him, but we got just enough to get Spirit Bomb on him here. He is definitely not done though, so we need to do that again. And he moved to the side immediately. Walk into this. Thank you. Walk. Alright, this is overkill at this point, but he's going down. We want to save the remaining arrows that we have for the final boss, because we need to hit him with like 3 to 4 of these spirit bombs in order to win. And we picked up our arrows in a way that will put a tether on him, and then we'll knock him away, put a guaranteed tether on him, and then because he's still recovering from the knockback, we'll get another tether on him, and then that will be a special attack on him. We need to do that twice. The first part, the first like spirit bomb on the final boss will be the hardest to do. After that, it's a lot easier. Excuse me. Actually, no, we have repellent. We're sitting at repellent. Repellent tether, repellent tether. And we're picking up another repellent tether. So we... Okay. And then we just need to make our way through the titular clock tower. While we do this, there's no like enemies or puzzles we need to do. We just need to get our way through it. If you have any other announcements you need to make or anything like that, right now is a perfect opportunity for that.
Yeah, we're headed over to the we're getting close to the end of this run, folks. I hope you've been enjoying it so far. If you want to look at some of the other runs we have on the schedule, you can scroll down a bit on the Twitch page you're looking at, and we have a link to our schedule there on Angus. So feel free to give that a look. We have a few more runs coming up for you, including Sonic 3 Knuckles, Sonic Generations, and Manifold Garden for the rest of tonight. In particular, if you're looking forward to Manifold Garden, I hope you're looking forward to the secret ending in Manifold Garden, which we can do if we raise another $75 for that specific target, if y'all are interested in donating. So I hope you're looking forward to the rest of this event. We've got some great stuff and some great perks for you to donate towards.
All right, awesome. Now we're doing a couple more extendo arms here just to pull these levers a lot sooner than we really have any right to. Like, look at this. Full from that far away. And now we're heading to the final boss, which will be our grandfather, Uncle Dick, or Lord Burrows, is what he's called. So this fight is a little bit on the long side because at least to start. Once we get going, we should be fine. Now the tethers that we've been putting on the bosses, he can do that to us, and if he does that to us, it's immediate death. So we need to watch out for him laughing. That means he's about to throw an orb at us, which will put a tether onto us. Three, four. I didn't want to do another arrow. I kind of goofed this a little bit at the start. I definitely goofed it. Let's see. Give him a little baby one. 2, 3. There it is. First spirit bomb. A little bit of a rough start. That was entirely my fault. But now here we're going to look to put one tether on him, and then we're going to run right behind him and just unload these special arrows into him. All right, come on. 3 thing. One, 2. Now we're going to do that again, and then we can do it one more time if necessary. Oh, that clears tethers. So... 4, 5. 1, 2. One more round of this should do him in, and I thought we were gonna go arrested. We're looking pretty good now.
Hey, yeah, we're making time. Good stuff.
Yeah. When his health bar does deplete, that's not quite time, but it's very close to time. I'll let you know what time is. Oh, I don't want to charge yet. 3. Jerk. Sir, do I need to? Just gonna do this now. Okay. All right, that takes care of him. So, time's coming up. It will be right. So here the soul of your mother is coming by and telling her to take strength from her. We're gonna go to her bones, and once we do, it's time. Excuse me. And jerk. You know what? Oh, I can't actually shoot right now. Okay. I was gonna. And time.
GG.
And that was Clock Tower 3 normal mode. A bit rough, but I'm glad I gave the estimate that I did. So yeah, there's a lot of RNG. There's a roller coaster to run for sure. yeah, if you guys like that, there's a lot more in store for this marathon. We have so many more great runs coming up. If you liked the run from me, I do speed runs over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Reclesis. I haven't done any speed runs in a while, just due to just life happening. But I will be doing some RPG speed runs in the near future, mainly like Saga Frontier, other games in the Saga series. But yeah, that'll do it for me for this marathon. Excuse me. I hope you all enjoyed that. I know I did. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you so much for Clesis for doing this run. That was a very fun run through of Clock Tower 3. Folks, give it up in the chat one more time for Reclesis for this run. An amazing showcase of this, and this has only got me pumped for the rest of the games on the schedule as well. We're gonna throw it over to a quick break right now, but we'll be back real shortly with some more runs here at Breaking the Habit 2025 in support of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So stick around, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Breaking the Habit 2025. I'm going to be your host for this upcoming Sonic block. My name is RJ, and I'm very excited to be here. Just a reminder, the Breaking the Habit 2025 is in support of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Every dollar donated will be directed their way. I would like to bring to your attention, we have an incentive that we really want to see met, because it's going to be super cool if we do. We are currently sitting at $25 of 100. So not too much. We could do this, chat. I feel like it. But we need to get $75 more donated towards the secret ending incentive for Manifold Garden. So if you can and you're able, and you would like to make a donation, make sure you pick one of the really cool incentives we have, like the secret ending or, anything else. And there's some cool prizes along with it. But enough about me. It's time for the Sonic block, and I'm going to go ahead and pass this over to Supersonic. Take it away.
Yo, thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be around the world. My name is Supersonic. I am a classic Sonic speedrunner, and I got the awesome Marforia here with me on commentary. How's it going, Mar?
It's going great. Thank you so much for having me here today. I used to run Sonic 3 and Knuckles, beat the game with Sonic glitchless. So I'm a huge fan of Sonic speedruns. And Sonic 3 and Knuckles is my favorite 2D platformer. So yes, thank you so much for having me here today.
Yeah, of course, gotta have the awesome Manatee with us here. Last time I did a BTH run for Sonic 3 and Knuckles, we did the regular glitched run, but this time we're gonna be throwing in all the emeralds. Not 1, not 2, not 7, but 14 emeralds in total. So we're gonna try to get hypersonic in this run, as well as show off the Doomsday Zone that we hardly ever see in regular runs. So without further ado, we will get started in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Hooray, Angel Island. Let's go.
Yep, I mean, yeah, we're supersonic already, but unfortunately we're just gonna get it punched out of us right here. Well, not really punched, but like rolled into it, I guess.
And he takes all the emeralds. Oh no.
And now it's our job to get them all back somehow. All right, so first things first, we're gonna go into our first big ring right away. And then here we have blue spheres. I'm not sure like if anybody likes the blue sphere special stages or the half pipe special stages from Sonic 2, or if you're crazy enough to like the rotating special stages from Sonic 1. I mean, that's also there too. But personally for me, I do like these special stages a lot. There's actually some pretty interesting tech as well. Like sometimes you'll notice that if I try to, connect the spheres in a certain way, there's like a interesting glitch where it'll actually make all the spheres around it into rings. So you're going to be seeing that quite a bit in this run. But for the most part, we try to keep it as optimal as possible, like with less spins and things of that nature. So just going to try to get all the emeralds that way.
Oh, there you go.
That's the first one. Emerald number 1 out of 14.
Yeah, I love these special stages, and what's really funny, I really love the special stages in Sonic 3D Blast for the PC, because it's like that big half pipe, and then the emerald at the end is like humongous.
Yeah, it's like a giant gusher or something like that.
Yeah. We love our gushers.
Yeah. Like they look really silly too, like how huge they are. And then I think I remember in Sonic 4 Episode 2, I think, they have like the half pipe special stages in that game, and the emeralds are pretty much around the same size as the emeralds from the PC version of 3D Blast.
Oh wow.
They're pretty huge, and like Sonic is like holding it in his palm, and it's like as big as his head. Oh, here we go in the second special stage here. So you'll kind of see me that I'll be grabbing all the spheres in some of these like rectangular shapes. That's mostly to not have to grab any rings, but sometimes I'll have to like connect them and you'll get a ring anyway. But there's like probably one frame that you can do to avoid that, but it's like ridiculous. So like we just end up grabbing that ring and like whenever we connect it. And you'll kind of notice here that I'm jumping over the red spheres. That's because the hitboxes are very tiny for the red spheres, so it may look like I'm running into them, but I'm really not.
Yeah, I remember figuring that out as a kid, and I was blown away.
It's honestly giving me anxiety watching you jump through them. I never could do that as a child. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, you think that's terrifying? Wait till you see Special Stage 3.
Oh yeah.
That's where it gets really wild. But in the meantime, we're gonna go ahead and head over to the first act boss here. Oh, whoops, I tried to get a jump there, didn't quite get it, but that's okay. So you'll kind of notice that I'm spin dashing a lot. That is pretty much your main form of movement, like in terms of just glitchless. And because like Sonic can do like 6 revs for a spin dash, and that's actually his maximum speed that you can get. Then there sometimes we'll do like a 3-tap spin dash, a 2-tap spin dash, so on and so forth. So up to 6 taps is what we do. So sometimes you kind of hear me say, oh, I'm doing a 6-tap spin dash here, I'm doing a 3-tap spin dash here. That's pretty much what it means that we're trying to go for. Okay, so Special Stage 3, there's gonna be one part where I will be quiet for. I gotta do this in a specific way, so you kind of notice I'm not really doing the hold square there. So like I'm just grabbing like a few of them, then I'm trying to make like an R shape sort of, and then it just turns into rings. And grab this here. Also trying to like avoid the bumpers sometimes too, because they have bigger hitboxes than the red spheres do. Okay, this is the part where I need to be quiet for. Okay, there we go. We're in the clear.
Wow. Yeah. No, that was absolutely bonkers because I know as a kid, you know, not just as a kid, but just playing that and going backwards, it's kind of it kind of throws you off, and you're just like, oh no, I gotta straighten myself out again. But no, you killed that. That was awesome.
Yeah, and especially because you can't really see much from the bottom of the screen either. So I'm just trying to like memorize where the spheres are in that instance.
Yeah, no, you did great. That was awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, that's like one of the, I would say, 3 special stages that I'm kind of worried about. So at least we got one out of the way. There's still 2 more where I got to move backwards sometimes. But we'll see those pretty soon. But in the meantime, we're gonna... Yep,
Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, so you see the different shields that Sonic uses. So the bubble shield that he used earlier. Each of the different shields kind of have like a different tech you can use with them, and the lightning shield is pretty great because you get to do those double jumps.
Yeah, I actually messed up that jump there. I tried to go for like a really like straightforward jump into the special stage ring, but I jumped a little too early, so I ended up like missing the platform altogether. But that's okay. I mean, we'll just end up getting the backup with the fire shield, which we haven't really seen yet either. So we got this Coca-Cola special stage here.
Oh, that's a great name for it.
Yeah, I try to go by the colors of it, so I'm like, oh, this one's Coca-Cola. Although technically, like the first 7 special stages are based off of the Sonic 3 levels. Yeah, give me a second. Okay, there we go.
Wow. Wow. And this is
Yeah,
such a great color too.
Yeah, there was a lot of spheres in that one. It's kind of like a plus shape, but you only have to like complete like one part of it, and then it just turns everything else into rings.
Yeah, I used to have difficulty with that because I thought it was kind of like your normal square, and then I just kept running into red spheres or wasn't changing into the rings, and I'm like, what shape is this? This is clearly not something, this is clearly not a traditional shape here.
Yeah, that one's definitely a confusing one for sure. Okay, so this is where we have a tiny bit of an auto-scroller here, so get to chill for a tiny bit. All right, so we got, let's see. So we're not going to be seeing Knuckles here in this level, because we will be doing a reset, which we call it a cutscene skip. So it saves about 5 seconds over the course of the run. So once we finish up Act 1 here, and we hear like the register jingle or whatever it is, then we could reset the console, because the zone counter will go up by 1 each time, like after an Act 2. If we do that in Act 1, it's actually not the same because the game will still treat it as if we're still in that zone. So we just got to make sure that we wait out the entire score countdown here before we reset. So I'm going to wait for this capsule to get a little closer because I don't have the lightning shield for this. And there we go. That's Angel Island.
Awesome. That was really great.
Yeah. All right, so then we do the reset, and then we're going to go back into our file here, which will take us to Hydro City.
And you totally don't get anxiety from levels like this if you're in the water too long.
Yeah, I think we're only going to hear the drowning music just once.
Yeah.
Here, set up a spin dash and a spin dash off the spikes here. Yeah, we shouldn't hear the drowning music. Nope, we don't hear it here. Okay, just gonna do a bit of a quick turnaround to get the path swapper. Gonna do a little bit of a moonwalk or a moon run, I guess, to kind of slow it down just a tad so we can land on that platform there. That's not enough speed. Oops. Normally you can actually make it up on that ledge, but I didn't have a fast enough spin dash there. All right, let's go to number 5.
More backwards movement. That's so bonkers.
Okay, I almost ran into that red sphere, but there we go. And then we're gonna go this way here. And then we're just gonna make a funny shape just to grab these, and then we're just gonna go around here. And then we're gonna jump over here, grab these two, and then just kind of go around this way, and then go over here to get the last bit, and then we're done with this one.
So the reason you don't collect the rings is so the ring bonus doesn't count down, correct?
That is correct, yeah. We don't want to have like too many points in our ring count. Otherwise it'll just take maybe like a second or two for it to get through.
Totally makes sense. Nice.
Yeah. All right, now we got the boss fight coming up here. You can actually get 5 hits on that, but usually the 5th hit is kind of tricky. And we'll just get him off screen. There we go.
When you first played this game, did you ever hit that sign as much as you could until you kept getting like little bonuses and extra points and stuff like that?
Yeah, I did that.
All the time.
Yep, totally did that. But in the speedrun, that is slow, so we don't actually go for it.
No fun allowed.
No fun allowed. So that is intentional. Let's go here. There we go. Okay, got the spin dash there. I'm gonna wait for a tunnel. There it is. And we're at the boss fight.
Wow.
4, 5, 6. And yeah, there's Hydro City.
Nice.
Yeah, so what I did there, that is called a level wrap or a horizontal underflow glitch. That's basically like a zip, and it pretty much puts Sonic on the all the way to the end on the right side of the screen. So the camera's trying to catch up to him, but while the camera is trying to catch up to him, like all the objects are actually unloaded. So there are no like hitboxes in them, so Sonic can actually phase through those, and we call those object phase. And so like you'll be seeing that quite a bit here. It's like this one, for example. This is a screen wrap. The screen wrap only works for levels that are infinitely vertical, so like Marble Garden, and then we're going to see that in Ice Cap, Sandopolis, and I think Sky Sanctuary is the last one. So like these zones are pretty tall.
Yeah, I was gonna say these levels are so big.
Yep. So now I'm just kind of, I basically went through the oil that's up there to get down to this area. I'm going to be doing that again to clip inside a spring. And I'm going to try to get pushed into the wall. Oh, whoops, I jumped out of it. Let me see. Let's get this guy out of the way first. should be back inside there again. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this one can be kind of finicky because you need to spin dash and then jump immediately on the next frame to clip inside the wall. And right now this spring is not being too kind. There we go.
Nice. Good recovery.
Yeah, that one takes a bit. I'm gonna do another screen wrap here. And there are visual cues for a lot of this stuff too. So you can actually pause buffer for a lot of these just to kind of catch the frame that you need to move on. But I've been doing this long enough, so I'm kind of seeing where the frames are. Although there will be some instances where I kind of have to pause for it. But
So how long have you been speedrunning Sonic? Because I know you are a Mario speedrunner as well.
So I started speedrunning in general in 2016, and it was with Mario. I started speedrunning Sonic in 2017, but my first Sonic game was Sonic 2. I didn't run Sonic and 3 and Knuckles until 2018, and this is like my main speed game now.
Yeah, it's such a great game.
Okay, so I'm actually eyeballing that gray block, which is right here. Gonna crouch down to pan the camera and then do like a quick right left, and then we're grabbing onto Tails.
Yeah, because
Save us, Tails.
I was gonna say because you beat at the Act 2 boss right there.
Yep. And you see that we're going into Act 2, but we're only there for like 3 seconds. And we're in Carnival Night right now. So this is where the thing that I mentioned earlier with the file select screen. So technically, the game still treats it as if I'm in Marble Garden right now because we did not technically finish Marble Garden Act 2. So I need to make sure that I complete Carnival Night in its entirety. Otherwise, if I end up messing up anywhere in Carnival Night, that's going to take me back to Marble Garden, which will be a huge time loss.
Act 1?
Act 1, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because like when you go into the file select screen, it'll always take you to the Act 1 of that zone. It doesn't take you to Act 2.
Right.
All right, so now we're gonna land on this. So I have a thing called wheel glitch. Basically, I had Sonic's head touch the wheel like earlier, and it just gives him this weird property to where I'll just like drop down and really fast. The only drawback is I cannot jump. But the only way I can jump is if I'm on an object, like the Barrel of Doom. Like we can actually jump off of those. But on solid ground, if I end up jumping, then I will lose the glitch completely. And I need to carry this glitch into Act 2. So that way I can get to the boss fight faster. So I'm sure a lot of us were pretty much haunted with the Barrel of Doom in the past.
Oh my god, I gave up so many times as a kid. I don't think I actually beat Sonic 3 and Knuckles until I was like in high school, because I first played this game when I was like 7 or 8. And then when the Sonic Mega Collection came out, I think I like, because I got there by accident at the Barrel of Doom, because I saw Tails go underneath. I'm like, how did he do that? And then I was just like, oh, I see. So
yeah, I think so I got Sonic 3 like when I was 7, and I couldn't beat Carnival Night Zone either, but I remember a long time ago they had like those bubblegum boxes with like Sonic 3, and then they had like one with Sonic Triple Trouble, and inside the box they had the level select code for Sonic 3. 6, 7, and then like that's how I learned how to do the level select code, and I managed to beat the game that way.
oh wow.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're at the boss fight here, so we completely skipped the Barrel of Doom.
Oh, great. Perfect. Save us all the anxiety.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. All right, so we finished Act 2, so I gotta wait for the time bonus to count down to 0, and then I'll be resetting the console, and that'll take us over to Ice Cap.
The music in Ice Cap is so great.
Oh yeah, it's like one of my favorites. Here we go. Now we get to chill and listen to the music.
And Sonic is indeed the only one who starts off like this. With Tails and Knuckles, they just kind of start at the beginning. But Sonic, we get to see his cool snowboarding skills.
Yeah, there's actually a really funny glitch in the Sonic 3 by itself with Tails. the way how he starts the level, like he'll just kind of crash into a wall or something like that. But if you try to go down the slides, he'll just instantly just perish. And like we have no idea why that happens. So you have to like do that once. I think there's like I think the big ring corridors you have to go into in order to prevent that from happening. So yeah, it's definitely a weird glitch that happens, but luckily the Tazers and all that were able to figure that out. So
Nice. Yeah,
Alright,
so
do-
doing all those level wraps, you didn't get a single emerald, like no bonus stages, even though we saw you pass a couple big rings. So could you
Yeah.
do those wraps into the big rings, or does that just mess up everything?
that would actually mess up things. So like in this case, and there is another glitch I got to do in Ice Cap, I have to make sure that I have to re-enter the corridor where the big ring is. That way it'll actually set the RAM address to make sure that I'm able to get slope glitch right away. It's kind of weird how that happens, but there's gonna be like another big ring we're gonna grab right after this one. So it's thankfully it's like pretty much near each other.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like this special stage here, I call it the Crystal Pepsi stage, or if any of us in the 90s remember Zima.
Oh my god. Holy. I think I brought that up in chat like one time recently, and people were like, what is that? I'm like, oh my god, I'm so old.
Shout outs to
Yeah.
Zima.
And we all withered to dust.
Yeah, like I mentioned that too. Like with my chat, I was like, wait, what's Zima? I'm like, oh, it's it's an alcoholic drink from the 90s.
That
know.
I remember, because I was young, but I asked my dad if I could try it, and he's just like, "You won't like it." And I mean, it's not like we all liked that stuff as a kid, anyways. But it just
Yeah.
tasted like nothing.
I thought it was soda. I didn't realize it was like an alcoholic drink. when I was
Yeah,
younger.
it looks like Sprite.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't its thing that it was a non-alcoholic alcoholic drink or something, or was it alcoholic?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because I
That is a good
remember, I think
question.
there was like a Mad TV or an SNL skit all about Zima back then too.
Oh my god. Also, by the way, I love your soda references for the special stages.
Oh yeah, like wait till you see the Ann Knuckles half of it. Actually, I personally think the Ann Knuckles special stages have uglier color palettes, but we'll see one in particular that's really ugly. But all right, so now I'm gonna go back in here. That's to set up my RAM address to make sure I get slope glitch here. There we go. That's slope glitch. So slope glitch essentially is we can technically stand in the air, and we're just going in a diagonal. So I got to keep an eye on a penguin here. That's it. There we go. All right, heard the spring, so now I'm in Knuckles' corridor here. And then we're gonna try to skip the boss entirely. Let's see if we can get it here. Okay, jump here, and then I'm gonna be holding right. Okay, so now we're in the loop back area, which is technically called out of bounds. So there's just a bunch of extra gibberish here. Because the game devs are like, oh, we're just gonna add some extra into it just in case. The cutoff is not proper. And then we see Sonic, kind of moving diagonally. That's totally normal, because that's what hedgehogs do apparently.
At least in this game they do.
Yeah. All right, so now we have launch base here. So yeah, just like in Carnival Night, technically we're still in Ice Cap on our file select screen. So if I end up messing up launch base, thankfully I did make a backup save, so in case I do fail this trick here. So we gotta essentially fly the birdie up to this elevator. Set up a spin dash inside the elevator here. Let me see if I can get this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a frame early. Yep, I messed up. Okay, this is where the backup comes in. So I got soft locked inside that wall, and as you can see here on that file, it put me at Ice Cap, but we do have backup right here.
Yeah, we love our backup saves.
Yeah. So we'll just have to use this file for the remainder of the run, which is fine. Yeah, that jump is a little tricky because you have I want to say it's either a 2-frame window or 1-frame window to get that jump. Oh Otherwise, like, yeah, you just get soft lock completely. But it is actually possible to get it like 1 frame early, which is the frame that I got, but I didn't quite get the jump right away. So let's see if we can do it again here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another frame early jump. Yeah, launch base can be that way, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to get over to Knuckles' boss fight. And there's actually a really interesting thing that can happen in this level in particular, because obviously Sonic cannot access Knuckles' boss fights in a lot of these stages, so we're just kind of glitching our way into them. So let's see if third time's a charm.
3 is a great number, so I have
It
faith.
sure is. All right, Birdie. Yeah, this bird is actually called a flybot, so. Right,
Those
so
gave me
that.
anxiety too.
1, 2, 3, 4. Gosh, I got that same exact frame 3 times in a row.
That's okay. Again, our backup saves for events are always such a godsend.
Oh yeah, for sure. And thankfully, like, this is the first Sonic game that actually had save files, because like Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 didn't.
Nope, you were designed to beat those in one go.
Yep, and Sonic 1, honestly, like casually, is the hardest out of the 3.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's see. Can I move to a bird? Yeah, at least I'm getting the spin dash inside the elevator here, which is good. It's just the rest of it that I need to get here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, that's 2 frames early that time. Jeez. I think I'm doing that last pause really fast. I need to like time it a little better.
So it's
I hope you like launch base.
Oh no, I mean, this is totally fine. It gives us a little bit more time to yap.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, why don't we talk about what we're raising money for today?
Absolutely. So we are raising money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And in fact, we did have a $10 donation come in from a rap boy that said, gotta go fast for a great cause. And then I did mention prizes that you could be donating to, but I didn't say what those prizes were. So why don't we talk about those prizes just real quick? Scroll too far in the sheet. Give me a second. So we have Devil May Cry figures featuring Dante and Trish for a minimum donation of $10. We have a Chester Bennington painting for a minimum of $10. Pokemon card bundle for $15. A Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow for $10, and a gigantic Switch 2 bundle for just a minimum donation of $100. In total, either all at once or in total throughout the whole marathon. So get those donations in.
Especially that Switch 2 bundle. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Not gonna lie, I kind of want that Sonic
on,
Squishmallow.
I mean, that was in honor of the Sonic block. Good job getting through Launch Base Act 1. Oh, and 2.
Yeah, we call this Peacock. So.
I was about to say he looks like a peacock.
Yeah. So yeah, what we did there is like we went to Knuckles' boss fight and we took out one of them in Act 1. So I did that specifically at the 1 minute IGT range. And that way the swinging arm on the second one won't kill me, or sorry, won't destroy me. That way once it gets on to Act 2, we can just destroy the boss and then it'll say, oh, we beat the level in like a second, basically. So. And now here we are in Hidden Palace, although we're not technically like in the actual zone, but our Chaos Emeralds are going to turn into Super Emeralds. Although like Dragon Ball style, we just got to, bring them back to life.
And these
right.
Super Emerald stages are the Sonic and Knuckles stages.
Yes. And they're a lot tougher as well. This is probably the hardest one out of all of them, and we do this one first. So this color palette kind of reminds me of, I want to say cotton candy of some sort.
Oh, same here.
At least I'm not the only one that thinks that. Oh, I jumped really late on that one. That's okay. I do have a backup ring I can grab, so.
there's a lot of these big rings here in Mushroom Hill, so that's great as well.
Yeah, so now that our Chaos Emeralds are not with us anymore, we won't be able to turn super at all. So even though it technically has it on the file select screen, but yeah, even if you grab like 50 rings and you try to like press the jump button twice, it's not going to turn super because of we have to try to grab them from Hidden Palace. Okay, so our second emerald is going to be it's going to be down here, or a big ring rather. All right, let's try this one again. Okay, jump here. Yeah, and this is also one of the special stages where I got to move backwards. So.
Yeah, we saw. That's bonkers.
Yeah. Thankfully, I think this is the only special stage where we got to move backwards in this half. So. We'll try to do this one a little more properly here. There we go. That's better.
Wow. Yeah, because you can barely see the spheres when you go backwards like that. You probably have like a couple frames to see them.
Yeah, so pretty much what I do in that instance, like either in my head or out loud, I will be counting like the amount of red spheres that are passing by. And that'll just kind of give me an indication of when I need to turn to grab that blue sphere that is coming up. All right, so we got the hardest special stage out of the way. The rest of them should be more manageable.
Yeah, it's
And our
really
next-
good with the. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's good with when you go here to the Super Emeralds here in Hidden Palace, because if you saw earlier, if you fail an attempt, you can just go and try it again. But if you do this normally with just the regular Chaos Emeralds, it just cycles through the stages. You can't just it doesn't have you retry the one that you failed. It just kind of moves on to the next one.
Yeah, exactly. This special stage here. Oh, no. Ah.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that is a second messed up emerald here. So our next backup emerald is gonna be, I think in Flying Battery, it's 1 or 2. I gotta figure that one out. We'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
That one's usually not that bad, but I just kind of miscalculated the jump there. Here, at least the next one here. So technically we would have grabbed our fourth one here. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, this one is like the, I want to say lemon lime or something.
I was thinking Mountain Dew or something.
Mountain Dew works too, actually. So those yellow springs are not having it with me today. Let's just do it this way. There we go. Okay. So we'll just act like we'll grab that one and then just go here. Because what I'm trying to do is you have like 1 frame of leeway to turn while you're like on a sphere. So that's what you kind of notice where if I'm on a red sphere or something, it looked like I should have clearly lost the run there, or like the special stage there. But technically what it's doing is it's giving me a buffer to be able to turn. So it doesn't like essentially have the hitbox active while I'm standing on it, or if I'm like running into it.
There you go.
I don't remember like how many frames it is for me to turn, but yeah, at least we got that one down. So yeah, those are the 2 annoying special stages, like in the and Knuckles half.
And there are big rings in Mushroom Hill Act 2, but are you doing another level wrap here to skip that?
No, so for the special stages that we got to get in the and Knuckles half, we technically got to play through Mushroom Hill glitchless, because that's where like all the big rings are. And Sonic can actually access 8 of those big rings in Mushroom Hill, in both Act 1 and 2. So since we did miss 2 of them, we will be able to get at least 6 here. And then the 7th one, we'll have to get it probably either in Flying Battery 1 or 2 as my backup. I think I might have to grab it in Flying Battery 2. I think that might be easier.
Gotcha.
Alright, so here we see Knuckles. I'm sure you kind of notice it, but Knuckles is actually wearing yellow socks instead of green socks.
Yeah, that always bothered me.
Yeah, he also is a different shade of red too. It's kind of more of like a fuchsia color, maybe?
Oh,
It's Knuckles'
okay.
evil twin.
Yeah, it's like his brainwashed color or something like that.
It's almost like his super form. Almost.
Almost. I mean, technically, he did snag the Chaos Emeralds from us, so he technically could have gone super this whole time, but he didn't. So.
Good theory.
All right, what does this color palette remind you of, Mar?
I'm thinking maybe like grape soda or something like that. Even though maybe not the green part, but you know how they have like grape flavored Mountain Dew, so maybe that. On the theme with
Yeah.
Mountain Dew today, can you tell?
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely work. For me, it's like completely different. It actually reminds me of like Aquafresh toothpaste.
Oh my god. We go from soda to toothpaste now. I mean, you had the cotton candy, which was fine because that was still food related, but you know, now we got now we got toothpaste.
That's probably the only toothpaste one that we're gonna see.
He was setting
they
you up to
still-
say something sugary, and then hit you with the toothpaste reference.
Do they still make that toothpaste?
I don't know actually. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, because I'm a Crest girly.
Yeah, I usually use Sensodyne, I think.
Okay.
And I think when I go to travel, I use Crest.
Yeah.
Okay, this special stage here. This one, there aren't any like connected spheres or anything like that. It's just like, we just gotta follow the trail basically in this one. So, also this color palette too. I don't know what this would be food related actually.
Actually, as a kid, I was always reminded of like butterscotch candy or like some sort of like caramel candy.
Yeah, I thought Butterfinger right away.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, Butterfinger. Oh my god, I didn't think about that this whole time.
This is why they pay me top dollar to be here.
There we go. We're glad to have you here.
He's sponsored by Butterfingers here. Don't let him fool you.
I'm here for Big Butterfinger.
They better not lay a finger on their Butterfinger.
Do y'all remember the
You
Butterfinger
can't say that it's
BBs?
copyrighted.
Oh god.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, the Butterfinger BBs? Yeah, I remember those.
Those were so good.
Mm-hmm.
I was a big fan of like the Butterfinger crisp as well. It was just like crispy wafers with the Butterfinger cream. I don't think they make those anymore, but it was pretty tasty.
Oh, I don't think I've seen those before.
Yeah, I think it was like mid 2000s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have remembered it then, but I guess I don't. All right, now we're heading into probably the most disgusting color palette.
Oh god. I forgot about this one.
I'm trying to remember what Sound Defense told, or I remember he was doing this run. I think it was either at SGDQ or something. It had something to do with Barney. That's all I know. That's all I know. And I'm like, I do not want to know any further, thank you. Because like, I'm not sure what that ugly green would represent really. But thankfully, this special stage is pretty straightforward, so we don't have to see it for very much longer.
Yeah.
There we go. We're done with that one.
Nice.
Okay, so that is Super Emerald number 5. So we got 2 more to grab. 1 more in Mushroom Hill, since we did mess up the 2 of the rings. And then we should be able to get that last one. Luckily, the next 2 are fairly simple. Okay, so now back here, we're just gonna head on this way. Also, the really cool thing about Mushroom Hill in general is like the way how the season changes in the level.
Yeah, I remember when I first played this, I was like, wow, everything's just changing color. Like, what's going on? Is something wrong
Yeah.
with my computer?
It's like, nope, everything is completely fine. All right, this special stage, if I do it correctly, is very short. This is probably the shortest special stages out of all of them. This orange cream soda special stage.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Special stage 3 kind of has a similar color palette. I think I call that one Sunkissed, but I guess it can kind of go either way, Sunkissed or some cream soda. And yeah, that's a special stage right there.
That's a quick one. It's normally like when you go through this without picking your own stage. This is normally like special stage 2, right?
Yes.
I think, yeah.
So like this emerald layout here, it's basically the same as the Sonic 3 layout, like the way how they follow like special stages 1 through 7. It's the same exact thing.
Gotcha. And then you're saving the green for last, huh?
Yep. The reason why we do that is because if we end up grabbing the last emerald anywhere else, the camera is going to pan over to the center. And then it'll just say, oh, now Sonic can be hypersonic or something. So that's why you grab the green and emerald last, so the camera stays in place. Oh, there we go. I thought I had like all the hits already. There we go. So that is Mushroom Hill. And right after this, we're going to be doing another cutscene skip, and then we're going to go into Flying Battery.
You mean you don't want to watch the airplane flyover for like 30 seconds?
You know, I would love to, but that is very slow. I went on the wrong file.
I was gonna say, I was like, wait a second. Back to Sonic 3, folks.
I was like, whoops, wrong one. This is the one right here. I totally forgot. It's just instinct. Like, I'm just going into the first one.
Right.
And this right here, this is as intended. It's by design and it's intended.
Oh my god.
So yeah, it looks like Sonic is staring into your soul. There's actually 2 different frames that you can get. It's this one and there's like another one too. If you do this as Knuckles, it's actually a lot more sillier with him.
Oh goodness.
One of his frames is actually pretty suggestive. So, and then Tails is just, you know, being cute. So, and yeah, just like that, we're at the boss fight already. We like to call this guy Mr. Tickles. Because, you know, he has those arms and he's trying to, you know, go after us.
So sometimes his other arm tries to get you too. So is there something you're doing to get him to avoid doing that?
Yeah, so once I see like his eyes flash like that, I'm basically moving out of the way as soon as possible, so that way the other arm doesn't kind of go into play. Or I'm just kind of looking at what arm is moving, and then I'll just go to the direction of that arm just to make the other one not move.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how that happens. Okay, so with Slow Glitch, we're going to go up here. 1, 2, 3. And then we're just kind of walking in the air for a little bit. And then this will be en route to our, hopefully, final special stage. So we'll just intentionally lose the lightning shield here because we don't really need it at this point. And then the last ring is in here. All right. And now we got the Sprite, 7-Up, Starry, Sierra Mist.
Oh, I've always been a Sprite girly, but
Sprite?
I don't think they make Sierra Mist anymore. I think it's called like what, Starry or something like that.
Yeah, it's Starry now.
Yeah, Starry, that's it. Yeah, I remember Sierra Mist.
That's the Pepsi Sprite.
Yeah, that's right. I remember learning about that because I used to work at a gas station, and I also worked in the office within the gas station industry, and I would learn about the vendors, like how they have different sodas. Like, you know, they have the Pepsi company, and then they have like the Coca-Cola company and things like that.
And Dr. Pepper.
And Dr. Pepper, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
I
like,
actually I actually used to work at a Sonic, so yeah, I know all about my drinks.
That's pretty cool though.
Yeah, when I used to work there, and you wear a visor, I had a little like Sonic the Hedgehog pin on my visor, and I'm just like, I hope someone notices this.
Oh, that's really cool.
So now we
All
got
right.
all the super emeralds.
Yep, so we can now become hypersonic, and also I just want to give a quick warning out there. Whenever I'm in transform into hypersonic, he has that air dash. That air dash does flash white for like a couple frames, so if anybody's like, you know, what is that term called? Epileptic or something?
Photosensitive.
Photosensitive, there you go, thank you. Yeah, feel free to look away whenever that happens. And here we have some glitched out clouds with some clear skies, and please be sure to put on some headgear to avoid any debris falling on your head. The weather will clear up in just a few seconds, more at 11. Yeah, so what I did there, I did a laser skip. So I was talking about the object phasing earlier on. So the laser is technically an object. So I had it off screen for a little bit, and I did a 6-tap spin dash. And then I also did like another, actually, no, it was like was it a 6-tap or a 9-tap? I think it was a 9-tap that I did. And it gave me enough speed to get past that. Also, I just wanted to spin dash into the spikes to get rid of my rings, but that's okay. Yeah, that's flying battery.
Nice. Now, what always blew my mind as a kid is when you come here as Knuckles, you don't get the Robotnik. You actually still get regular Robotnik here, so that always confused me.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't have a... I don't think they had like an animation made for that one in particular.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So doing like a... Oops, did not quite get it. I was trying to go for a sub-pixel manipulation to clip inside that slope there. I'll try to do that again. I didn't get a jump that time. So I'm going to the far end of the screen just to reset my subpixels. There we go. Now we got it this time. Now will I zip? There we go.
Yeah, this is one of those really tall levels, right?
This one, actually, no. Act 2 is. This
2,
one,
gotcha.
yeah, this one is still a pretty big level, but it doesn't loop infinitely vertically. But we will be seeing that in Syndopolis too.
Oh, he's behind the pyramid. Wow.
Yeah. I'll put it back to normal in just a moment. Just got to bring out the boss here. So this guy right here, this is Dwayne The Rock Johnson. He is very slow, and we got to wait for him. So there's really not much to do to expedite this boss. Even if you try to go to the other side of him and push him towards this, it's still very slow because he has to like get back up, bring out the head, get hit again, rinse and repeat. So in this case, we just got to stand right here and just kind of lure him toward the quicksand. And since I touched the quicksand there, I am now in the foreground. Oops. So yeah, for whatever reason, if you end up touching that quicksand, it'll just bring you back into the foreground. I wanted to go for a fire shield there, but because the fire shield is actually faster for Syndopolis 2, but the backup is a lightning shield, so which isn't like too much of a time loss, but there's actually some interesting strats that we can do with that.
Nice.
Okay, we didn't get this cycle here. So this is on a, I think it's a global cycle, I believe. So since it did take us a bit longer to get through Syndopolis 1, so we had a bad cycle there, so. All right, let's get this lightning shield. Let's try to do something fun here. Let's go up here. Let's do the screen wrap, but we're not going to hit the capsule because that's what releases the ghosts. We're going to see if we can beat this level without bringing out the ghosts.
But Halloween is so close.
That is true.
Next week. Next Friday.
Yeah, it's coming up pretty quickly. So pretty much what I did there is I did not bring out the ghosts, but if I end up touching a checkpoint, that will bring them out. Because the game checks to see if the capsule has been broken once we touch the checkpoint. So since we're not touching any checkpoints right now, the game is like, oh, you know, there's supposed to be something here, but we don't know what it is. So essentially, we're just kind of, you know, getting this cool, dark-looking scenery here with the purple.
Well, those ghosts when it's purple, they get pretty scary looking.
They do, and like, you know, once the horns come out and they just start charging
Ooh.
after you, that's
Yeah,
where it gets scary.
And you can kind of swipe them away, but they just keep coming. They do not like you.
Yep. It's just infinite with them until you like bring the lights back up. Okay, so we're gonna turn hyper here, but I'm gonna do my best not to use the air dash so much. Oh, I touched the checkpoint, so now they're back.
Uh-oh. We were just talking about them. Looks like they're riding down the slide with you.
It does look like that, huh? So they actually have an interesting name. These are actually called Hyodoro. I learned about this from one of the other Sonic runners, and that's when they mentioned like, oh yeah, these guys have a name. So that's what they're called, Hyodoro. Also, glorious music here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that boss also can take a while.
Yeah, it's actually a lot tougher with Knuckles because the boss moves faster and Knuckles has a shorter jump height, so he can't actually get up there pretty quickly because of the spikes that are in the way.
Yeah, I did Knuckles' like route on a dance pad, and I had a hard time on Act 2 there, that boss. It took me quite a while.
Honestly, I give you big props for doing that on a dance pad. I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Also, I think this is my favorite music in Sonic and Knuckles, for sure.
Yeah, this one's really good. Like in the Sonic community, we have a joke of calling this lava beef because
Oh, yeah!
Argic, yeah, Argic misspelled his split names, so now we just call this lava beef. And then I came up with a thing where like the ground here, it kind of looks like diced potatoes, and then like the steps, like those brown steps, they kind of look like I don't know, maybe diced up steak or something. And then like the lava is kind of like some sort of maybe there could be like some hot steak sauce or something like that.
Like A1
So yeah,
sauce.
this is pretty much yeah, the A1 sauce, but like very spicy. I don't know if they actually have those, but
Hard to say. We A1 sauce lasts quite a while in our house, so we just kind of pick it up from the shelf without looking at anything else. So
there you go. All right, normally I would be hypersonic for this fight, but I took damage because I lost a fire shield really early. So we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way, which is fine. I mean, it's not that much of a problem because we have the Insta Shield, which is something we haven't really mentioned yet. The Insta Shield, for the longest time, we thought it was the most pointless move in the game, but it turns out it is very overpowered. The reason being for that is once you see like the sonar design, it makes Sonic's hitbox bigger and it protects him from damage for a few frames if done correctly. And we got monitor clip because of course.
was that intended or no?
That is intended actually. This is probably one of the hardest tricks in the game.
Oh wow.
Yeah, let's see, I gotta count the IGT here. 6, 7, and then move. Oh, I moved too early. I was supposed to move at 7 and I think 7 3/4. I did that a little too early. So what that would have done was it would have taken me to the end of the stage. But since I failed it, we get to see this stage in its entirety. So that's like about a little over a minute that we're losing here. But yeah, it is actually one of the...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, I just said now you get to see all the pretty ice cubes in the back.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
Well, that's what it reminds me of. I'm trying to think of something food related for that, but the first thing I always thought of was just ice.
Actually, I can kind of see that. Oh, blueberries. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, I like blueberries. Oh, normally that damage boost would take me to the right. It took me to the left for that one. That's okay. All right, so now we're going to try to squeeze into this gap here. There we go. I'm going to go down this route. And yeah, we're not going to be turning hyper here, but it's just nice to be able to grab that big ring, because normally in a regular 80% run, we would have to be careful not to enter that big ring, because this is the route we have to take. So
Well, what's really great about the big rings after you get a, supersonic or hypersonic is that it automatically gives you 50 rings.
exactly. So now we're trying to get a stair clip here. There we go. And we're in Knuckles' area, because he doesn't fight the very long auto-scroller boss. And
Oh,
here we
that's
are in Hidden
right.
Palace. Yeah, so that saves, like, with monitor clip, that would have saved about 3.5 minutes or so.
Oh, wow.
It's a big time save.
I will say, Lava Reef Act 2, that boss is actually really cool, but yeah, it takes quite a while.
Yeah, because there's no other way to damage him, because he has like spikes on top of the ship there, and then it's just not a good time. But in glitchless, obviously we have to fight that boss, but
Right.
just gotta wait it out.
And we just had a nice little brawl with Knuckles here.
Yep. Now he's trying to play his air guitar for Dr. Robotnik there, telling him to put down the giant ring pop, but he's not going to be doing that. So he tries to go after him, grabs onto the giant ring pop, but then Knuckles gets electrocuted here, in which we see the skeletal anatomy of an echidna, in which the back of his head is shaped like a butt.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I
With,
see that.
With him shaking his fist in the air, I always just think about that newspaper clip of Abe Simpson with the old man yells at Cloud.
Oh, yeah. That works for this one too, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's Hidden Palace. That's really not much. Just pretty much bring Knuckles back to his senses. But, he's still wearing yellow socks. He hasn't learned quite yet, but
He dyes them green later. It'll be good.
yeah, it'll be fine. Okay, so once he jumps here, gonna do another spin dash. So this will allow me to catch the cycle for this right here. Otherwise, I would have to wait for it to come back down. Okay, so we're gonna grab this lightning shield. And then this is the infinitely vertical level. So we're technically at the bottom of the stage, and now we're at the top of it. And this will take us to Mecha Sonic. Oops, we're gonna take the scenic route here. Yeah, normally the game would want you to fight like 2 other Mecha Sonics here, like the Sonic 1 boss and the Sonic 2 boss. But here we're just gonna fight him in this spot. This is pure RNG, by the way, so I'm not gonna know what his movements are gonna be, so I'm just hoping and praying that I actually get the proper one, which I kinda did. It's not bad with that pattern, but essentially you don't want him to be dashing from one side to another like that. So. All right, now we're back heading into our final zone, technically. Off to Death Egg.
This music's pretty good too, but I still have the soft spot for Lava Beef.
That is totally fair. I actually like this one because I like how the bass sounds in it. Same with Act 2, I like that one as well. And that's like the one thing about Sonic games that I guess like there are some other games that follow this trend as well. Like whenever it gets to the end game area, the music is always like, pumping, it's intense, like really epic, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so I think like the composers for the games like really did a great job, like really making it feel like the end game is near. Also, a fun fact here, if I'm upside down and I try to roll where that door is, that actually creates a crush. So you can actually lose a life that way.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. So you try not to like roll upside down there, just to kind of prevent that from happening. Because I did that mistake plenty of times, and it was not good. I'll end up losing a ton of time there.
Oh, no.
All right, we're going to turn Titan Hyper here. And this is Red Eye, probably one of the most annoying boss fights in the game. It's a 2-phase boss fight, but with Hyper, it's no problem.
Yeah, you don't even have to like jump if you don't want to with certain like enemies and bosses. You can just kind of stand there, but
Mhm.
definitely faster to do it the way you did.
Yeah. Okay, so in Hydro City 2, I did get crushed intentionally. In this one, we're gonna touch spikes intentionally, and the reason being is we are unloading Act 1 from Act 2 because we're gonna be going for a level wrap here. And if I didn't do that, then I would end up getting soft locked. So these are like the two instances that we have to do that. All right, so now we're gonna try to go for a level wrap while we're upside down. So this is definitely the hardest strat in the game. So I get the ball here, and then I'm gonna clip inside the wall. And this is, I believe, is a 2-frame window to get this jump. Okay, first try.
Nice.
Yeah, and the way to tell is like the rings, it's like lined up with that beam there. That's when you know that you got the level wrap correctly. There is also like 1 frame early, 1 frame late. At that point, you just have to restart the level. And here we have Uwu Bull. You don't want to make fun of his movies, or he'll try to fight you. Yeah, we
Now-
do.
So with this boss, it doesn't matter if you turn into super or hyper or anything like that, because that little bumper will always be there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that can be a pain, but you're doing great.
Yeah, so what we got to do here is like we stay upside down this whole time, and we just kind of spin dash into those tiny cars. If we actually miss one of those, it makes the cycle a lot worse, and it's a very difficult fight after that.
Well, first try level wrap and first try boss. And now here's your final boss.
Yep, this is the final boss in the regular 80% run, but since we are doing all emeralds, we get to have something extra, which we will see in just a moment. But first things first, the end of the stage here, there's 2 blocks at the end on the right side. There is no collision there, so we can actually fall into the pit. So we want to be careful here, but there is a good reason why I did that, for this phase in particular, so don't blink for this one, chat. That's how you beat phase 2.
Wow.
And then the final phase, so we're kind of like in the air right now. We'll just kind of roll into them and then get some hits here.
Get the ring pop.
Yeah, we got to get a ring pop back. All right, so that is the end of Death Egg, but we're heading into Doomsday now.
And this is a Sonic exclusive level, so Tails can't get here, Knuckles can't, even if you get their hyper forms and all that. This is Sonic exclusive.
There is one way you can bring Tails and Knuckles in here, but it involves the level select code and debug mode, which obviously are not allowed in the speedrun, so there's like no physical way of getting either of those characters in this level. So yeah, we get to see this with Sonic only, and let's see, I want to have like a good amount of rings here. Yeah, 93 is good, then I can just stay on the bottom here and just keep dashing. So yeah, with the
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when those missiles hit you, it kind of gets you far back, and then it kind of puts you in a loop that makes you miss rings, and it can be a pain.
Yeah, because you don't have any control until like Sonic gets back to normal from getting hit by the missile. So, and then like the asteroids as well, like they kind of slow you down a little bit too. So, but they're kind of like all in the way. But essentially, you want to grab at least 80 rings up to this point, and then you should be able to get through everything else here. Also, keep getting shot. There we go. So yeah, that's phase 1. And you actually move faster by pushing the A, B, and C buttons. So like, yeah, Sonic gets like more speed while he's in the air. And this is phase 2. So we got 8 more hits to go, and then time will be on fade out. 3, 4, 6. Oh, almost got hit by the missile there. All right, we got 1 more hit.
Nice.
And that's time.
GG's! Big claps all around, folks.
There we go.
And we got the ring pop back. Hooray!
Got the ring pop. Got Tails with us. And yeah, this was a pretty good run actually. What do we get on our time there?
102.41.
I'll take it, especially after the mess ups that I had in launch base and then messing up the monitor clip afterwards, but I'll gladly take this.
No, that was a great run. That was awesome.
Yeah, huge thank you for being here for this. And yeah, because like right when I saw that I got in the schedule, I was like, I gotta ask Mar if she can commentate this with me.
No, thank you so much for asking. I love this game so much, and the speed runs are even great. And you know, you're a great friend, and I love watching your runs. So yeah, thank you for having me.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, huge thank you to Breaking the Habit folks as well for having me do this. I think I've been in every single one so far for call, but yeah, and I think I've done all Sonic runs, I think too. So this is pretty cool. But yeah, keep on donating. You know, thank you chat for watching as well. Hope you all have a great rest of your night. Stay tuned for the next run, which I believe is Sonic Generations, right?
Let's see.
It looks like on the schedule that it's actually 10,000 bullets.
Yeah, there was a
Maybe
change of plans with the next run, so we're gonna move over to 10,000 bullets instead.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, definitely check that out. And yeah, huge shout outs to the Classic Sonic community. You can find me on twitch.tv/supersonic_. I do a lot of Sonic speedruns. I'm kind of dabbling into the variety things now lately because, you know, I'm slowly giving speedrunning kind of a backseat a little bit. So just trying out some other things. And yeah, definitely check me out if you like that kind of stuff. And yeah, Mari, if you want to say anything, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sure. You can find me at twitch.tv/Morphoria. I mainly do Resident Evil speedruns, but I keep telling Supersonic here I want to go back to this run just because, you know, I like doing variety stuff too. I love doing variety speedruns and stuff. So if this year isn't the year, probably next year. We'll see. We'll see. I'll let y'all know.
How about this? Next year, you come back to Sonic and I'll go to Resident Evil.
There we go. Perfect.
Well, let's try to make it happen next year. But yeah, anyways, that's it for us, folks. Thanks for watching, and I'll throw it back to the host.
Sure thing. Thanks so much for that run. Honestly, no matter how many times you see those glitches, I just can never get over them and the movement of a Sonic game. So thanks so much for that run. It was absolutely fantastic. While we get ready for the next run, I'm sure we will be taking a quick little break, but please sure to stick around. We'll be back momentarily.